contain the violence. Like the monkeys on the canidrome greyhounds, the settlement authorities, all properly costumed, were yoked to dogs of war and terror. The whole show was a riot. The Japanese seizure of the international settlement on the morning of December 8, 1941 in some ways came as a blessed relief. 51. The extraordinary thing about the almost 2 years that then followed was that the international settlement, its council, and its agencies, remained in place, and most of the existing staff as well. Local Japanese interests had no stomach for handing the settlement over to their notional collaborationist allies. In the early hours of December 8 the Japanese announced that they would be coming in, readying the settlement administration and police to receive them. The British and American councillors resigned in January 1942, and were replaced with neutral or Axis nationals. Some British heads of section resigned as well, and senior police officers were retired. It was all perfectly proper and formal. But most stayed on in post, for they had nowhere else to go, and nothing else they could do to earn a living. This suited the Japanese, who had no desire to pay for the subsistence of their enemies. Other 1. Ready for burning, victory celebrations at Shanghai Racecourse, December 1, 1918. 2. Foreign Mother's Helper, the Chinese Emma. 3. Young Tientsin, Margot Fontaine, 1928. 4. China Helpers, Mikhail Borodin, and Morris Tu-Gun Cohen, Guangzhou, c. 1926. 6. Traders in Training, Shanghai Volunteer Corps, c. 1924. 5. Massacre on the Nanjing Road. May 30, 1925. 8. An American Shanghailander, Chuck Culbertson, on the polo field, 1940. 9. Jazz band leader Buck Clayton and Friend in Shanghai, c. 1934. 7. Weedy Women and a Shanghai Lawn, c. 1930. 10. Buddha in Piccadilly, setting up the Chinese exhibition, 1935. 11. Hollywood's China, with Nanjing's assistance, Paul Muni and Louise Rainier in The Good Earth. 12. Western Civilization in the Eyes of Wang Dunking, Modern Sketch. 13. Shanghai Besieged, Refugees Trying to Enter the International Settlement, August 1937. 14. All Roads Lead to Hong Kong, illustration by Friedrich Schiff from Ellen Thorbecke, Hong Kong, 1938. 15. In the midst of battle, British hostage Mavis Lee, and her dogs Mitzi and Otto, accompany Japanese envoys to beleaguered Hong Kong Island, December 13, 1941. 16. Hong Kong's War, British Army Aid Group Officers Mess, Gillen, 1944. 17. The Sweet Taste of Sino-American Friendship, 1943. 18. Watching Chongqing Burn from the British Embassy Garden, 1940. 199. Britain still served on the Council's various committees, and the chief administrator, Godfrey Phillips, stayed on in post for 3 months. 52. Shanghai was no longer a lone island in a sea of Japanese-occupied territory, but Allied nationals were now marooned. The new German and Swiss councillors acted much like their Anglo-American predecessors. They were jealous of municipal sovereignty, and cautious about the budget. They were mindful of symbolism. Departing enemy staff were given fulsome praise and appropriate pensions. The Shanghai Volunteer Corps was disbanded, but with appropriate sensitivity, and its standard was retired with all due ceremonial. English remained the Council's official language. Even Japanese staff used it in internal documents, such was the power of culture even in defeat. Relief proved in much shorter supply in Hong Kong. Since 1937 the city had been changed by the unfolding war as well. Its first taste of the disruption in the north came when 3,500 British women and children began to be evacuated from Shanghai on August 16, 1937, and were shipped down to Hong Kong. Several hundred Americans sailed to the colony as well, or to Manila, and 900 Indians sailed direct to Calcutta on a vessel chartered by the Government of India. At Hong Kong those without friends in the colony were billeted in the Happy Valley Racecourse stands, where the absence of AMAs was described as having greatly added to the problems facing the refugee Shanghailanders. 53 Their arrival briefly woke up a sleepy backwater. British Hong Kong had long been eclipsed by the galloping growth of Shanghai, and had settled for a quieter life. It remained an important entrepot, through which 40 million tons of cargo on 20,000 ocean-going ships had flowed in 1936, the last year of peace. But its 1 million residents, all but some 22,000 of them Chinese, lived in a city that lacked the ragged edge of Shanghai, and which except for those heady years of Sun Yat-sen's government in Guangzhou, and the unsettling 1925-6 strike and boycott, seemed far removed from the turmoil in China. "It's just the natives fighting," Vandeleur Grayburn, the chief manager of the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, told Christopher Isherwood and W. H. Auden when they called on him in 1938. While he was probably playing up to the role he knew his Marxist visitors had already allocated him, Grayburn wrote privately that it is ridiculous to call it a war, it is simply a gangster's game. 54. 200. As the Japanese advanced into central China, Hong Kong became an important adjunct to the refugee central government that moved first to Wuhan and then to Chongqing. Until the Japanese attacked and occupied Guangzhou and its surrounding regions in October 1938, it remained an important supply route, but even thereafter it was a vital point of contact as China's airlines flew the dangerous route out of the colony over Japanese-occupied territory. Somewhat against its wishes, the British territory soon found itself hosting important official Chinese agencies, 32 of them by one count, and these sought to supply and succor the embattled nationalist government. 55 Until Japanese pressure forced the British to ban direct shipments, 2/3 of China's munitions supplies were channeled in from the colony. Some of Shanghai's businessmen moved down south as well, and relocated their factories to the security of the British possession. Hong Kong became a center for film production as Chinese studios relocated their activities to the security of the colony, and it also became the focal point for the Chinese government's propaganda campaign to rally the support from the Chinese diaspora and sympathetic foreign publics. Increasing Japanese pressure and official British conservatism meant that the colonial administration imposed a more stringent censorship that aimed to fend off any Anglo-Japanese confrontation such as had occurred in Tianjin or in Shanghai. As tensions with Japan rose in June 1940, however, the British government had ordered the evacuation of all British women and children, but although 3,500 did leave, many returned or pulled strings to be able to stay, training as nurses or taking up other occupations deemed to be essential. The evacuation also exposed tensions. By law, anybody born in the colony was a British subject, but the order was applied only to those of European race. A number of Eurasians of Anglo-Chinese descent found themselves stranded en route to Australia and recalled to Hong Kong in the belief that its racist immigration rules would prevent their landing. 56 Most refugee traffic came towards Hong Kong, however. Some 500,000 Chinese had made their way across its loosely watched border by December 1941. Across that same frontier early on the morning of December 8, 1941 came some 50,000 Japanese troops. The British had very brief notice of the attack and put into action a contingency plan, demolishing 201 bridges and withdrawing to hold what was possibly the worst named defensive position in military history, the Gin Drinkers Line. Hong Kong's defenders fought hard, and they fought for longer than the Japanese expected. But they had been cast outside the sphere of British imperial interests that would have been protected years earlier, for after the fall of Guangzhou the colony was effectively surrounded by Japanese possessions. It was also entirely at the mercy of Japanese aircraft, as was demonstrated later on the first day of the fighting, when bombing commenced. The struggle by Hong Kong's defenders was designated a holding action, its defense a matter of honor, and a signal to the nationalists in Chongqing that the British meant business. Prime Minister Winston Churchill ordered a fight to the last, and the Commander-in-Chief and his forces held on until Christmas Day 1941, but it was a hopeless struggle. A very few managed to break out and escape, most famously a team led by a one-legged Chinese admiral. 57 The defenders' cruelest critics tarred them all as blimps and gin drinkers. What was the use of calling Hong Kong a fortress, declaimed one local critic, Leslie Ride, in the heated aftermath of the defeat, when many families were still there, when the club was still open, and when you could ring up your wife just as you could from the office. Ride asserted that the Hong Kong government was rotten to the core. No one would believe that Japan would attack this island of beauty, this pearl of the Orient, this sanctum of the Taipans. 58 It fell the moment it was attacked, he claimed, not when the British abandoned their defensive line, not when gangsters and collaborators rose up and attacked them in Kowloon, and not when the Japanese landed on the island. Ride was hardly exaggerating. When the Japanese sent 3 officers over from Kowloon on December 13 to parley for a surrender, they came with 2 British women as hostages. One of these was Mavis Lee, the wife of the governor's private secretary, who had brought along her 2 dachshunds, Otto and Mitzi. I couldn't bear to leave them behind, she told a reporter as she was served sandwiches brought from the Hong Kong club. 59 Vicious recriminations immediately followed the British catastrophe in Asia, with metropolitan critics and reporters alike raging. 202. About Maginot mentalities, and Singapore as Blimpapore, a bastion of reaction and incompetence fueled by whiskey soda, pink gin, and racism. 60 The battle for Hong Kong exposed the colony's institutionalized bigotry, and the limits of its inclusion within the polity of its British Chinese subjects, or those from other communities, the Portuguese, Anglo-Chinese Eurasians, Indians and others. Until Madame Chang rented a house on the Peak, the only non-European who lived there, servants excepted, was the wealthy Eurasian businessman Robert Ho Tung, for it was reserved by a 1904 ordinance for non-Chinese. Half of the small island of Chung Chau was similarly reserved in 1919. It was not a racial issue at all, stated one of the supporters of the decision in the colony's Legislative Council, before he proceeded to justify the move on the grounds of the needs of a particular race. To make matters even worse, the initiative had come at the request of British and American missionaries. No Chinese were admitted to the Hong Kong Race Club, nor were they recruited to the ranks of the Hong Kong Administrative Service, the elite cadre amongst local officials. And in the year or so prior to the Japanese attack, 2 scandals had unfolded exposing corruption amongst British officials in the Immigration and Air Raid Precaution Departments, and possibly hinting at a wider problem. As people tried to survive the defeat and its aftermath, many of these fissures between the British and their subjects in Hong Kong, and within their communities, came to the fore. The Japanese attack, and its aftermath, was accompanied by several bloody incidents in which captive defenders, wounded men, nurses and doctors were butchered. Thousands of Chinese civilians died, and thousands of women were raped. Japanese forces systematically looted the colony and struggled amongst themselves for the spoils. Ritual humiliation of the captured British was enacted. Accounts tell of men forced to pull Chinese and Indians in rickshaws, and Britons being paraded around the streets. On January 5, 1942, British subjects were ordered to assemble, and then after first being lodged in some filthy little brothels, were moved into a hastily organized internment camp next to the colony's prison at Stanley. "Perhaps we might be interned on the Peak," pleaded some. "Think of it," wrote one observer, the American journalist Emily Hahn. Hong Kong was 203. Full of government servants who behaved like kings, sitting as they did on that heap of coolie labor. Remember this. And then, all of a sudden, this. To help the business of remembering this, the Japanese sponsored the making of a film, variously known in English as The Battle of Hong Kong, or The Day England Fell. British prisoners were taken from camp and made to parade around Hong Kong's Statue Square and to reenact surrendering from positions on the Peak. The camera lingered on their dejected faces, and the caricatured paraphernalia of British imperialism. One man was forced to dress up in riding breeches. 61 The film was screened in Tokyo, and in Shanghai, and in Hong Kong on the first anniversary of the Japanese attack. Mavis Lee and her dogs featured in a postcard circulated by the military press agency. Aside from the battle at Hong Kong, which cost the lives of 1,700 of its defenders, the Japanese lunge for the remaining British concessions and settlements in China was mostly orderly and peaceful. The only other active Allied resistance occurred briefly at Shanghai, when the commander of the British gunboat HMS Peterel was ordered to surrender by a Japanese landing party. "Get off my bloody ship," he replied. Peterel went down in minutes, honor intact, but 7 men at least dead. 90 miles northwest of Hong Kong, at Guangzhou, the war began for the Customs Commissioner, the American Lester Knox Little, when a refugee German Jewish doctor brought him news of the outbreak of the conflict early on the morning of December 8. The previous night Little had walked back from a social visit to his home in the British Shamian concession through blacked-out streets, a city of the dead. He was given notice of his dismissal from the now collaborationist customs, and along with the rest of the small community of Allied nationals, mostly missionaries or staff from Lingnan College, was then placed under house arrest. It was a pleasantly warm winter. He gardened, practiced his piano playing, sunbathed, and read. As Little sat quietly smoking a pipe on the veranda after lunch, he noted on the 17th, "It seemed utterly inconceivable that a great battle is going on at Hong Kong." 62 On New Year's Day 1942 he watched Japanese officials in morning coats and their wives and children in kimonos walking through the streets paying calls. After 4 months he and other civilians were moved. 204. Into Shamian's Victoria Hotel and then on to Shanghai, picking up further groups of Allied civilians from Shantou and Xiamen on the way north. The foreign presence in China underwent a regrouping, and a series of involuntary relocations. The war itself had long driven many foreign nationals into the comparative safety of the concessions. Many missionaries had stayed on in the stations, but some had been forced to leave. Japanese residents had fled from their concession in Wuhan after the onset of the conflict and from other nationalist-held cities in which they lived. Now Allied nationals were interned or imprisoned, but at a pace that differed across the captured cities. The process of house arrest like Little's, or concentration in a hotel or school, was the pattern across most of the smaller treaty ports and cities in Manchuria. The defining characteristics of the experience for these groups were discomfort, uncertainty, and tedium. Some were able to enact quiet acts of defiance. To mark St. George's Day and Shakespeare's birthday in 1942, the cloistered British staff at Yenching University in Beijing invited their American colleagues to join them for one of the oddest of picnics at the home of a sometime Chinese prime minister in a disused Buddhist temple. After lunching on sausages, a delicacy in these hard times, they were addressed by the former Beijing newspaper editor William Sheldon Ridge. "Now all the youth of England are on fire," Ridge assured them, his Henry V to hand, and St. George, England, would get his dragon. They sang "God Save the King" and the Star-Spangled Banner, and danced to folk songs. 63 It was all they could do, that and wait. The rump British community in Beijing would eventually be concentrated in the otherwise underused British legation compound in the foreign-controlled legation quarter. British diplomats had remained attached to the comfort and dignity of their former princely palace in the one-time capital, but in late 1936 they had formally transferred the embassy to Nanjing. Pride and prudence led them to keep the former legation, for where else might they store decades' worth of archives, and perhaps the pendulum might swing again north, and the location of the capital with it. The complex served as a temporary refuge for British residents as the Marco Polo Bridge incident unfolded in 1937, but the small legation guard allowed. 205. Under the 1901 Boxer Protocol that had established international control of the quarter was withdrawn in August 1940. By December 1941 the legation housed only a small consular staff, but also rented out rooms to some of the Britons remaining in the city. In one of these in the winter of 1942-3 one of the odder literary compositions of the Pacific War was written. Decadence Manchu was a richly detailed erotic fantasy masquerading as a memoir and was written by Sir Edmund Trelawney Backhouse, long banished from Britain by his respectable Quaker family. It seems a fitting end to the fantastical story of the proconsular pretensions of the British diplomats who had inhabited the legation and had in their time bullied warlords and hectored Chinese politicians. Sir Edmund was a forger and fraud who nonetheless had established a reputation as a sinologist, and who now sat in the legation compound and recounted in precise detail his sexual encounters with, amongst many others, Aubrey Beardsley, Lord Rosebery, Paul Verlaine, Oscar Wilde, and the Empress Dowager, Cixi. It clearly helped him pass the time, as much as dancing to Down Among the Dead Men helped the Yenching staff pass their 64 as Allied nationals elsewhere across Southeast Asia experienced the full vicious force of Japanese conquest in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor. Their peers in Shanghai went to the horse races and off to the dogs, hosted their parties, and shopped for bargains that might be had from the antique dealers of the city as people tried to raise funds. Japanese occupation officials and arriviste puppet administrators went scouring the markets to secure these trappings of status. The collector of Chinese porcelain Sir Percival David, who had been instrumental in organizing the 1935 Burlington House exhibition, had arrived in the city just in time for Pearl Harbor and joined the hunt for bargains. 65 The cinemas stayed open, and the cabarets too, and the bombs continued to fly. The Grandtown Ballroom was attacked on March 7, 1942. These were days of hectic violence, it was later recalled, but the Japanese grip tightened, and was now unrestrained by foreign press coverage or any legal niceties. Some individuals, pro-nationalist journalists, suspected intelligence operatives, were quickly hauled into Japanese military police custody and were brutally treated, but they were a minority overall. Reports and photographs of the 1942 spring meeting of the Shanghai Race Club 206 would poison the reputation of the Shanghai British on the other side of Asia's battle lines. But, they later said, the Japanese forced us to hold the meet, organized a massive parade to celebrate the fall of Singapore, and interrupted proceedings by marching onto the racecourse with a military band and around the tracks. It was Allied Annihilation Week, in aid of which 70% of the profits were to go to the Japanese army, the remainder to be retained by the race club. The march done with, the racing and the betting resumed. 66 For most Allied nationals in Shanghai, this anomalous situation lasted for the best part of the next 14 months. Their memoirs and papers show them living a straitened and insecure but essentially familiar life, although successive Japanese regulations limited their access to money, saw many of them turfed out of their jobs, and some their homes, and prohibited their use of private cars. Bus and tram travel was an unfamiliar and humiliating novelty for many. So was housework, shopping for food and cooking. With Red Cross assistance, roughly 2,500 people sailed to Portuguese East Africa or India in 1942 and 1943 as part of an exchange of civilians with the Japanese. Many would never return. In October 1942, the 8,000 remaining in Shanghai were ordered to wear armbands denoting their nationality in public, were banned from cinemas, theaters, and restaurants, and were subjected to a curfew. Some 300 men deemed by the Japanese to represent a security threat were arrested in November 1942 and interned. In February and March 1943, a dozen civilian assembly camps were established in Shanghai, Yangzhou, and in Wuxian in Shandong, and all but the very elderly or sick were ordered to move into them, including most of the Yenching University picnickers. The locations chosen were ill-prepared and poorly equipped, but in the main the experience of most internees over the following 2.5 years was mostly simply uncomfortable, and tedious, rather than harrowing or dangerous. It also involved a quite surreal recreation of their life outside in the huts, warehouses, and school buildings into which they were moved. And all without a very useful Emma or number 1 boy. What a business, unroping, unpacking and carrying all our 4 beds ourselves, wrote one young British woman in her diary as her family arrived at camp in Yangzhou. But at least she had 207 been able to prepare for camp life with a fresh perm. 67 Allied civilians in China were generally spared the ritual humiliations visited on colonial officials in Hong Kong or in Southeast Asia, where conditions were generally much harsher. and overall the death rate by 1945 was actually reckoned to have been below normal for the European population of Shanghai. The longer-term impact on health is another matter, and another year of war would have seen death scythe through the camps. But when they were first inspected, the health of the internees was seen to be surprisingly good. 68 They had also been spared the violence of invasion and trauma of defeat. Escape was entirely feasible, for anti-Japanese guerrilla units were operating not very far away and could easily be reached, but only a few made their way out. These were generally single men, and they were bored, so off they yomped, making their way to the west. 69 The most vulnerable foreign communities were those that were not interned, either because they had to fend for themselves in an increasingly difficult wartime economic environment, or in the case of Indians because they were additionally the target of specific drives by the Japanese to harness them into the wider war effort. Agents of Subhas Chandra Bose's Indian Independence League and Indian National Army were active amongst the 3,000-strong community in China. 70 In a half-hearted sop to pressure from Nazi agencies in the city, the Japanese authorities in Shanghai also demarcated a special area within the city's Hongqiao district, and on March 18, 1943 ordered Jewish refugees who had arrived since 1937 to relocate into it. Life grew tougher. Many Indians were destitute by the war's end. Most of those in the police were dismissed in 1944-5. Malnutrition and, later in the war, American air raids took Jewish lives in the ghetto, as it was known. But a diverse range of educational, cultural, and religious activities flourished in the adverse conditions of the tiny half-mile-long, three-quarter-mile-wide designated area. The years of the Pacific War saw the retrocession of nearly all the remaining concessions and settlements, sometimes twice over, for good measure, for the formal treaties abolishing extraterritoriality and these islets of foreign power, signed by the British and Americans. 208. In Chongqing on January 11, 1943, had their doubles in Nanjing and in the performance of anti-imperialist nationalism by the stooge administrations that took over the international settlement and the French concession that summer. 71 Like the British and American diplomats in Chongqing, those administering the international settlement in Shanghai had no choice in the matter. But the language of cosmopolitanism and of a model of governance was still rehearsed. The council even organized a competition to design a new municipal seal, as the existing one still had no Japanese flag on it. 72 Cosmopolitan rhetoric was no less vital. Japanese military and intelligence agencies jockeyed to enrich themselves from confiscated enemy assets, as did the puppets. So Japanese commercial interests and diplomats tried to counter this by using the same old language of their former partners in empire, even as the old municipal flag was symbolically lowered. In a talk broadcast on radio just after the retrocession, the departing council chairman, Okazaki Katsuo, a career diplomat and former Olympic athlete, pleaded with his Chinese successors to work in consultation with civic and commercial interests of all nationalities. It is my firm conviction, he added, that there exists a close and inseparable link between the prosperity of this great city and sound methods of revenue raising, budget making, borrowing and public accounting. 73 Japanese businessmen and diplomats were as loath as any of their British predecessors had been to hand over their apparatus of sound Shanghai governance to the Chinese. But this was a time for nationalist acts and speeches and music too. To mark the retrocession to Chinese control, a Greater Shanghai March song, nominally penned by the collaborationist Mayor Chen Gongbo, was performed for the first time at a special patriotic concert by the former municipal orchestra. Greater Shanghai. Greater Shanghai. Our wealth is ever growing. Our civilization is ever progressing. Let us rejuvenate China. Safeguard East Asia. And perfect our freedom and independence. 209. A newspaper article on August 1, 1943, Retrocession Day, urged its readers to make Shanghai a model municipality, so that we may not disappoint our Japanese friends. Neither these nor Chen Gongbo's exhortations were much heard. Even under occupation the city's hectic culture vaulted on. From 5 o'clock that same afternoon the Canadrome was to run the first of the day's 12 races. The Vidin nightclub was opening, promising a 6-piece Hawaiian band and Hawaiian atmosphere, genuine drinks and charming hostesses. At Waldemar's Dancing Academy on Avenue Joffre those few yet to dance could rehearse their steps before trying them out on the Vida's taxi dancers. The 1937 French gangster movie Pepe Le Moko was showing at the Daumer Cinema. For those not weary of vice, an opium war was about to open at the Nanking and Majestic. For those not weary of propaganda accounts of Britain's pioneering role in the perfidious trade. Puppet President Wang Jingwei had been given a preview of this Japanese-Chinese production in May. The summer's hit tunes, heard and played even in Chongqing, came from this film, and from its star, the Manchurian-born Japanese singer, known by her Chinese name, Li Xianglin. The vapid nationalism of Chen Gongbo was smothered by the catchy, American-infused jazz pop of Li's Meitang Ge, the candy-selling song, as was the song's own anti-opium message 74. The complexities of Shanghai's wartime liberation from Anglo-American shackles, and the triumphant anti-imperialist propaganda that accompanied it, are highlighted by this comprehensive assimilation of Western forms into the theater of retrocession. Shenbao, the leading Shanghai daily, issued an expanded commemorative edition bursting with congratulatory notices from retailers of Western-style clothes, and pipe tobacco, amongst others. Hollywood gossip was retailed in the Shanghai Times, even though American films were no longer on the screens. The SMC's informal farewell took the shape of a cocktail reception in the Tower nightclub at Sir Victor Sassoon's, confiscated, Cathay Hotel. Both the Greater Shanghai March song and the Hawaiian music in the nightclubs were facets of the powerful cultural turn to the West, and principally to America. 210. That urban China had experienced in the 1930s, but which seeped across China through the movement of goods and people along the railways and shipping lines, and through the postal networks and radio waves? So this was a peculiar kind of victory over Anglo-Americanism. Victory it was, though, and for the national government too, as its own new treaties terminated the privileges of the British and the Americans. But in Chongqing there was less ceremony and more humiliation. The British military collapse in the face of the Japanese onslaught enraged Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalist leadership, and comprehensively undermined the British position in their eyes. With the fall of Hong Kong and then of Singapore, the British position in China, which had been functioning on borrowed time since September 1931, fell to pieces. 211. 7. Allies of a kind. How can you fight a war without typewriters, or paper to type on, or tables on which to put the machines, or chairs to sit at, or even buildings in which to work? How can you fight a war without typists, or the money to pay them even if you had them, or when they would not be able to find housing, or easily find food, or cooking oil, or clothes, or even a toothbrush? This was the conundrum that faced Cecil Henry Bencraft Joly, appointed officiating Inspector General of the Chinese Maritime Customs in December 1941. It was compounded by the fact that the Customs Service had lost all of its archives, the greater part of its staff and most of its stations. There was little trade to assess, and almost no revenue to collect. It had thereby lost anything remotely resembling a rationale for continuing to function, let alone function under the leadership of a foreign inspector general. In 1937 the Customs Service had still delivered almost 45% of the revenue of the national government, and its continued staffing by foreign nationals could be tolerated as a result. By 1941 this had shrunk to a little over 1% or 1 as Joly viewed the situation in late December from chilly, overcast Chongqing, a city still reeling from the shattering effect of over 200 Japanese bombing raids. The prospects for the once high-riding service did not look good. The seemingly bleak future for the customs heralded an end to the world of the treaty ports more widely and those who benefited from them. Joly was one of those. His family was embedded in the British China establishment. He had been born in Macau in 1892, when his father had been consul there. Joly's brother and brother-in-law both served in the customs. His wife had been born in Tianjin, where her father had been a Chinese railways accountant. Jolie's sister was 212. Married to an American employed by Standard Oil, and his widowed mother had once kept the family afloat by teaching English to the Crown Prince of Korea. This family's interests had for decades depended on the opportunities provided by the treaties. It now fell to Cecil to defend those, and not just for himself, but for over 950 foreign nationals in the customs, some 12% of its staff. The post to which Jolie had been appointed had been fraught with political symbolism long before an 1898 exchange of notes between the Qing and the British asserted a formal British claim that the Customs Inspector Generalship should be held by one of their nationals. This had been based on the fact that the British held the greater share of China's foreign trade, and expected to do so for decades to come. Such was the complacent confidence of what would prove to be their fleeting paramountcy. But since the Japanese seizure of Manchuria in 1931, the more important factor in perpetuating British dominance of Chinese foreign trade had been the pressing need of the nationalists to protect the Republic's international creditworthiness. Continuing foreign leadership of the service was seen as vital to China's ability to raise the loans that were secured on its revenues. Moreover, any opening of the question of the replacement of the British would leave the service vulnerable to an assertion of Japanese claims, for Japan's trade with China had challenged that of Britain's by 1931, and as more and more ports fell to the invaders, the personal neutrality of the foreign staff, even though they remained Chinese government employees, proved useful in protecting China's interests. At the start of December 1941, Jolie had been Commissioner of Customs at Tenjiao, in happier times a backwater post close to the Burmese border in Yunnan province. Now he had been summoned to Chongqing, the temporary capital of the Republic, to deal with a political disaster. When the Japanese took over Shanghai's international settlement, they secured complete control of the Inspectorate General of Customs, its staff, archives, and equipment. Despite orders to the contrary, this had not been relocated to Chongqing by Sir Frederick Mays, the Inspector General, who had argued that he could do more good for his masters by staying on in Shanghai. More cynical colleagues put his decision down to the city's relative security. Nearly 12,000 people had died in the bombing of Chongqing, and his fondness for its comforts. 213. So Mays and the customs were an easy catch. All Allied nationals in the service were dismissed on December 13, 1941 by order of Wang Jinggui's collaborationist government, which now formally operated from shattered Nanjing. Some Britons were perplexed by this course of events. Owen Gander, for example, a marine assistant in Shanghai with 27 years' service, could not understand why the position of foreigners in the service should have been affected by the political situation. This divorce from the reality of the position of the treaty ports was quite a common one in the early weeks of the Pacific War. Decades of sitting out revolutions and petty warlord conflicts had bred an assumption that the customs was an entirely disinterested bureaucratic agency, which would be allowed to continue to function whatever the nature and outcome of any conflict. Mays himself advised the Chinese and neutral staff that staying on in post, which over 100 of the latter did throughout the war, was likely to be in the Chongqing government's long-term best interests, and assured them that his replacement, Kishimoto Hirakichi, was eminently fitted for the difficult task for which he has been selected. Kishimoto, who as chief secretary was the highest-ranking Japanese in the customs service, was actually quite popular with Chinese employees, as he had long stood up for their interests. The options for those serving in the occupied areas were circumscribed anyway. While escape to free China was relatively straightforward, men could hardly trek west through a war zone with their families in tow. Recognizing this, the national government ordered only senior staff to leave their posts and report for duty in Chongqing by the end of 1943. In this war, a certain degree of accommodation with the enemy was frequently thought the most rational course. There began what became a peculiar bifurcation of the history of the customs service, which continued under Kishimoto to exhibit all the characteristics of its historic self. It retained most of the staff, nearly all the stations, and all the records of the service. Kishimoto's organization also had the typewriters. Moreover, Sir Robert Hart, who was Mays's uncle, the customs being rich in such family ties, remained a focal point for service legitimacy, and his 1860s directives continued to shape its ethos. But increasingly, like Joly's makeshift legitimate inspectorate in Chongqing, Kishimoto's service 214 had no foreign trade to assess, and so also lacked an underlying rationale for its continuing existence. The Japanese triumph in the customs, so long lobbied for, proved a hollow one. Cecil Joly was overwhelmed by the task he faced on his arrival in Chongqing, and found himself outmaneuvered by national government interests that had long set their sights on undermining foreign domination of the customs service, and which were energized by outrage at the collapse of the British in the face of Japanese attacks after Pearl Harbor. As Hong Kong and Singapore fell in late 1941 and early 1942 respectively, so did any residual prestige that their colonizers retained. As his diplomats barely had credibility to spare with which to aid him and thought that it would do more harm than good to do so, Joly's main ally in his negotiations for resources came to be Arthur Young, a Californian who had been financial advisor to the Bank of China since 1929. The British ambassador in Chongqing, Sir Horace Seymour, was sanguine about the prospect of treaty revision as momentum grew for its renunciation in 1942. It would be of little practical importance to British trade with China at the present time, he noted wryly. There were only 11 different companies still extant in Chongqing and Kunming. Half of them had no business, and stocks held by the remainder were fast running down. One firm was run by a Cypriot. Swires had only a single steamer, Jardines had a silk buyer working for the Ministry of Supply, and the Hong Kong and Shanghai bank office was somewhere in transit from Fuzhou. The Chinese courts had started to act as if there was no extraterritoriality anyway. The centenary in August 1942 of the signing of the Treaty of Nanjing was marked in Chongqing with editorials demanding its abrogation. And the Kuomintang and nationalists in China generally remained resolutely anti-imperialist. There were certainly posters to be found depicting Chiang Kai-shek and Winston Churchill side by side as allies in the struggle against fascism, but one diplomat's visit to Lanzhou was marred when he came across large propaganda murals depicting the Opium War, the May 30th massacre in Shanghai, and foreign troops entering Beijing after the Boxer Uprising in 1900, the British and Japanese flags flying together. 9. This shift in power from the beleaguered British to the Americans presaged a more general passing of the imperial baton. The fall of the 215 Philippines did not dent American prestige in China to the same extent, but the United States had long evaded, where the British had long trumpeted, the label of empire. Sir Frederick Mays managed to scrape his way out of Shanghai on one of the repatriation vessels, and traveled as quickly as he could from Portuguese East Africa to report back for duty. But he was given a chilly reception in Chongqing, and was quickly paid off. Mays came to rob the till and run away, muttered his colleagues. 10. In March 1943 the Dartmouth College graduate Lester Knox Little was offered the post in his stead. Cecil Joly had by then fled aghast. 11. The formal British claim on the Inspector General appointment was one of many items abandoned, almost incidentally, in an exchange of notes added to the landmark treaty signed at Chongqing on January 11 that year, abolishing extraterritoriality and all the remaining settlements and concessions. The United States signed a similar agreement on the same day, but its economic and military power meant that those nationalist interests which oversaw the customs service saw virtue in prolonging its foreign-led character for a while yet. Little, who had been repatriated from China on one of the exchange ships, arrived in Chongqing in August. "War news good," he noted on arrival. "Outlook for customs very dark." His first task was provision of living wages for staff. "All is lost," his colleagues told him, "even honor." 12. Chongqing was a steeply mountainous city of crowded, narrow, dirty, stinking streets. 13. It perched high above and astride steep sandstone slopes overlooking the confluence of the Jialing River to its north, with the Yangtze on its southern boundary. The city had barely registered as a treaty port for decades after it was formally opened in 1891, except as the objective of the pioneering efforts over 10 years of British trader Archibald Little to effect the first steamship voyage to the city through the Yangtze Gorges and Rapids. 14 Aside from that saga, which had been entered in the little pantheon of British achievements in China by its publicists, Chongqing was famous mostly for its foul weather and worse streets. Its thickly crowded lanes, thousand noises and stench quite baffled Somerset Maugham, who visited it in 1921-15. In 1931 there were 24 foreign firms in the city, and a survey in 1936 found 138 foreign nationals, mostly missionaries, and the largest portion of them Americans. The Japanese had established a 216 concession, but like many such it had never been developed. This was one of the remoter outposts of the treaty system. Living there required strong nerve and self-control, thought one Briton visiting from comfortable Shanghai in 1931. It was a place where the arrival of a new brand of whiskey is an event that will be talked about for days. But the isolation of life in China, even for those living on the upper Yangtze, was being eroded by technology. In May 1937, Chongqing's British residents were able to listen live through shortwave radio broadcasts to the coronation of King George VI. 16 Longings for communion with the wider world of British patriotism grew easier to assuage, and that early physical isolation began rapidly to be eroded too. Cargo junks were entirely superseded by steamships after 1924, a year after the first year-round steamer service commenced between Chongqing and Yuchang downriver. From October 1931 there were scheduled flights to Shanghai via Wuhan, cutting the journey time from 2 weeks to 2 days. Reports from Chongqing in the mid-1930s convey a sense of its belated embrace of the municipal progress that had been a feature of city life across China in the 1920s, as it shut down opium dens, built roads, constructed a water plant, and imported street lamps from Britain in an ambitious bid to rival Shanghai's brilliance. But while the foreign shipping companies started to run Yangtze River cruises, it still took 3 months in 1936 to ship the equipment for a second power plant from Shanghai. And pockets of darkness certainly remained despite the new lights, not least an easy popular belief in rumors that rapidly spread in the spring of 1937 that foreigners were killing foundlings and eating them. 17 As Chiang Kai-shek's forces chased the retreating Red Army into Sichuan when it beat its retreat from the Jiangxi Soviet after October 1934, the province's local power holders found themselves subject to the attentions and pressure of the Nanjing authorities for the first time. This was unwelcome, for Sichuan's militarists preferred a long-distance patriotism. They had largely enjoyed a profitable autonomy since the 1911 revolution, although it cannot be said that Sichuan's people shared its benefits. The militarists had also successfully challenged foreign interests, gaining a major share of the shipping business on the upper Yangtze from foreign companies. Part 217 of Cecil Joly's challenge in 1941 had been that the Chongqing office had itself long been suborned by the city's power holder, General Lu Xiang, whose own shipping line had grown used to ignoring the customs service. 18 foreign staff had not been stationed there since 1926. Establishing the authority of the service proved an uphill struggle even after the government focused attention on Chongqing. This murky, muddy city was an unlikely site for a capital, but its physical isolation had determined this choice. So first the nation and then the world came to Chongqing. On November 20, 1937 the national government announced that the city would become its headquarters, and government officials and their families headed upriver on heavily overcrowded steamers, followed by foreign diplomats on their gunboats. An orderly withdrawal in the face of the Japanese advance turned into a flood, especially when Wuhan was captured in October 1938, and Chongqing's peacetime population of 500,000 grew rapidly and in time at least doubled in size. But because of the great rivers the city was already the most densely populated urban environment in China, bloated in recent years with refugees from Sichuan's politically unstable countryside and a terrible famine in early 1937. So many steamers initially came up the river that there was no chance of finding a mooring, and once ashore there was little accommodation or food to be had. The government had moved its ministries and military command, and then the rest of the country had followed it, and not just its people alone. It relocated its arsenals, and many other factories came too. Nearly 200,000 tons of arsenal equipment alone was shipped west between 1937 and 1940. In 1939, the American journalist Randall Gould found that Shanghai's Meiya silk weaving factory had shipped equipment upriver and started production again, so, too, had a Henan cotton mill. Barefoot workers were installing in crude, makeshift buildings electric furnaces and steel foundries transported from downriver, for there were no construction materials to be had. The newly assembled Hualien Iron and Steel Works was already producing machine guns. National Central University had been reconstructed in just 6 weeks after its staff had evacuated Nanjing. They had even shipped upriver its experimental livestock herds, bringing their cows to Chongqing. The city's 218 buses had been driven from Nanjing. 12,000 crates of the National Palace Museum's collection were moved by ship and a 49-day drive by a convoy of trucks. 19 The Chinese-owned English-language newspaper The Hankow Herald somehow got its equipment west and published a Chongqing edition. The war came too, of course, and it came by air. At noon on a clear May day in 1939, Japanese bombers dropped their loads into Chongqing's crowded streets, and next day nearly 40 more flying leisurely in formation made a second raid on the still-burning city. There had been almost no preparation despite earlier attacks on the airfield, and some 5,000 people died in the inferno that gutted a long, wide swathe of the old city. In the aftermath, dazed and now homeless survivors camped out on Chongqing's streets, while 200,000 others fled the burning city. 4/5 of its core was destroyed, bodies of Sichuans and outsiders alike floated downriver. Despite being identified by large painted flags, foreign diplomatic buildings were also hit by Japanese bombs, and the victims included Chinese who had broken in and sought the shelter they thought the neutrality of the compounds offered. The destruction of newspaper offices and the radio station in the government's central news agency offices seemed to threaten to smother news of the atrocity, but the city was now crowded with foreign journalists and photographers, and their story electrified world opinion. The most frightful example of bombing of a big city in the history of modern war, remarked Life, and it was a city far older than Rome and an outpost of a civilization under siege. 20 images of piles of charred corpses, and of whole blocks of the city laid waste, a monstrous twisted dump, appalled even readers starting to grow inured to reports of aerial bombardment from the Spanish Civil War. 21 Chongqing dispersed, dug deep and rebuilt. The city spread out further west and across the river as residents, businesses, and government offices moved out of the battered core. Air raid shelters were excavated from the rock on which the battered city tenaciously sat, but the pulverized center also offered an opportunity for reconstruction. Buildings soon sprang up that were larger and fancier than any before, and were designed in a modern international style. Mostly these were lath and plaster constructions, for the shortage of building material continued, although others were built with recycled 219 bricks from the ruins. As a result, Chongqing looked like a huge theater set, one observer thought. The city, once routinely dismissed as medieval in its layout, now reflected the cosmopolitan population it housed. Cinemas, cabarets, ice cream parlors, and even a roller skating rink opened up. 3 orchestras were established, and before his death in 1939, Theodore II organized mass patriotic song concerts. Some of the National Palace Museum treasures were put on temporary exhibition, and displays of Chinese art and photography were held. 2 cinema studios managed to produce films. The refugee-rich from Burma came with their cars, and in one case, an American observer reported, evening clothes and a pet leopard. For most refugees, however, the consumer delights offered by the advertisements that plastered the walls were impossibly out of reach. 22 When the writer Lin Yutang later visited Chongqing, he found silver and silk shops from Shanghai, medicine shops from Beijing,
makeshift offices of the great newspapers of Shanghai and Hong Kong, Beijing's famous Dasan Yuan Cantonese restaurant, and the Guanchenjia Yuan eatery from Shanghai's Nanjing Road. For those with money there were Shanghai Nessa pastry shops, Fuzhou shredded meat and Yunnan ham on offer. The commercial press, and Tsinghua, Kaiming, and World Book publishers had all set up shop. In a word, he concluded, you find all the different cities telescoped into Chongqing. 23. In these crowded streets the new world of the nationalists, their coastal, cosmopolitan China, met a Chinese heartland, the Dahaofang, the great interior. Downriver people, the incomers, encountered the wary Sichuans. The challenges presented by the babel of dialects and languages that ensued were solved as people whose tongues were mutually unintelligible communicated in writing, or even in English. Chongqing became China's major window on the wider world for the Rump Republic of the national government as the war developed. Lin Yutang found that its scores of bookshops were jammed with readers too poor to buy, who stood and read all day. 24 pirated translations of Ernest Hemingway or John Steinbeck were nonetheless printed to feed a hunger for foreign literature from an audience now cut off from its former libraries and bookstores. But supplies were limited and the selections quite random. To his chagrin, Lin noted 220. That one of his own recent books was wholly unknown in the city. After the fall of Hong Kong in late 1941 and Burma in May 1942, Chongqing's sole supply lifeline was American air transport over the Himalayas, a landmark logistics operation that delivered hundreds of thousands of tons of supplies, and moved thousands of people, at a cost of 600 planes and 2,000 lives. In such circumstances there could be no prioritizing of books. 25 One American cultural program nonetheless designed new lightweight microfilm readers, and then sent them to China along with sets of specifically filmed collections of scientific works, as well as important Chinese classics held in safekeeping at the Library of Congress. 26 Chongqing's contrasts and absurdities also needed the caustic attention of a monthly like Shanghai's Modern Sketch, but supply shortages meant that there were no illustrated magazines at all, barring one published by the U.S. Office of War Information. Copies of Life magazine were regarded as a treasure. Instead, Chongqing's people lived out a hothouse simulacrum of modern China's urban life against the backdrop of its lath and plaster buildings. But even if it did not bring books, Chongqing's air corridor brought witnesses and reporters first from Hong Kong, and then, after Pearl Harbor, from over the hump. Almost everyone who writes an article gets sent there, remarked Emily Hahn. Martha Gellhorn arrived in April 1941 to report for Collier's, her new husband, Ernest Hemingway, tagging grumpily along. The photographer Margaret Borkwhite came with her husband, playwright Erskine Caldwell. Many such brief visitors got a quick airport orphanage dugout hospital Mattamy airport tour, as Graham Peck put it. But others stayed more or less for the duration. 27 Gellhorn's reports and those filed by Theodore White for Time, Harrison Foreman for the New York Herald Tribune, Gunther Stein and others kept Chongqing's story alive as the war spread globally and helped keep the city on the map day in day out. Most of the reporters were loyalists, as Emily Hahn put it. They wrote for victory, and not for defeat, wove together a story of defiance from the rock of Chongqing, and at the start they probed little into the problems of their ally, at least at first, and at least in print. 221. Gellhorn found the city inspiring, despite its privations and weather, but I never want to travel again, she announced. Hahn thought the depressing impact of its climate, a viscous fog, as another described it, was quite bearable for anyone who, like her, had ever lived in London. For his part, Chongqing's privations rather reminded Indian journalist D.F. Karika of his undergraduate life in Oxford. 28 So sprang into makeshift existence one of a number of new foreign communities in China. Reporters and diplomats were joined by men and women on missions. They came to reassure, fact-find, advise, lecture and listen. As their armed might had failed them in 1941-2,
and as they failed to satisfy the national government's exorbitant demand for a £100 million loan, the British called on culture to rescue their position, appointing for the first time a cultural attaché to coordinate activities including exchanges, scholarships, gifts of books and equipment. A Sino-British Science Cooperation Office was established, with scientist Joseph Needham as its head, but literature was called into service as well. Robert Payne taught English poetry at Fudan University's refugee campus north of the city, hampered by the absence of books. For its part, the U.S. Office of War Information saturated wartime China with material that in significant part projected Western cultural values using magazines, film shows, exhibitions, leaflets and radio broadcasts. Refugees and escapees also dribbled in from the occupied treaty ports and Hong Kong. Most were shipped on to India by their diplomats, but others made themselves useful locally. Some White Russians set up restaurants. A tap dance teacher advertised in the Hankow Herald. An English sinophile, John McCausland, worked for Chungking Radio, broadcasting with the cultured, well-modulated voice of the perfect English gentleman, but otherwise refusing to speak the language. He and a Dutch colleague had both taken Chinese citizenship. The tenuous nature of Chungking's links outside China was exemplified by the fact that the station's broadcasts were transcribed and recorded for relay by American networks by a dentist and his wife in Ventura, California. 29 The flights over the Himalayas also brought men and women who 222 would shape the way free China was visually perceived. The British fashion photographer Cecil Beaton was sent by the Ministry of Information in the spring of 1944. It was all a long way from Vogue magazine, for which he had worked through the 1930s. In this China he found no Pekin picnics, no ponies for polo, no wealth of peonies from which to choose the one perfect specimen. This was not Enbridge's China, nor that of the Beijing aesthetes like Harold Acton. Instead, Beaton was kept hard at work photographing munitions factories and parades, but he brought some of his distinctive Vogue aesthetic into his portraits of politicians and their wives, Chengdu policemen, street peddlers, commandos, firemen, and nurses. These were widely circulated in the glut of books explaining China that now poured off wartime presses in Britain and America, and which aimed to continue the shift in public perceptions of China. Look at the photographs first, one author directed his readers, for they showed the common humanity of East and West, and that Chinese and British were meant to be friends. Wartime censorship and politesse kept Beaton's more caustic comments out of his own published accounts of the visit, but these were still strident, undercutting his powerful images of a poor but confident society mobilized for war. "But I felt I had come out of jail or was freed from the Gestapo," he wrote in his diary when he reached India. 30 Saul Steinberg of The New Yorker arrived in July 1943 to join a U.S. Navy psychological warfare team, sending back to the magazine drawings of the China theater life of the U.S. 14th Air Force, drawing demolition guides for Chinese partisans and illustrating an official handbook distributed to servicemen about living in China. American Air Force bombers were by now flying from large airfields in the southwest that had been constructed in a crash-building program. Some 60,000 Americans would be based in China as part of this effort by the end of the war. Their meat-heavy diet, and their demand for as many of the comforts of home as could be shipped in, placed great strains on the Chinese. There simply were not enough cows, pigs, and chickens for them, argued Madame Chang in 1943. It was the single largest, most rapid, and dynamic eruption of foreign nationals ever into provincial China. The New Yorker published Steinberg's sketches of this meeting of cultures, and economic power, in which 223. The considerable tensions it increasingly generated are subsumed in affable mutual incomprehension. "Don't try and buy out every store," ran one of the handbook's instructions. "Chinatowns at home have better curios, and be careful where you eat." 31 Advice and information for servicemen was also delivered in Frank Capra's powerful film The Battle for China, the sixth of his Why We Fight series commissioned by the U.S. Army. China is history, China is land, China is people, the narration asserted.
Japanese footage of the bombing of Shanghai, Wuhan, and Chongqing was intercut with a powerful narrative about the march of 30 million people westwards to Chongqing, and of ships heading upstream weighted down to the water's edge with the precious tools for New China. Flaming Chongqing became the symbol of their indestructible spirit. Like all the films in the series, the Battle for China mixed enemy newsreel with material culled from feature films. 32 As a result, some of the unused footage from The Good Earth had an airing in Capra's film, showing the Great March to the west in the face of the Japanese advance. It was, up to a point, an improvement on his 1933 film The Bitter Tea of General Yen. It would be unfair to conclude that the wider narrative of China's resistance that came out of the press corps at Chongqing, and the visitors on their rapid tours, was a similar mix of fact and fiction, but there was certainly wishful thinking in the reporting that emerged. The press also worked with a steadily tightening censorship, and with the realization that there were increasingly serious criticisms to make, and concerns to communicate to China's supporters overseas. When critiques were published, national government agents hit back with charges that the foreign reporters were whoring, drunken ignorant men, filed complaints to the diplomats and simply tightened the censorship. 33 More proactively they used a much sweeter pill, accentuating the cultural campaign inaugurated at Burlington House as far as wartime conditions allowed, and harking back to older forms of diplomacy by sending pandas to foreign zoos. This sparked what would become in time an important identification of China with these most charismatic of animals. 2 baby pandas arrived at the Bronx Zoo just after the Pacific War commenced, heralded as furry emblems of China's gratitude for the work of United China. 224. Relief. In Britain, Chang Yi set about illustrating an account of London Zoo's panda, Ming, whose arrival in 1938 had sparked hysterical public excitement. 34 But then the nationalists also sent overseas their single best publicity asset, Song Meiling, Madame Chiang Kai-shek. She had been told she was worth 10 divisions to China, Meiling told Martha Gellhorn in 1941, but a barnstorming tour of the United States in 1943, which took in rallies at the Hollywood Bowl and Madison Square Gardens, and included an address to a joint session of Congress, was worth many more divisions than that. I speak your language, she told her audience there, not only the language of your hearts, but also your tongue. Basically and fundamentally we are fighting for the same cause. 35 The travails of Chongqing were already being rehearsed at meetings overseas by Chinese activists like Yao Nianyuan, who helped rally foreign public opinion to China's cause and raised funds for relief initiatives. At events across Britain and later in the United States and Australia, Yao, who decades later would become well known under her pen name Yen Cheng, talked of the horrors of a war conducted not between soldiers, but in large part by Japanese aeroplanes on Chinese civilians. At Stricken China, an exhibition in the south coast town of Hastings in September 1938, a miniature idealized Chinese garden was constructed, with little shops stocked with Chinese handicrafts, the whole contrasted with films and photographs of the death, destruction, grief, and pain brought by Japanese bombers. Communists, missionaries, and internationalists joined together with the Chinese students, diplomats and others sojourning overseas as the war unfolded, who had unexpectedly found themselves advocates for the country's cause. The people of Chongqing have learned to face death every day, Yao later argued at a widely reported Rotary Club talk in Canberra, so they are tough and China can take it. 36 By then she spoke from experience. Yao's own home in Chongqing had been destroyed just before her departure for Australia with her diplomat husband. Still, it was easier said at a distance, out of reach of the bombers, but for what it was worth Chongqing gained a horrified hold on the foreign imagination that was only loosened as the war in Europe exploded. The name of a city barely heard of before 1937, one marked on no man's map, became a byword for terror. 37 Writers like 225. Xiao Qian also reinforced a message that this was, as the title of one of his books put it, China but not Cathay. A civilization and a culture were under attack, but not a distant one, neither exotic nor picturesque. 38 For their part, British diplomats and exiled defenders of the treaty ports also liked this message of shared humanity and solidarity, but in their case because it rather allowed them to assert that it had really always been thus. Now Britain and China were allies, however, they argued, they have always been friends. Books about China rushed into print included some old familiar names. Since his removal from editing the North China Daily News in 1930, O.M. Green had been a persistent defender of the treaty port communities. The foreigner in China paid homage to the men who had built prosperity on the mudflats of Shanghai. While extraterritoriality and the concessions had not, strictly, been defensible in the long term, they had, Green argued, once been vital. And had they not been run fairly and helped to midwife a modern China? They had forged an invisible link between China and the West, one British diplomat claimed in a speech in October 1943 in Chongqing. This was part of a wider emphasis on a new narrative of friendship, cooperation, and assistance, of how a handful of British in China, missionaries, officials, merchants, had built this partnership. 39 By contrast, in Lanzhou, nationalist propaganda teams painted the May 30th massacre on city walls showing British police gunning down Chinese students on Shanghai streets. Some of the cultural and scientific support offered by the British was funded by the Boxer Indemnity, so this was British charity using Chinese money, rooted in the humiliation of 1900. In England, Xiao Qian found himself staying with descendants of Chinese Gordon, and discovered that one Aid China exhibition of Chinese antiquities was assembled from Boxer war loot. The past was not so easily to be forgotten, rewritten, or avoided. Yet China was not alone in that struggle against empire, and during its war against Japan it grew more and more conscious of a wider role in global affairs that might now finally be within its grasp. For the future Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, Chongqing in 1939 was the symbol today of magnificent courage in the struggle for 226. Freedom. Ill-equipped with name cards, and daunted by the prospect of a succession of Chinese feasts, the Indian National Congress leader visited the city in August 1939. Nehru sat in shelters through 5 air raids, on one occasion with Chiang Kai-shek himself, and concluded that the Chinese were a significantly grown-up people. Indian nationalists could learn a lot from them. Such interaction offered the nightmare scenario for the British of a pan-nationalist alliance that could in time challenge them. They had for years thwarted as far as they could exchanges between Indian nationalists of any stripe and the Kuomintang, but now from China's capital Nehru declared in a radio broadcast that the days of imperialism and aggression are numbered, in a world that is sick of both. There was little the British could do except what they did quite well, set up a sophisticated intelligence operation in India to keep such ties under close surveillance. The former Shanghai Municipal Police Chief Kenneth Bourne was one of its commanders, his team monitoring the activities of Chinese diplomats and residents. At his own initiative Chiang Kai-shek would reciprocate Nehru's visit in February 1942, although by then the situation had so dramatically changed for the worse that his objective was to try to persuade Mahatma Gandhi not to obstruct the war effort against Japan. Chiang offered full support to India's struggle for self-determination. He thought that he had to, he told Franklin D. Roosevelt, for he professed himself shocked at the political situation he found there, and at the political intransigence of the British. 40 However, the British would remind anybody who now listened, and many who did not wish to, that India was their business, and that they had no imperial possessions in China. Well, there was certainly Hong Kong, but that was entirely another matter, and part of a different world of colonies and empire. It was not, they said firmly, China. British war aims did not include parting with it, and the Japanese-occupied colony would be an abiding concern throughout the war. Part of the new exodus to Chongqing that began almost immediately after Pearl Harbor came from Hong Kong. One of the first to arrive in the capital was one of the unlikeliest. Phyllis Harrop was lady assistant in the colony's Secretariat for Chinese Affairs, a role that involved working with the police to investigate sex trafficking. A brief marriage to a German enabled her to secure German 227. Papers and escaped the captured colony for Portuguese Macau in late January 1942, and then ship on from there to Fort Bayard in the French leased territory at Guangzhouwan. From that surreal spot, rather like a Parisian suburb, she thought, Harrop and a small group made their way into nationalist-held China in sedan chairs, on bicycles, and then in trucks and by train and air to Chongqing. On the way Harrop had already sent ahead the first eyewitness account of Japanese atrocities in their assault on Hong Kong and ill-treatment of prisoners afterwards. Her status as a government official gave these some weight, and together with reports from another escapee, the professor of physiology at the University of Hong Kong, Leslie Ride, formed the basis for a March 10, 1942 British government statement that shocked British opinion. Harrop became the public face of the vicious violence unleashed in Hong Kong. My Chinese houseboy was bayoneted, she told journalists. My ama was raped. 41 Britons and Chinese had suffered equally at the hands of the enemy. Remember Hong Kong demanded one newspaper strapline. The humorous Weekly Punch published a grim cartoon of a sword of vengeance being sharpened. 42 We need to understand the political geography of Harrop's story if we are to understand the strangeness of the South China Front around Hong Kong. While the Japanese held the island and the urban districts on the Kowloon Peninsula, they did not venture much into the countryside. Communist guerrilla units were able to operate there as a result. While Macau came under a great deal of Japanese pressure, it remained neutral, as did Portugal, but very isolated, and the British consul, John Reeves, newly arrived in June 1941, managed to keep active and cheerful throughout the conflict. Guangzhouwan's French administration was Vichy in its affiliation, but also mindful of incurring the wrath of the Japanese. Nonetheless, with some bribery, and with false papers, and because some neutral coastal shipping remained active, Harrop was able to make her way out of Hong Kong. Guangzhouwan would be taken over by the Japanese in February 1943, but Macau remained intact, though compromised. Reeves operated from the consulate, which was separated from Japan's by only a low wall, and his major responsibility came to be coordinating the provision of aid for many of the 10,000 people who fled from Hong Kong to the 228th colony or who were shipped out by the Japanese and were housed in makeshift refugee camps. They were mainly Hong Kong residents of Macanese descent, but there were also Indians, Malays, and other allied subjects, including Filipinos. It was a huge and difficult task, but Reeves had the time of his life. He kept his consulate flag flying, ran a newspaper, and even chaired a rehabilitation committee to plan for a post-war Hong Kong. I loved it, he wrote later of his experiences. Undercover nationalist bodyguards watched his back, but he generally kept his revolver to hand. Macau's war was a bitterly harsh one nonetheless. Its population of about 150,000 had already been swollen by 100,000 Chinese who had fled the Japanese occupation of Guangzhou in 1938, and during the Pacific War it rose to almost 500,000. Over 27,000 people died of starvation in the hapless colony in 1942 alone. The Japanese largely got what they wanted from it, and so did the colony's gangsters. 43 Although Reeves's communication with the world of the Allies was mainly through radio, he was in touch with the other significant British presence in South China, the British Army Aid Group, established by Leslie Ride after his escape from Hong Kong. 44 BAAG's objective was to facilitate escape from Hong Kong, open communication routes into the camps where Allied civilians and servicemen were held, and secure intelligence about Japanese activities. It also aimed, rather more discreetly, for it was forbidden from undertaking any political work, to provide a forward base that maintained a British presence as close to the occupied colony as possible. From improvised beginnings in 1942, when it was headquartered on two former brothel boats in Shaoguan, 200 miles north of the colony, BAAG grew and developed an extensive network. This helped British, Indian and Hong Kong Chinese servicemen, civil servants and civilians escape from the territory,
and assisted American aircrew who had been shot down during 14th Air Force raids on the colony's infrastructure and its shipping that began in 1942. BAAG was a uniquely homegrown organization, staffed in large part by Hong Kong people from across its diverse communities, who were even clothed in uniforms made in, and smuggled out of, occupied Kowloon. It flew. 229. No flag for the Taipan mentality, as Reid had put it, but it aimed to raise the Union Jack nonetheless. Although BAAG cooperated with communist units operating in the new territories and with the nationalists, Reid hoped to be able to make a dash into Hong Kong when the Japanese capitulated. It was important to try to make sure that a British unit, not the nationalists, and certainly not the Americans, liberate the Crown Colony. Life in the camps in Hong Kong for Allied nationals was harsher than it was in Shanghai, and it began almost from the start of the Japanese occupation. It was morally far less hazardous and politically less difficult than life outside, however. Hong Kong was not part of China, announced its Japanese governor, General Ransukai Sagai, on arrival in the colony. 45 Japanese Pan-Asian ideology and liberationist rhetoric might have led Wang Jingwe's collaborationist government to assume that the British possession would be returned to China, but instead, in an echo of the story of Qingdao during the First World War, Hong Kong was annexed by Japan, and was promptly recast as a Japanese possession. The bronze statue of Queen Victoria installed to mark her jubilee in 1897 was removed and shipped off to Japan, and an imperial proclamation was put in its place. 46 Japanese firms and settlers would shortly start to arrive in a city cleansed of more than its British monuments. Streets and districts were given new Japanese names, language schools were instituted to teach the colony's new official language, public ceremonial lauded Japanese military victories and their anniversaries, and the rituals and festivals of the Japanese year. As in every city that fell to the invader, a few local figures in Hong Kong aligned themselves with the new power, but others came forward as well, prompted to do so by British officials and motivated by the desire to see order restored and residents buffered as far as possible from the privations of the war. Most had little choice. The Japanese regime was at once bureaucratic, capricious, and brutal. As in other occupied cities, different branches of the military and other agencies competed for authority and for spoil. Hong Kong's population, bloated with Chinese refugees after the fall of Guangzhou in 1938, was steadily reduced through repatriation schemes that first encouraged, and then forced, people to leave. As residents were moved on, they added to strains on food supplies elsewhere, not least. 230. During the widespread famine in Guangdong province in 1943-4 that took 1 million lives. In Hong Kong's Stanley internment camp, and despite the odds, the British in particular began to re-establish what became a hothouse parody of their interrupted society and government outside the wire. 47 The usual tensions between officials and the business community were intensified in an initial atmosphere of vicious recrimination, but the colonial secretary Franklin Gimson, the senior government official in the camp, established his authority in the name of the king. Gimson's charges formed committees and set about reconstructing a sort of life, but with novel touches for the former colonial elite, not least as women and men alike learned to cook and make, mend and wash clothes. Teachers taught and children studied, exams were set and marked and would in time be recognized with formal qualifications. The twin pillars of colonial life, alcohol and servants, were missing. The internees gardened, put on plays and concerts, held religious services, gossiped, played cards, and grew very, very bored. At least 40 babies were conceived and born in the camp, 20 marriages contracted, and a few broken. The internees were ill-clothed and ill-fed, and there were few medical supplies. Fewer died than might be expected. Like Reeves in Macau, they also got to work thinking about the future. In fact, there were no fewer than 3 rehabilitation and post-war planning initiatives. Reeves's group had probably the most representative membership, for it included Indians, Chinese, Portuguese, and Eurasians as well. Franklin Gimson had probably the best informed group, as it included many of the officials who had been administering the colony, but in London the Colonial Office's planning unit was the only one with any formal standing. 48 all conducted post-mortems, and argued that the shock of defeat and the hiatus in British rule offered an opportunity to bring about profound reform. Whilst the Japanese did raise the prospect of handing Hong Kong back to China in 1944, the British had no intention of doing so. Hong Kong was now certainly a matter of honor for them, but it was also viewed 231 as a significant economic and strategic asset, and it would be likely to be even more important in a post-war China in which the British operated without extraterritoriality. Already, throughout the 1930s, more and more British companies in China had relocated their legal domicile to Hong Kong in the face of nationalist policies. A British Hong Kong was going to be more important after the war, not less. Still, there was a widespread consensus that there ought to be a more democratic or representative system established in future, with greater Hong Kong Chinese participation in the running of the colony. This, the planners in Stanley felt, could only entrench more deeply the type of loyalty and commitment shown by the Chinese in the colony who had fought, and died, in the ranks of Hong Kong's Volunteer Reserve Regiment. There was of course a fourth planning group that discussed the issue of Hong Kong. This one met in Chongqing in the Europe Department of the National Government's Foreign Ministry. 49 It does not seem to have achieved very much, but the intransigence of the British, who steadfastly refused to discuss Hong Kong either during the 1942 treaty negotiations or notably at the Cairo Conference of Allied Leaders in November 1943, did suggest that there was little point. "We mean to hold our own," Winston Churchill had famously announced in November 1942, and he had not become Prime Minister in order to preside over the liquidation of the British Empire. 50. The plain fact remained that, even in the face of a redoubtable push from President Roosevelt himself, Hong Kong was kept off the agenda. In other areas, the Cairo Conference delivered for the Chinese some firm commitments about the return from Japanese control of Taiwan and Manchuria, and the transfer of Japanese property in China as reparations. Except for the 425 square miles of Hong Kong and Macau's 11, the prospects for a historic reunification of China had never looked better. The Cairo Conference was a singular achievement and at the same time a profound disappointment for the Chinese. It brought international prominence for China as one of the big four Allied powers. But in operational 232 terms, the Chinese did not secure the focus on the Allied China theater of operations that they had hoped for and which might ease the blockade through the reconquest of Burma. Nonetheless, Chiang Kai-shek wrote in his diary afterwards that the conference and the December 1 Cairo Declaration formed the greatest triumph in the history of China's foreign affairs. Not only China, but the whole world treated it as such, he claimed. It was by any standards a remarkable moment in global politics when China's leader participated in the discussions as one of the great Allied powers. Photographs of Chiang, Roosevelt, and Churchill provided a startling glimpse of a differently ordered world. Roosevelt put a great deal of personal effort into making sure that Chiang felt the conference was a success, while Winston Churchill and the British were perplexed and irritated that so much time was taken up with China. The actual military discussions with the Chinese delegation were a ghastly waste of time, thought British Commander General Alan Brooke. 51 But the fact was that an impoverished Asian nation had been included because China was needed at the Cairo Conference if the Grand Alliance was to hold. Churchill still thought it an affectation to pretend that China was a great power. He had no option, however, but to listen to Roosevelt's rhetoric about China's post-war role, and accept Chiang's participation. But when the American president apparently suggested over a private lunch with the British Prime Minister that he might return Hong Kong as a gesture and lease it back, the idea was rebuffed. And an uncomfortable reminder of an earlier era for Chiang would have come when the British ambassador to Egypt, Lord Killen, paid a courtesy call. This was the former Sir Miles Lampson, British minister to China throughout the nationalist revolution. 18 months earlier Killen had surrounded the Egyptian royal palace with British tanks and forced the king to dismiss the government. British policies in China had always been on a continuum with such other naked displays of colonial brute force elsewhere, as Chang well knew, having encountered them in Guangzhou in the 1920s. It was a symbolically mute meeting, in addition, for neither man spoke the other's language. The Cairo Conference proved to be the high point in Sino-American. 233. Relations during the war. Almost immediately afterwards U.S. diplomats began to act to head off grandiose projects from the nationalists to request a massive new loan from Washington. 52 There was simply no reason why any more American cash was needed, and while Chongqing's resistance meant that substantial Japanese forces were held down in China, there was something profoundly disquieting about Chinese attitudes, expectations, and action. Money was the issue all over. For his part, all Cecil Joly had really wanted by 1943 was his pension. The number of foreign employees on the customs service books had been drastically reduced after Pearl Harbor. Not only did Lester Little pay off all the outdoor staff in unoccupied China, the mariners, tidewaiters, and surveyors, but on July 31, 1943 most of its British and American employees in Japanese-held China were compulsorily retired. They were by then mostly in Shanghai's internment camps or had been repatriated. The threat of war after 1931 had prolonged their role in the customs, the onset of the Pacific War terminated it for most men. Little and the dozen foreign senior staff in nationalist China still found themselves serving a useful function for the government. But the rules of the game had changed. The service marked its 90th anniversary in 1944 and Little would read out loud at meetings from Hart's 1864 instructions on the spirit of the service, but this history and that spirit were becoming an irrelevance. The customs was no longer the semi-autonomous, foreign-led fiefdom that it had been even in Sir Frederick Mays's day, and men like Little found themselves having to brush up their Chinese skills, for the language of the service shifted abruptly to Chinese. This left most foreign officers utterly tongue-tied. Little's abiding objective was to secure a fair outcome from the chaos for all of his employees, but particularly for his foreign staff, whose days were quite clearly numbered. For all the high-mindedness of Churchillian imperialism, and the internationalism that others talked, the private details of pensions and payoffs were the reality for those entangled in the last days of institutions like the customs. They 234 wanted what was owed them, and they wanted it in hard currency so that they would not be vulnerable to the artificially low official exchange rate. They would point to their contracts and terms of service. Solipsistic to the last, they failed to notice that there was a revolution underway in China's relations with the West, and that changes in the customs were part of this. Those expectations for proper recompense were to carry little weight in a China free of the treaties, one which no longer needed Cecil Joly and his colleagues. Most people would be disappointed. Employees of the now abolished treaty port administrations would secure no redress until the British government made ex gratia payments to them in the 1950s. The customs fared a little better in time, for Lester Little had some access to hard cash. When Little arrived in Chongqing in 1943, air raids had been growing less frequent. There was less terror, but it was for him still a city of filth and stench and latrines and pigs and sewers, through which he made his way by sedan chair to the office every day. There the Inspector General battled to find funds to feed his staff and their families, 30,000 mouths, as he put it, and cushion them against the continued assault from nationalists in the government. One minister announced in November 1944 that the Chinese staff were all slaves of the foreigner. Little oversaw what revenue was collected, a third of which in 1943 came from legitimate trade with Japanese-occupied territory, as he told the American Vice President Henry Wallace when he visited Chongqing in June 1944 and planned for post-war reconstruction. Most of Chongqing was kept busy, it seemed, either playing the black market, where a $50 piano could fetch $3,000, or preparing for the post-war rehabilitation of China after the defeat of Japan. 53 There was much talk of battle, but little evidence of it. Instead, the discussion was of aid and loans. Would America restock China's fleets with war surplus vessels? Would it provide funds to rebuild harbors, lighthouses, or railways? China was ready to take. It had fought the war alone for 4 years. It was morally owed the assistance, or at least this was how its critics characterized the position of its leadership. The war itself seemed incidental, until in May 1944 the Japanese Army's Ichigo offensive began to split China in half. In the face of 235, the biggest offensive the enemy had yet launched, the nationalist armies, ill-trained, ill-equipped, ill-prepared and ill-led, collapsed. The chaos, misery, and destruction that ensued, as hundreds of thousands of people fled the advance, shocked Jiang's allies to the core. Soldiers abandoned their arms and ran, bandits preyed on the refugees, Hennan's country people, sick of impositions, rose and attacked nationalist soldiers. 54 Lester Little filed away in his private archive a copy of one harrowing report, sent by Luoyang Commissioner Li Donghua, who had led the evacuation of a party of 100 staff and their families by mule cart and then on foot. They were robbed by villagers and bandits, by their cart drivers, retreating soldiers, and even by their own guards. Roads had been washed away. Li briefly fell into enemy hands, saw 2 other captives butchered, and escaped. Of a party of 120 bank officials who set off with his group, only 6 could be accounted for. The Japanese machine gunned those they caught up with, or killed them with grenades. One night the sky was lit by fires from burning buildings and trucks. The scene reminded me of a war picture in the cinema, Li commented. 55 In despair, the Americans pushed for Chiang to effect a reconciliation with the Communists, whose growing strength was headquartered from Yan'an, 500 miles to the north of the capital. This small market town in the hilly northwest was the capital of what had been designated as the Shanganning border region under the terms of the United Front Agreement between the Communists and the national government in 1937. After a battering by Japanese bombers in 1939, Yan'an had largely been left untouched. Communist forces that had survived what they would celebrate as the Long March, their year-long, arduous retreat from Jiangxi province, had arrived in October 1935. Like Chongqing, the town was relatively inaccessible. In Yan'an they had created a model new society and a showcase for their wider vision for China. Their story had first been dramatically told in news articles and a widely circulated book, Red Star Over China, by the American reporter Edgar Snow, who had made his way to the communist base in 1936 from Shanghai. Other accounts quickly followed as journalists and leftist activists traveled to Shanganning. Foreign access to Yan'an in wartime was officially 236. Blocked by the nationalists, however, but those who had been there had published largely uncritical accounts of what seemed to be another China, and another future. In Yan'an there was no corruption. Instead, although poor in resources, there was a highly motivated and tightly organized organization, embedded in local society. Yan'an drew to itself an estimated 100,000 refugees, many of them well-educated and highly skilled men and women who chose to join the communists, not, in most cases, because they were ideologically committed, but because they thought that here was the heart of a real resistance. Many of them were inspired by Snow's book. During his visit to Chongqing, Henry Wallace had persuaded the nationalists to allow official American access to the blockaded region, and journalists also made it. A U.S. military observer group, known jokingly as the Dixie Mission, as it was in rebel territory, arrived in Yan'an in July 1944, ostensibly to use communist networks to extract pilots shot down over occupied China and to provide intelligence. Yan'an's climate was clear, but much more than the fog of Chongqing appeared to lift. It was a different country with different people. There were no police, no beggars, no signs of desperate poverty. There was a sense of mission, an easy intermingling of leaders and led, of men and women. The communists danced in the evenings and the gramophone, remarked one foreign resident, would likely be a lasting symbol for him of life there. There was none of the claptrap of Chongqing officialdom. So reported John Stewart Service, second secretary to the American Embassy, who accompanied the Dixie mission when it arrived. Born in China in 1909 to missionary parents then working for the YMCA in Chengdu, Service began working as a clerk in the Foreign Service in China in 1933. He and his family had lived through warlord turmoil in Sichuan, which provided a further sharp contrast with Yan'an under the Communists. "We have come to the mountainous north," he reported a foreign journalist saying, "to find the most modern place in China." 56 This is the kind of China which I have always hoped to see, reported one former missionary after visiting Yan'an. 57 A New York Times correspondent who visited the city in 1944 reported meeting a man who had fought on the Republican side in the Spanish Civil War. 237. A pastor and former YMCA worker who had graduated from the American-run St. John's College in Shanghai, a missionary-trained doctor from Fuzhou, and many other medical staff who had studied abroad, other Chinese from overseas, and a former seaman who had sailed all the world's oceans. 58 This was the cosmopolitan China that was already familiar. Yan'an offered many such surprises, but these seemed to be people with whom business could possibly be done. The revelations at Yan'an strengthened the impression that many had already gained from the suave diplomacy of Zhou Enlai, who had led the communist mission at Chongqing earlier in the days of the United Front. These were pragmatic people, not doctrinaires. "The Chinese communists are not communists," concluded one of the visiting pressmen, Harrison Foreman. It was a refrain that was taken up by more and more observers. 59 The communists were in fact so pragmatic in Yan'an that they had prepared for the arrival of their Western visitors by embarking on a rapid program of improvements, ordering the replacement of anti-Kuomintang posters and slogans with pro-Allied ones, and setting out very carefully to present a moderate face to the world. It worked. "It was a Chinese wonderland city," joked another journalist in a facetious report about what seemed to be, after Chongqing, a topsy-turvy land. Service and others were not just dazzled by their own first impressions, for they had also sought out informants from amongst the small coterie of foreigners working in Yan'an. One important source was the Briton Michael Lindsay, who was working for the Communists teaching radio engineering and advising on radio communications. Lindsay was well connected. His father was A.D. Lindsay, Master of Balliol College at Oxford University, and a notable establishment figure, and he had come to China in late 1937 as an education advisor at Beijing's Yenching University. He and his wife, Li Zili, had begun to work with the communist underground in the former capital, and then fled Beijing for guerrilla-held territory at the onset of the Pacific War. The couple's trek across Japanese lines to the communist bases was one being made by thousands of students and teachers from Beijing. Unlike other foreigners in Yan'an, and like many of those who made their way there, Lindsay was no communist. He simply believed that any thinking person had a duty to 238. Oppose the Japanese army. Lindsay assisted the communists deliver news reports directly to the United States by helping them design a radio transmitter and starting transmissions on what would in time become Radio Peking. 60 The dispatches of Jack Service broadcast a positive story to the American State Department, one that reinforced the steadily growing disquiet about the nationalists, and in many cases distrust and even disdain. By 1944 few foreign observers believed that the nationalists had any stomach for a real fight. Instead, the government feigned resistance and husbanded its slowly increasing military strength for an expected post-war struggle with the communists. In fact, Chinese troops fought well in Burma, and in the spring of 1945 they had defeated a new Japanese offensive in western Hunan and recovered significant territory lost during the Ichigo campaign in Guangxi province. But the widely discussed corruption of the nationalist leadership inflicted grave wounds on its reputation amongst the Allies. Madame Chang took a floor of the Waldorf Astoria in New York on her visit in 1943. While she was photographed in her furs at the Waldorf, the Communist Eighth Route Army seemed to be taking the fight to the enemy. Well, hardly, noted Peter Vladimirov, Comintern representative to Yan'an, in his diary. In fact, Their strategy was to avoid large-scale combat with the Japanese and focus instead on denying the nationalists access to recovered territory. 61 Some of the reporters urged caution, but it was Jack Service's view of communist capacities that held, and a wider distaste for Madame Chiang and the corruption that she seemed to represent. The war's China theater came under American command, and there was little for the British to do. So they focused instead almost exclusively on positioning themselves for peace, and in this were in sync with the Kuomintang and the Communists. For the British the key aim was to rebuild their empire in East and Southeast Asia, including the reoccupation of Hong Kong, and assume as much of their position in China itself as possible, given that the privileges provided by the 19th century treaties had been lost. The Japanese takeover of Shanghai, and then the internment of Allied civilians there from February 1943 onwards, was a gift. 239. To the diplomats and other leading elements that had long been weary of the burdensome distractions of the pretend Raj that China had provided. There was now no opposition to the return of the concessions to China and the abrogation of extraterritoriality, not that the national government was in a mood to brook any, but the eventual implementation of change could take place without local hiccups. So Jardine Matheson, ICI, and BAT could focus on getting ready to resume their place after the war and secure their Chinese markets, preventing as far as possible those becoming too used to competing products. The most spectacularly successful British operation in China during the Pacific War was the most cynical and revealing of them all. Operation Remorse, run by bankers and traders in uniform for the duration of the conflict, was established by the Covert Warfare Special Operations Executive in 1943. Remorse established a huge black market organization that generated £77.7 million worth of additional resource for British activity in China, a profit, in short, of £2.7 billion at 2015 prices. 62 At issue was the national government's requirement that its allies purchase its FOBI currency at official exchange rates that bore little relation to reality. This meant that when Allied agencies purchased goods in FOBI they cost much more than they would have done in the United States or in Britain. A $5 shovel used in airfield construction cost the Americans $25 in China. They felt they were being bilked, and they were right, but diplomatic representations failed to effect a change in Chinese policy. Any such change would fuel inflation, they were told. 63 So the British for their part decided to bypass the process, which they and others thought simply profited corrupt officials, and to play the black market instead. First they sold rupees and sterling, bank drafts and all sorts of currency instruments, but then started to deal in precious stones, watches, pens and other high-value/low bulk items, and at one point some particularly fine motorbikes. These goods were flown into unoccupied China from India and then distributed through an extensive and efficient network of agents and offices masquerading as outposts of the British Ministry of Production. It fulfilled orders placed as far into enemy-held territory as Shanghai, with goods sourced from as far away as Switzerland and South Africa. The FOBI generated by Remorse was 240. Distributed to British and other Allied organizations for their operational use, which was how officials squared it with, if not their consciences, then at least the rules of engagement. It was used to help ensure secrecy by bribing anyone inside who might be of some use to the British effort in China, and who might be tempted. Softening people was the term used, but smothering might be more apt. It was later estimated that at any one time 6 tons of FOBI notes were in transit in Remorse vehicles. The objective, ostensibly, was also to fund the extraction of intelligence, and to fund what operations the British could manage to undertake. At the end of the conflict Remorse funds were airlifted to internment camp inmates, and into Hong Kong to help rebuild the colony's currency, but running through the internal records of this vast enterprise was also the clear objective of keeping the British flag flying in the war-torn China market. Diamonds were the British businessman's best friend in China, and this staggeringly successful venture, capitalism in the raw, helped these khaki-clad merchants of war to ready themselves for the end of hostilities and the new scramble for China that would ensue. It is hardly surprising, then, that it was during the later stages of the war that Lin Yutang lost his sense of humor. As Chiang Kai-shek had never had one, his own attacks on his erstwhile allies were more predictable. The responses of both exemplify the deep frustration of a wide spectrum of Chinese nationalist thought over the country's apparent position in Western eyes. For their part, in their now increasingly internationally known headquarters in Yan'an, the Chinese Communist Party had never held any such illusions. Most existing accounts of wartime relations between China, America, and Great Britain chart the steadily developing disenchantment of the Westerners with their difficult ally. But this was a process that had its own dynamic on the Kuomintang side as well. The Americans and the British rather hoped that they had wiped the slate clean by signing the new friendship treaties in February 1943, but this was an illusion. Lin Yutang's book Between Tears and Laughter was published in the summer of 1943. It began angry, and stayed that way for 243 bitter pages. There were no jokes. 5 million Chinese soldiers have not died, he wrote, to keep the British in Hong Kong, the booty of the 241. Opium War. The British had deliberately starved China of resources by acceding to Japanese demands in 1939 to close the Burma Road, its sole logistical lifeline once it had lost the coasts, and by now focusing on regaining their own Southeast Asian colonies first, before supporting the China front. The British, he charged, even refused to allow the national government to develop its own air force. America was little better in Lin's eyes, as in the earlier days of the conflict it had allowed shipments of oil and scrap iron to Tokyo to bomb Chinese women and children. 64 His cynicism about British war aims was hardly unusual, and widely shared within the U.S. government in fact. It was also a perfectly sound understanding of British aims. Lin was also bitter about the hypocrisies of the Atlantic Charter's elision of colonialism. Roosevelt and Churchill committed the Allies to respect the right of all people to self-determination, but this was not intended, certainly by the British, to apply to the European empires. Lin also took his argument further, developing a rejection of the West itself, aside from its science, and its materialistic civilization. Still, Lin allowed that all you need to do to make an Englishman a gentleman again is to ship him back west of the Suez Canal. So there was hope for England. Meanwhile, China should see its allies for what they were, arm and strengthen itself, and then nothing the Western nations can do can stop her or keep her down. Pearl Buck and Richard Welsh, her husband and their joint publisher, had urged Lin to maintain his earlier, funnier, persona, in communicating Chinese perspectives, as a Chinese, to a Western readership. But Lin had tired of performing as the wise and witty sage, and like many in China, had tired too of the allies. Shrill, abusive, and intemperate, ran the New York Times review of his book. Lin was smug, condescending, and self-righteously superior. It was, however, in many of its observations about British war aims and the pre-Pearl Harbor appeasement policies of the Allies, entirely spot on. 65 Lin could be dismissed as a lightweight, and as a cultural but not a political critic, and more space was given to reports and commentary on the corruption and authoritarianism of the Kuomintang. Concerns about this were not assuaged by reports on the tone and content of Chiang Kai-shek's political credo, delivered in a book published in March 1943 and designed for reading by party and government. 242. Officials and students and school children. China's destiny outraged the diplomats in Chongqing. The British produced translations and synopses that they shared with the Americans, and reports flew to London and Washington, and out to the press, about what was characterized by some as a manifesto that could have been produced in any of the dictatorships. 66 Its anti-democratic tone was less problematic for the British than its sustained critique of the record of foreign and particularly British imperialism in modern China. More than half the text was a lesson in retelling that history. Jiang's book began with an account of the Manchus and their weakness in the face of the foreign onslaught. The succession of unfair treaties, and the depredations of the cosmopolitan collection of powers that sought advantage in China, were rehearsed in detail, while the injustices of the concessions and the international settlement in Shanghai were all itemized. These were places, he argued, in which gambling, prostitution, narcotics, and gangsterism flourished, which could hardly be denied, in which speculation was king, and which had destroyed any respect for law on the part of the Chinese people. China's destiny was a signal that the surrender by the British and Americans of their privileges was not going to be the end of that story. Imperialism's impact on China served too important a function for Chinese nationalists. And this was not enough, as the book also seemed to lay claim to a greater China than was currently controlled by the Republic, including Tibet and Mongolia, and it seemed to suggest continental Southeast Asia too, and all areas shaped culturally by Chinese civilization. Plans to print an English edition by the British Ministry of Information were quickly shelved. "I never saw a more pernicious use of history for political reasons," wrote the historian John Fairbank in his diary, "a tract unworthy of a statesman." Another reader, Robert Payne, judged it disturbing and intolerant. 67 The book outraged liberal intellectuals and leftists in China as well, who distanced themselves from it as far as they safely could. Yet the episode provided further fuel for those of China's allies who were beginning to question whether a country led by the Kuomintang was worth saving, or could in fact be worked with in the post-war world. 243. More shocking were reports of widespread corruption throughout the Kuomintang state, and amongst some of those close to the Generalissimo, as well as of murderous repression by its secret service units, which was hardly restricted to the streets of isolated Shanghai. If Franco provided the text, Himmler seemed to be running the intelligence services. Such reports were presented as warnings by diplomats on the spot and by such high-profile China commentators as Pearl Buck, most pointedly in a May 1943 article in Life magazine, which up till then had been vociferous like all the loose press in its support for Jiang's China. 68. The point that took everyone by surprise, however, was that the Kuomintang remained committed to an anti-imperialist agenda, and at the same time aspired to regional predominance. If anyone had been actually listening to China's diplomats in the 1930s, this would hardly have been so unexpected. It had been rehearsed at the League of Nations and repeatedly during and since the party's rise to power. The impact of this ideology, deployed through Jiang's book, but more widely in the educational and other vehicles used to mobilize the Chinese in the war against the invader, was also magnified by the more cynically deployed anti-imperialist rhetoric of the Japanese and their collaborator regimes. Anti-imperialist nationalism might well succeed in shipping Englishmen back west of Suez, but the Westerners would leave their culture and values behind, as occupied Shanghai had seen. The city's particular forms of social and cultural modernity would remain embedded: the cocktail, the ballroom, gossip about Jackie Coogan, the canodrome, and jazz. In June 1945, with the end of the Pacific War just a few weeks away, a perfectly Shanghai modern event took place in the Grand Theatre. Li Xianglin had the lead part in a jazz symphony, inspired by George Gershwin, and composed by a conscripted Japanese musician, Hattori Ryoichi. The musicians came from the former SMC orchestra, and were in the main Russians and Western European Jewish refugees. The symphony finished with a section that provided China's first taste of a boogie-woogie beat, heard in a modernist hall designed by a Hungarian architect, and sung by a Japanese woman born in Manchuria. 69 Such a quintessential melange of influences, cultures, and people would outlast the war, but there was growing opposition. 244. To hybridity. A body of thought was developing, and finding expression in Lin Yutang's book and China's Destiny, that identified the problem of China as being not imperialism but the West itself, that disease not of the skin nor the heart but of the soul. It was not Western power but Western culture that had despoiled the essence of 5,000 years of Han Chinese history, and humiliated, degraded and enslaved the Chinese. As Lin Yutang put it, in his own introduction to the official English translation of China's Destiny, published in January 1947, there was a need for cultural and moral reconstruction to accompany political revolution. From such seeming platitudes, great horrors would yet evolve. 245. 8. Foreign experts. The former concession areas in Guangzhou on Shamian Island had been restored to their pre-war calm and beauty by the end of 1947. Some tensions existed where foreign property owners had been unable to remove politically well-connected Chinese tenants who had moved in when the Japanese had surrendered, but most had regained possession. Inflation and import restrictions notwithstanding, the outlook looked positive enough for National City Bank of New York to reopen its Guangzhou branch on the island to join some 80 foreign firms operating in the city. There was talk of turning the area into a cultural center, as the infrastructure developed under the former Xiamen Municipal Council was so robust. Less prosaically, its magnificent camphor trees inspired one of the staff at the British consulate to poetry that found an outlet in the pages of the South China Morning Post. One visitor remarked, a quiet place, where it is always Sunday morning. So it was a shock, then, when on Friday, January 16, 1948, a large crowd surged across the bridges to the island, pushed aside police barricades and surrounded the British consulate. An attempt was made to pull down the Union Jack that flew in its grounds, and then bricks and garden ornaments were thrown at the windows. Before troops restored order 2 hours later, the consulate had been invaded and set alight, the consul and vice-consul hiding from the violent mob under their cook's bed before escaping. The offices of Chartered Bank and Butterfield Swire were also set on fire, and the flames could clearly be seen 3 hours later as reporters rushed in on flights from Hong Kong. The consulate flag had been pulled down on Shamian, but the marchers were actually demanding that it be pulled down in Hong Kong. 246. Down with British imperialism, they shouted. Return Kowloon and Hong Kong. A wave of student-led protest had erupted nationally after the colonial authorities in the British colony had started evicting some of the 2,000 people who had set up shacks on the site of the former walled city in Kowloon. For months there had been controversy about these squatters, as the British saw them, but more importantly there had been dispute for decades about who exercised sovereignty over the 6.5-acre district, which before the extension of the leased territories in 1898 had contained the local Chinese government offices. The Chinese authorities had always maintained that their jurisdiction had been retained within it. The British rejected this claim, and had fitfully asserted their own over the years, but had been careful as they did so. Rather than turn the land over to urban development, as Kowloon grew rapidly during the interwar period, they had aimed at using the site to create a park, and in the 1930s had evicted the several hundred people who had made homes there. After the war, as refugees again moved back across the border, the walled city, shorn of its walls, the stones from which were used to build the airport runway, attracted new residents. Despite protests from the Guangdong authorities, the colonial government, still set on its park, and intent on asserting its authority, sent in bailiffs protected by armed police holding placards reading "Disperse or we fire" to evict the residents from their jerry-built city and destroy their matchwood cabins. English-language newspapers joked that the invasion used one gate as a point of attack and was so well choreographed that it looked like an assault by a Roman legion. The police faced token protests, but found slogans pasted on the walls: "Respect our sovereign rights, protect our property, let us unite together to protect our sovereign rights, let us unite as one to face the outsider, recognize who is our enemy." "Where is this tearful little miss to go?" asked one local Chinese paper over a photograph of a child with the remains of her house. The squatters moved straight back in, and they raised China's flag. The police had bungled the whole thing, claimed the colony's governor, and as a sometimes violent standoff developed in Kowloon, outraged students across China, in Guangzhou, Shanghai, Tianjin, Nanjing. 247. Foreign experts and Beijing answered the call for help. At Tianjin, activists demanded that all students in North China protest against this British atrocity. At Shanghai, Jiaotong and Tongji universities went on strike. In Nanjing, protesters assembled outside the British Embassy, the Chinese Foreign Ministry and other government buildings, calling for the return of Hong Kong to Chinese sovereignty. 3 posters reading "Resist Imperialism"
remove imperialists, down with imperialism were pasted up on foreign-owned business buildings and hotels by some of the 10,000 strong crowd that demonstrated along Shanghai's Bund. They carried China's flag and also chanted anti-American slogans, chalking slogans on U.S. military vehicles and only dispersing when representatives were allowed into the British consulate grounds to present a petition to staff. "Get out, you dirty British, and get out, you dirty American beasts" were painted with pitch on the walls. So the slogans defied easy removal by laborers sent to scrub them away, but the sentiments were now indelibly written all over China's political scene. "We never expected the burning of the consulate," said the perplexed British consul later. "The world is at peace and we are situated in a friendly country. The war of resistance is over," one Guangzhou group announced. "The unequal treaties have been abolished, but British imperialists invade our territory again and wound our compatriots, and the Shaiji massacre is not yet avenged." 4. The British abandoned the initiative in Kowloon. Gangsters moved into the political vacuum before a fire in 1950 destroyed the rebuilt shantytown. The authorities in Guangzhou and in Nanjing blamed communist agitators for the Shamian riot. In fact, events had been organized by a nationalistic faction within the Kuomintang that aimed to harness anti-imperialism as a diversion from China's domestic turmoil, and embarrass TV Soong, the provincial governor. It had all got out of hand, for the country was awash with protest and discontent, of which the brief outburst in January was a potent manifestation. The events were certainly fomented, concluded American officials, but the sincerity of the demonstrators could scarcely be doubted. 5. The civil war with the increasingly strong and very confident communists was not going well, and the day before the events on Shamian communist forces in the northeast had launched what became a decisive offensive. 248. In their struggle to consolidate a hold on Manchuria. But perhaps it was made most definitively clear that the Kuomintang's party was truly over when even the taxi dancers of Shanghai rose up in protest later the same month. Shanghai cabaret interests had been resisting by whatever means they could a nationwide ban on dance halls that should have come into effect in September 1947. This ban was partly fueled by continuing moral disdain for the modern commercial leisure world in general, and partly by a drive to impose austerity on an economy spiraling out of control. Dancing was deemed an extravagant luxury in the midst of a civil war and galloping inflation. Prices in Shanghai in January 1948 were almost 20 times what they had been a year earlier, and they were just getting into their stride. 6. But the ballrooms were employing about 200,000 women and men by late 1947, and had barely paused even when bombs and bullets flew. And what else could a dancer do? "I have 8 mouths to feed," one protester explained. "This is a death sentence for us," cried another. "We don't want to become prostitutes," they shouted. By the end of the day a mob from around an estimated 5,000 protesters had stormed the municipal government office that was tasked with enforcing the decision, and comprehensively wrecked it. Riot police had to quell the disturbances, and a few of those involved were put on trial and jailed, but from April 1 the order was repealed and the ballrooms opened again. 7. The government would have to tolerate a city that danced as China burned. The reports with their photographs of rioting dancers provide one of the more arresting vignettes of Civil War China, and a telling one, demonstrating how this still relatively new culture was embedded into the urban leisure world, how much a feature of the economy it was, and also how it still had many opponents who abhorred it. This violent carnival of the dancers in Shanghai on January 31 was also symptomatic of the by now fragile hold on power of the Kuomintang, and the exasperation with the times even of those within a world that hardly had a political culture. Yet even though all China was in this state of febrile uncertainty, the country's future had once seemed better than ever back in August 1945. Chiang Kai-shek had finished the war as leader of one of the big four powers, allied in victory and 249. Foreign experts. Shaping and commanding the new world order of the United Nations. His prestige was never higher, despite the intensification of criticism from his partners overseas, not all of which had been sotto voce,
and a general unraveling of foreign confidence in the regime in the latter part of the conflict. 8. The national government had never been militarily stronger, and it had regained Chinese sovereignty over Manchuria and colonial Taiwan, and over the Japanese concession districts. It brushed aside all remaining foreign territorial claims except British Hong Kong and Portuguese Macau, and reinforced the abolition of the unequal treaties when it came back into possession. At a local level it had blithely failed to honor its handover commitments, and the wartime Japanese organized fait accompli stood, with no compensation for employees or creditors of the former foreign concessions and settlements. Even private foreign firms found it very difficult, as they had feared, to get their plants and businesses back. The costs for China of resisting the invader, and of pinning down 1 million Japanese soldiers and a sizable part of the enemy's war machine throughout the Pacific War, had been horrendous, but the gains in August 1945 looked to have been immense. China stood proud and tall, a genuinely independent state with few equals, its humiliations, dismemberment and junior status removed. In barely 4 years of civil war all of this was lost. The national government fled to Taiwan, established a provisional capital of the Republic of China in Taipei, and prepared, fruitlessly, to recover the mainland. As the Chinese Communist Party proclaimed a central people's government of a People's Republic of China in October 1949, the Kuomintang began intensifying what became a violent purge within its ranks of those suspected of having helped it lose China 9 in the United States and Europe. A different shakeout took place, personified in Senator Joseph McCarthy's witch hunt for those alleged to be communist agents or sympathizers who had facilitated this shattering world historical event. Amongst the targets of what became a widespread crackdown on the American left were the Institute of Pacific Relations and critics of the Kuomintang government within the State Department. John Service, who had uncritically championed a U.S. engagement with Yan'an, was hounded for years. Liberals and leftists were swept up in a profoundly anti-democratic 250 clampdown, even as genuine Soviet spies were also uncovered. 10. The Cold War chilled the democracies, but in Asia there was more than frost. It was an active and dangerous armed conflict, pitching forces from America, Britain, and 14 other member states of the United Nations against Chinese troops and Soviet pilots in Korea from 1950 to 1953. At one point in 1951 American planes inadvertently bombed a Russian airfield near Vladivostok. And Chinese supplies, training, and advisors were deployed in support of the Viet Minh in the independence war against the French, who were in turn aided by the United States. Helped by the Soviet Union, which declared war on Japan on August 8, 1945 and invaded Manchuria, the Chinese Communist Party had grown as rapidly in confidence, strength, and support as the nationalists equally steadily and swiftly shrunk into themselves. No amount of mediation or U.S. military or financial aid could save the nationalists from their own disunity, timidity, and incompetence, and from their spirited, determined, and fiercely well-organized, well-disciplined and increasingly well-armed opponents. The Kuomintang's terror apparatus, assisted and equipped by America, continued as violently and seemingly arbitrarily as ever, but for all its murderous vigilance it wreaked its greatest harm on the national government's cause. Its extra-legal killings, such as that of the poet and scholar Wen Yuduo in July 1946, with American silent revolvers, one of his friends noted, shortly after he had delivered an impassioned, angry elegy at the funeral of another victim, were symptomatic of its viciousness, and its looming failure. "How many days are left for you?" Wen had declaimed. "You're finished. It is over for you." 11. With the Japanese surrender had come the long-prepared-for scramble to secure an advantageous position in China. Communist forces, now calling themselves the People's Liberation Army, immediately moved out of their bases and rapidly doubled the territory the party held. But American troops landed in Tianjin to take over from Japanese forces in the north, and then 110,000 Kuomintang soldiers were airlifted to Nanjing and Beijing in U.S. aircraft to secure them. From North China the nationalists advanced along the railways into Manchuria, taking over the cities as the Russians pulled out, cities shorn of all industrial plant except breweries,
distilleries. 251. Foreign experts and cigarette enterprises, reported one American observer, for their occupation troops had needed supplies of those. But the communists had ferried tens of thousands of troops across the Bohai Gulf from Shandong, and while U.S. mediation efforts brought the two sides to the negotiating table, the Manchurian countryside largely fell under communist control. Chiang Kai-shek committed his forces to a strategy to hold the cities, but the communists, who steadily increased their forces, besieged these. The civil war waxed and waned, and was interrupted by US-brokered ceasefires. The communists lost Yan'an, but then largely gained Shandong. In the winter of 1947 they launched an offensive that firmly consolidated their hold on Manchuria, cutting off the cities by destroying the railway lines along which they could be resupplied. Perhaps 200,000 civilians starved to death in the besieged living tomb of Changchun before it fell to the PLA in September 1948. With it fell any hope of retaining Manchuria. Quickly following their advantage, the communists thrust southwards. No longer a guerrilla force, this was now a battle-hardened, well-trained, and well-equipped army, and it routed, or suborned, the demoralized Kuomintang forces. In January 1949 the PLA seized Beijing, Tianjin, and most of eastern China north of the Yangtze River. In May it crossed the Yangtze. 12 crushed on the battlefield, an army of 500,000 men destroyed, the nationalists went into retreat. A population weary after nearly 2 decades of unremitting conflict turned towards the prospect of a peace under the communists, most giving the party at least the benefit of the doubt. The Chinese people have stood up. Mao Zedong stated at a meeting 3 weeks before the proclamation of the new state in 1949, but this claim, of self-reliance, self-determination, and self-liberation, was rhetorical, not analytical, and what the Chinese Communist Party's victory ushered in was not an era of total self-reliance, but initially just a change of partners, and a new phase in the attempted development of China in collaboration with foreign allies and foreign experts. It was out with the old and in with the new, and at the same time China went to war against the West, delivering a series of stunning victories over the US-led United Nations forces in Korea. Against the backdrop of the end of the war, and the triumph of the 252 Chinese Communist Party, we can examine the history across the middle of the 20th century of initiatives to aid China. Never had a country been on the receiving end of such a diverse range of official and private ventures that aimed to help it develop, or reconstruct itself after decades of civil war and foreign invasion. 13. The costs of these good intentions were high. They were at the same time welcomed, although guardedly, by the Chinese state, and resented and then repelled for reasons of realpolitik and national pride. In this sphere, as in many others, there were more continuities across the change of regime in 1949 than there was rupture. Philanthropic and humanitarian initiatives first developed that were embedded in the missionary world. These were then augmented by political, educational, military, and scientific missions, by private relief initiatives organized by charitable foundations, and then by the activities after the Second World War of the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. The seizure of power by the Chinese Communist Party ushered in a new era of sustained cooperation with the USSR and the Communist Eastern Bloc states. Foreign experts flooded in who spoke new languages, or spoke in old tongues but with the new jargon of socialist internationalism and fraternity. In many ways, however, they were as paternalistic, condescending, and self-serving as any of those they replaced. In July 1960, as relations between China and the USSR cracked apart, this fresh set of foreign experts was abruptly withdrawn. Scores of projects were left unfinished, and with the exception of only a few allies, China was only then genuinely alone for the first time in a century to determine its own path. From the outset of the establishment of the Western presence in China in the 1840s, the notion that an enhanced foreign presence would somehow aid the country had been present. Diplomats and merchants talked glibly about how commerce would inexorably enrich the country, if not raise its level of civilization,
as Europeans and Americans conceived and took it upon themselves to judge that standard. More trade would make the state strong and prosperous, and the people too, while ignorance, superstition, and cruel social practices would decline. Protestant missionaries, who had embarked for China on the earliest ships, aimed to aid the Chinese to salvation. 253. Foreign experts. And to recast Chinese society itself through Christian precepts and values. Most of those traders would talk whatever highfalutin tosh would further their interests, and many missionaries were focused on a rapid salvation of the souls of individuals alone. But the notion of them all bringing a wider benefit became a rhetorical necessity for those defending the foreign enterprise in China, or lobbying for its expansion beyond the first 5 treaty ports, and then the greater though still restricted number opened after 1860. It was in many places a sincerely held belief nonetheless. Sir Robert Hart, who had assumed effective control of the Imperial Maritime Customs Service in 1863, placed the uplift of China at the heart of his mission for that service, which as a result came to oversee a wide range of projects. Although he directed a secular agency, Hart was a profoundly religious man, and this also shaped his view of what he ought to try to achieve for China. The Customs Service delivered its core functions, it assessed duties and managed the process by which goods arrived and left China. But it developed as a cabinet of experts for the Qing, and a recruiting board for expertise that the state lacked. In the 1860s this mainly focused on activities that would strengthen the military capacity of the state, but its reach grew far broader. It supported translation projects, an interpreter's school, and public health, medical and scientific initiatives. It built lighthouses, charted rivers and harbors, and established a Western-style post office. 14 customs commissioners busied themselves out of hours with development or educational projects, with campaigns against foot-binding, or projects to counter female infanticide, the latter two being issues that loomed large in the foreign imagination. Only good, surely, could come from this, for all concerned. For pragmatic reasons, parts of the mission enterprise developed medical and educational initiatives from quite early on. At first, this was simply a way of securing audiences. Pity the hospital patient with a headache. Waiting rooms at missionary clinics were never quiet, for they were sites that held moderately captive audiences, who then became targets for evangelical exhortation. Children at mission schools learned their lessons, but also their hymns and prayers, and Christian codes of conduct and modes of deportment. The development of social gospel thinking in the later 19th and early 20th centuries led 254 to an intensification of such activity as an end in itself and its expansion into other spheres. Hospitals, schools, and colleges themselves started to become important sites of missionary endeavor, not as adjuncts to mission, but as the prime vehicles for Christian activity. The YMCA was the major force in a steadily widening portfolio of educational, social, and industrial initiatives. 15 as the most widely dispersed facet of the foreign presence, with a Protestant presence in over 95% of China's counties. For example, missionaries had also been ideally placed to respond to crisis, and to lobby through their international support networks for aid during episodes of famine or flooding. 16 Their high-profile involvement in the Shandong Famine Relief Committee during the 1876-9 North China Famine, or the International Famine Relief Commission in 1921-2, amongst others, helped embed missions further into the public life of Qing and then Republican China, and also reinforced the place of secular activity within the world of mission work. 17 The late Qing reforms and those of the early Republic had also seen the efflorescence of foreign advisors and experts. 18 Robert Hart had formerly been unique, not being a diplomat, in having the ear of senior officials. But by the 1920s every government office seemed to have its advisors, and the game of empires in China also became the game of planting such experts in this office or that one. It became a fixture of loan negotiations, and lay at the heart of the colonization of the central state apparatus that was explicit in Japan's May 1915-21 demands.
In 1914 there were Dutch, German, Italian, and Japanese finance advisors to the Chinese government, and American and Japanese constitutional experts. The Ministry of War had a German, Japanese, and French expert, and the Ministry of Communications was advised by the Germans, French, and Danes. The former Times correspondent, Australian George Ernest Morrison, had the ear of President Yuan Shikai, and another Briton, former Shanghai International Settlement Police Chief C.D. Bruce, provided advice on police matters. The government's legal advisor was Belgian. 19 There were other advisors at provincial levels and in lower offices of state. They all watched each other's advisors like hawks, noting the possible advantage that might accrue to the state or that one. Some of these men were genuinely committed to their role, some. 255. Foreign experts did their jobs professionally enough, others bided their time and accrued their often generous salaries. The 1920s and 1930s were the golden age of opportunity for advisors and experts, which saw high-level placements organized by governments, and freelance operatives touting their expertise to any two-bit general who would pay them. Foreign experts secured well-paid sinecures in the central state, appeasing their diplomats, and a range of overseas military and other experts accounted for their own share of the resources of the competing militarists, including the Kuomintang itself. At one extreme, Sir Francis Aglan, Hart's successor, effectively held the purse strings of the Republic, and he was therefore, inescapably, a man whom presidents listened to. At the other end of the spectrum, men like Frank One-Arm Sutton brought cynical greed and much experience to bear on military tactics, and in his case, a devastating refinement of the trench mortar for Zhang Ziulin's armies. 20 This melange of refined and vulgar expertise continued into the era of the national government after 1927. German military advisors were vital to the training of the national government's army after 1933. Soviet, Russian and then volunteer American pilots, the Flying Tigers, flew against the Japanese invaders. The British collared the Navy. American Arthur Young served as a senior government economic advisor from 1929 onwards, but a Bank of England mission, nonetheless, helped reform the national currency in 1935-6. 21 Like his predecessors, Chiang Kai-shek would make purely symbolic appointments for political reasons, but also maintain a diplomatic balance of power. In 1936 the British still held the customs service, and foreign advisors from the United States, France, Germany, Austria, and Yugoslavia held important posts in 5 of the ministries, the Americans holding by far the majority of the jobs. 22 advisors could be the subject of rancor and dispute, and they could also be withdrawn. The German military mission was terminated at Japanese insistence in May 1938. 23 The sour wartime saga of U.S. General Vinegar Joe Stilwell's relationship with Chiang Kai-shek, the Peanut as the American too publicly nicknamed his superior, has had many retellings. Appointed Chiang Kai-shek's 256 Chief of Staff in January 1942, Stilwell lacked the patience needed to make the relationship a success, let alone real experience of leading in the field. Strategic differences and operational disputes, set against a wider context of intra-allied political fractiousness, were compounded by personal animosity. In Stilwell's case this was generously apportioned. The British and their commanders, notably Louis Mountbatten, were as much a target as Chiang, but Stilwell did not instruct his deputy to make contingency plans to assassinate Mountbatten, which he did in Jiang's case. In September 1944, President Roosevelt demanded that Stilwell be appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Chinese Armed Forces, an impossibly humiliating and unrealistic idea. Stilwell was then abruptly withdrawn. 24 Expediency could make for stranger partnerships. The Japanese China Expeditionary Force Commander General Okamura Yasuji seems to have started advising the Nationalist Defense Ministry on anti-communist strategy almost immediately after surrendering his forces in 1945, a role that was formalized in Taiwan in 1950. 25 Many of these men, without exception men, were influential in their spheres. 26 Outside the immediate orbit of the Chinese state, meanwhile, grew another large sector in which foreign philanthropists and humanitarians helped shape Republican China, building on the pioneering social gospel, educational and medical initiatives of the missionaries. One facet of this was shaped by policies dealing with the legacy of the punitive indemnity imposed on the Qing as part of the 1901 Boxer Protocol. This was designed to compensate the foreign powers for the costs of the military operations and the occupation of North China, and to compensate for losses of property and in lives. Customs revenues were to pay for the loan taken out to make the indemnity payments. But the indemnity was based on luxuriously generous estimates, twice as much as could possibly be reasonable in the American case, and was almost immediately regretted by some of the diplomats. In 1908 the U.S. government approved a reduction of the sum demanded by almost half, and, as a great deal of it had already been paid, the redirection of the remainder to educational initiatives. 27 At first these focused on the program to educate Chinese students in the United States, and to establish a college, which later. 257. Foreign experts became Tsinghua University, to prepare them for their studies. This scheme would take Hu Shi, for example, Lin Yutang, and Theodore Tu across the Pacific, among a final total of some 22,000 students who were scattered across the continent. 28 In 1925 these arrangements were revised to create a China Foundation for the promotion of education and culture. Among the initiatives it funded were the establishment of the National Library of China, a doubling of the resources available to the National Geological Survey, and wider capacity building in scientific research and teaching across a range of universities, as well as fellowships for academic visits overseas. Unusually for a foreign-funded body, this was wholly in the hands of its distinguished board of Chinese trustees. 29 At the same time the British were moving to remit their own portion of the indemnity, diverting the greater part into a new Chinese government purchasing commission to procure infrastructural equipment from the United Kingdom, to fund scholarships at the University of Hong Kong, and establish a Universities China Committee in London to support academic exchanges. 30 Other contracting powers similarly established educational, scientific, or cultural programs, or developmental schemes that directed the spending to their own industries. The National Palace Museum, the newly established central government research institution known in English as Academia Sinica, and a score of universities and other educational institutions in China, received support. 31 None of this was in the slightest bit disinterested. Remission aimed to take the sting out of nationalistic objections to the continued servicing of the underlying debt, and prevent unilateral renunciation of the commitments, and the impact which that could have on markets. But in each case the projects were designed to further cultural diplomacy objectives, or to lock China into purchasing relationships that benefited the home markets of the countries concerned. And these foreign soft power programs had the perfect virtue of being paid for by China itself. The ability of the Qing and its successors to make their own spending. 258. Decisions was sharply constrained. Initially, the repayment commitments reduced the available revenue left to the state by just under one-half, but even as that proportion declined, the hypothecation of customs revenues to debt servicing severely hampered the state. It was later argued, facetiously, that this was all for China's longer-term good, given the propensity of the militarist-controlled Beijing government for unproductive military expenditure that simply fueled further civil conflict. But the Boxer indemnity degraded the sovereign autonomy of the Chinese government and was a source of rumbling discontent. The cumulative effect of this significant investment into the cultural, scientific, and educational sphere was huge, nonetheless, even if this was in many ways simply a continuation of the great game of appointing advisors by other means, and on a different scale. Such programs created, it was hoped, ties of affinity and language and an American or a Japanese or a British-facing elite, with whom business could be done and understandings reached. The experience of study overseas certainly did not always endear students to their hosts, not least as racist U.S.-Chinese exclusion laws, the only immigration legislation in U.S. history that discriminated on the basis of perceived race,
were not repealed until 1943-32, but in general, connections were certainly made that persisted, and institutions were created or supported that had a profound impact in China. This state-driven initiative dovetailed with private sector investment. By 1921, Protestant mission societies had founded over 250 hospitals, 9 medical colleges and 14 universities in China. 33 But missionary work was never well funded, and hospital was in many ways an aspirational description for many of the institutions concerned. In contrast, by the time the United States ordered a trade embargo with the People's Republic in December 1950, the private Rockefeller Foundation had spent $55 million on Chinese projects over the previous 4 decades. 34 The objective was the gradual development of a system of scientific medicine in China. 35 It had supported some 75 Chinese institutions, hospitals, universities, and colleges, providing foundational support for departments in the natural sciences, sociology, economics, agricultural and soil science, public health, and rural. 259. Foreign experts. Reconstruction. Initiatives such as those led by the social reformer James Yen at Dingxian, or agronomist John Lossing Buck at Nanjing University, received important investment. Beijing's Yenching University secured about a quarter of its budget from the foundation in 1927-37, and Tianjin's Nankai University was another important legatee. The foundation's own funds were a legacy of the Rockefeller family's controlling interest in the Standard Oil Company, which until 1909 had a near monopoly on the market in the United States, and which had made for John D. Rockefeller a private fortune greater than the entire U.S. federal budget for 1913. The Standard Oil Company of New York was the largest American company operating in China. It had also secured possibly the strongest secular role in domestic understandings of the U.S. presence in China through Alice Tisdale Hobart's best-selling 1933 novel Oil for the Lamps of China, and its 1935 film adaptation. Saucony's success was derived from its innovative marketing practices in China, but it was also, of course, a beneficiary of its extraterritorial status, and from the low tariff that was embedded in the mid-19th century treaties. Rockefeller gave, but like the Boxer indemnity programs, though less directly, Rockefeller took. 40% alone of the foundation's China expenditure had gone on an endowment for its flagship Peking Union Medical College, opened in 1921 on a large site half a mile from the Forbidden City. More funding had gone to the college for its annual operating costs. PUMC was another foreign model institution, a lavishly funded medical training and research hospital, embedded within a state-of-the-art hospital. Its patients were ordinary urban residents of Beijing, but Sun Yat-sen's terminal cancer was diagnosed there, and it was the site of the autopsy performed on his body, his first funeral service, and of the embalming of his body in 1925. Chiang Kai-shek and Song Meiling had been patients. The college was established on a grand scale in a former imperial palace complex, with new buildings in an adaptive style that was becoming predominant in missionary architecture, melding some facets of Chinese architectural design with the European/American norm. The architect Harry Hussey had been particularly inspired, he said, by the British legation complex. 36 The college had initially been established in 1906 by a 260 consortium led by the London Missionary Society, American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions and American Presbyterian Mission. Yet Rockefeller funding transformed this from the workable but mediocre standard that was generally the norm in underfunded missionary institutions into something quite out of the ordinary, even by international standards, a Johns Hopkins for China, an elite institution. There was nothing adaptive about PUMC's mission, which was to serve as an exemplar of scientific medicine for China. It established a standard of work to which all other schools in China must reach, it was declared, not least if they wished their graduates to join it. PUMC conducted some world-leading research, and trained an elite cadre of doctors, 313 of them by 1943, and it refreshed and updated the skills of a greater number of mid-career missionary and other doctors from across China. 37 It was viewed by one Chinese observer, even at its dedication ceremony, as privileging quality, and not quantity, and if it had only one student, that student was to be a sound one. 38 This elitism was both a virtue and a problem. How appropriate PUMC's mission was, given that it soaked up a tremendous proportion of Rockefeller Foundation support, remained a controversial point over the course of its history of working in China. Its graduates moved into influential and leading positions in China's health sector, but their uphill task there was not aided by the foundation. Barely 3.6% of Rockefeller funds went to Chinese institutions. And PUMC's expatriate staff, in particular, were well paid and well housed, living lives in their palatial self-contained island, with its own power, gas, and water supply, not too dissimilar to those that could be enjoyed by comfortably well-off merchants in the model settlement at Shanghai. The director lived in the sole remaining building of the original Manchu Palace complex, but with all modern conveniences. 39 Despite explicitly being cast as a model institution, PUMC also evaded national government medical and educational regulations that required Chinese nationals to be the directors of all such institutions. PUMCs were merely nominal. The Board of Trustees did not have substantive independence until the later 1940s. It was an American institution, run from the United States, and its endowment was invested there. All had been in agreement at PUMC's formal opening and 261. Foreign experts. Dedication in September 1921 about the virtues of scientific medicine. 40 But why, others argued, should that science be directed by foreigners, and was it appropriately directed to serve China's needs? One of those asking this question was the physicist Zhu Kaiyan, one of the second batch of American Boxer indemnity students, who had arrived in the U.S. in October 1910, his queue newly shorn off by a Japanese barber in Shanghai. Zhu eventually graduated with a PhD in meteorology from Harvard University in 1918, and by then was already a leading figure in a group of young nationalist students who had established the Science Society of China, a body that aimed to save the nation through science. He would return home to direct a new institute of meteorology at Academia Sinica, become the president of Zhejiang University in 1936, and after 1949 would serve for over 2 decades as one of the leading science administrators in the People's Republic. 41 Zhu pioneered the use of Chinese historical texts to reconstruct the country's climate history, but he would find it quite impossible to secure copies of the much more recent data generated by an agency of the Chinese state, the Foreign-led Maritime Customs Service. A 1931 account of his institute and its work had argued that unless it could freely draw its observation material from a weather reporting organization under its own control, it eventually will be forced to play a very subordinate role in the development of synoptic meteorology. 42 The quandaries of nationalism included the struggle over science. Robert Hart had offered the resources of the Customs Service to science, as defined and represented by the British Royal Society, in 1873, and the prime outcome had been the development of China's first meteorological network, based at the stations and lighthouses of the customs. 43 This systematically harvested data for research, and grew to be incorporated into an East Asian storm warning system. The institution with which the customs collaborated closely for over 60 years was the observatory at the Jesuit Zhikao College in Shanghai, which was at once part of a global network of research institutes run by the Society, and part of an overlapping system of scientific bodies working for the French colonial empire. 44 This was an effective arrangement, for its time, but, as Zhu would later point out, its research and its forecasting served only China's 262 maritime economy, and thereby and overwhelmingly the interests of foreign coastal shipping and ocean-going trade. There are strong parallels with PUMC, which also seemed focused on Western scientific priorities, and not on China's developmental needs, as identified by the Chinese. China, it could be argued, needed public health campaigns, or midwives, not a cadre of specialist physicians. From their inception, the meteorological work of both the Customs and ZKEI Observatory had been clearly bound up with the foreign presence in China, and remained so into the 1930s. The observatory conducted pioneering research into typhoon systems that primarily affected maritime communications. But China's wider problem of the recurring vulnerability to extreme weather phenomena, which caused drought or flooding, was not addressed by the Jesuit scientists. How might China be better prepared to cope? Meanwhile, ZKEI broadcast daily weather forecasts in Russian, English, and French, but, extraordinarily, not Chinese, and its institutional patrons were entirely foreign, comprising the French Navy, the Shanghai French Concession Authorities, the government of French Indochina, the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and various foreign shipping companies. And of course these organizations and authorities expected some return for their patronage. The French Navy received twice daily weather forecasts and contracted the Jesuits to carry out geophysical surveys on its behalf. In the 1930s, data were still routinely sent to the Central Observatory in Tokyo, and even after the outbreak of war in 1937, to the Japanese naval authorities in Shanghai. 45 In a sphere that was increasingly seen as vital to national defense, the privileged access of foreign military organizations to potentially sensitive data generated by a Chinese government agency was a contradiction that was no longer tenable. No state could tolerate this, but China had to. On coming to power, the nationalists were committed to imposing their authority over meteorological work and to channeling the data collected into the service of China's needs. This was part of a wider program of the marshalling of natural resources, development of strategic productive capacity, and scientific research, all aimed at building up the military capacity of the new state. 46 Cutting-edge meteorological research and weather forecasting were to be taken out of the hands of foreign-run observatories and placed under the 263 foreign experts control of local and central government. But China's patchy sovereignty obstructed its developmental ambition here as elsewhere. While they continued to apply pressure, the meteorologists worked around their difficulties, as nationalist agencies had in other areas, in this case establishing meteorological stations independently of the customs, which were also much better equipped. 47 ZKEI Observatory, rather than being heartened by this progress, was clearly alarmed by the government's plans. It had in the late 19th and early 20th centuries been at the forefront of meteorological research in China, had managed to gain privileged access to raw meteorological data, and the Jesuits had even represented China at congresses of the International Meteorological Organization. Unwilling to see its standing eroded, ZKEI's director even proposed in May 1937 that the League of Nations finance the establishment of a nationwide meteorological service in China under Jesuit control. The proposal came to nothing, but it is indicative of the otherworldliness of such foreign institutions, shared with those who dreamed of a Shanghai Free City, or who argued in all seriousness that the British concession at Tianjin was a neutral country during the Pacific War. 48 The war brought all these problems to the surface. In the face of the Japanese occupation of Beijing, some PUMC students and staff made the trek to the southwest and to what became the Southwest Union University. Most famously, the entire nursing school team walked out of the city and 1,000 miles south to Chongqing in 1942. But most faculty stayed put. As an American-owned institution, the college remained untouched by the Japanese until Pearl Harbor, when teaching ceased, only resuming 6 years later in 1947. Many of those who relocated kept themselves aloof from developments. PUMC students mostly came from wealthy families, and had been educated in missionary colleges. They could afford the fees, which were 5 times those of study at government or other schools. More than half of the graduates studied abroad for a while after graduation, and in total about half of them went into medical teaching. PUMC's comfortable confines encouraged the monastic isolation of this elite cadre from the world outside, and the emerging wider infrastructure of health in China. And while the ratios of foreign and Chinese staff changed from a rough equality in numbers in 264
1925 to 6 to 1 in 10. By 1940 to 41, foreign nationals still dominated half of all senior positions, and only in 1947 was a Chinese appointed director. PUMC was hardly rooted in its Chinese soil, and it lacked legitimacy as a result. 49 ZKEI faced escalating political problems in the aftermath of the war. The politicization and militarization of meteorological work, which was a global phenomenon, and the heightened nationalistic tone of wartime and post-war life, meant that Chinese government agencies were keen to protect their own spheres and reclaim sovereign rights where these were seen to be imperiled. The foreign presence in the customs service was an obvious target after 1941, and only the need to sweeten potential foreign aid donors, and thereby secure resources for the reconstruction of China's shattered maritime infrastructure, kept any foreign nationals in the service at all. Senior appointments of foreign staff were still being made after Lester Little took over, such as the Briton E. A. Pritchard to the post of Shanghai Commissioner in June 1946 for just such expedient reasons, despite a chorus of public criticism. The finance minister T.V. Soong was critical of what he reportedly termed such narrow chauvinistic nationalism, but the regime could certainly deploy just that weapon when it wanted to, and it remained wholly committed to its nationalist principles. 50 ZKEI also provided an obvious target, and was the subject of conflict in 1947 with the nationalist government's Central Meteorological Bureau. In February 1947 the observatory was ordered to close to maintain national rights, but although it had to bow to the national administration and was placed under the orders of the Shanghai Meteorological Bureau, Chinese control remained incomplete. 51 As they streamed back into the liberated cities in the late summer of 1945 after the Japanese surrender, the nationalists had scrambled to help themselves to what they found there, devastating fragile economies in a wave of confiscations and extortions. Foreign businesses had had to fight to get their properties back. These had been seized by the Japanese in 1942, and so in 1945 passed into the hands of nationalist enemy property administrations. In the immediate aftermath of the surrender, the Japanese military as well as criminals, the distinctions collapsing rapidly, systematically looted what they could find. 52. 265. Foreign experts. Formally, or informally, nationalist officials made hay from their positions of power, a favorite quip being that they quickly set about securing for themselves a round quintet of confiscated possessions: house, car, gold, cash, and women. This was just the start. Once the essential comforts of an official's life and marks of his status were secured, they also took mill, shop, dockyard, and factory, and caches of any goods that they could get their hands on, and of the hundreds of thousands of tons that now started to arrive. The post-war international relief effort in China became a byword for graft and corruption on a previously unheard-of scale, even for China. 53. Politics also intervened. Why, the Chinese asked, should horse racing resume in the heart of the city? It was an activity intimately bound up with the old order of concessions and extraterritoriality. It cannot have helped that the chairman of the race club was Cornell Franklin, an American lawyer and sometime chairman of the Shanghai Municipal Council. Racing never resumed. 54. Most firms eventually succeeded in reacquiring their assets. However, the Civil War years and the hyperinflation brought great strains to labor relations, and to the business of operating in a battered and divided country. While nationalist officials arrived from Western China to help themselves, some 2,200 foreign nationals from 38 different countries also started arriving to work for the largest single aid initiative that China had ever seen. The United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, working through its Chinese partner, the China National Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, provided roughly $520 million worth of supplies and services to China from January 1945 until the end of the program in December 1947, the greater part of it provided by the United States. 400 Chinese would travel overseas for study and training. Hundreds of foreign staff were seconded to Chinese state and NRA positions by UNRWA. 55 Over 2.4 million tons of material was shipped in, 3/4 of it through Shanghai. Jealous to preserve its newly acknowledged sovereignty, the national government demanded that the work be done under Chinese administration through NRA. 266. And not by UNRWA directly, and political tensions persisted in this vein throughout its lifetime. This figured even in its name in Chinese, Xinzhenyuan Shanhojiji, the Relief and Rehabilitation Administration of the National Government Executive Yuan. The biggest source of controversy, however, was around corruption, and alleged incompetence. Aid rotted in Shanghai warehouses, or was taken out and sold on the market in Shanghai to feed the city, while Hunan Province starved, and Life magazine published photographs of an unfolding catastrophe that affected 33 million people. Officials sold NRA flour to restaurants, and soldiers seized what they wanted. A rice shop owner smiled for Life's photographer, as a starving child begged in front of her. 56. The whole of Shanghai is living on UNRWA supplies, claimed the British writer and lecturer Robert Payne in 1947, and the smell of corruption pervaded the local NRWA office. 57. We used to say, quipped one Chinese academic later, that NRWA stood for China never really received anything. 58. This was unfair. NRWA, for example, had a significant impact on the rehabilitation of the area that had been devastated by the 1938 breaching, on Chiang Kai-shek's orders, of the Yellow River dikes. It prepared the way for the redirection of the river back onto its former course, and re-establishment of farming in areas also harried by the 1942-3 Henan famine that claimed an estimated 4 million lives. 59. UNRWA certainly delivered in China, but it was also beset with profound logistical problems, exacerbated by the fact that China's transport infrastructure had been all but destroyed during the war. However, it did not always even attempt to deliver beyond the ports. The Shanghai businessman Lu Hongsheng and his Cambridge-educated son Lu Nianyi, for example, secured influential positions within NRWA through cultivating U.S. intelligence connections with a view to the advantages that would accrue. They were skillful and adept administrators, and worked voluntarily, but at the same time UNRWA ships were directed by Lu Nianyi to wharves controlled by his family's enterprises, which also gained preferential access to equipment and materials that helped the Lius rehabilitate their own business. 60. It was hardly surprising that NRWA secured a poor reputation. In the course of its history it would see the arraignment. 267. Foreign experts. Of its chief cashier, deputy director, and chief secretary, who all faced criminal prosecution over their handling of supplies or finances. 61. UNRWA itself admitted to having to conduct a very large number of investigations into alleged abuses, but the number of prosecutions was ultimately small. Most abuse went unchecked. 62. Foreign staff were not exempt from such charges either, but the problem was greater than this. While reserving his sharpest thrusts for Kuomintang officials, one bitter, American-educated NRWA provincial director nevertheless had this view of its foreign staff in late 1946. A few are good men, but most of them are tourists, who want to see China. They do precious little work, but enjoy the drinking and dancing of Xiamen. Some are crackpot idealists, example a welfare worker who proposes to weigh every baby and examine its food under a microscope. They are attempting to deploy Park Avenue ideas in a Chinese country village, he claimed. 63. Those who were not humanitarian tourists included former staff of the Foreign Concession Administrations and American and British ex-employees of the Chinese Maritime Customs. Arguably they had good local experience and connections, and perhaps, although this should never assumed, some knowledge of its languages. But the shuffling of former servants of the dismantled infrastructure of foreign power into the aid sector hardly sent out the right message, and it was a source of controversy with the national government. Superior attitudes amongst staff seconded to Chinese agencies were criticized in UNRWA's own wrap-up report. 64. The dissident former U.S. Foreign Service officer George W. Kerr summed it up as simply the latest but not the last of a century-long series of American philanthropic attempts to improve the conditions of the Chinese people. 65. It was the secular culmination of the social and philanthropic work of the missionary enterprise, and of the Rockefeller Initiative. Part of UNRWA's remit was to work to repatriate foreign refugees in China, including Europeans and overseas Chinese from Southeast Asia, and it worked alongside the U.S. military's massive Operation 268. Beleaguer, the program to transport Japanese military and civilians back to Japan. There was a great movement of people generally after the Japanese surrender, and the size of the foreign presence was steadily whittled down. The staff of the foreign concessions and settlements generally had to leave, as very few found alternative employment. The foreign contingent in the customs service further declined rapidly in numbers. Some of the foreign communities were shipped out en masse. Shanghai's December 1945 population of 72,500 Japanese were expelled in the course of the following year. This was a less bloody and bitter experience than that of the Manchurian Japanese. 179,000 died there in the year following the defeat from starvation, disease, and brutality, almost 1 in 5 of its civilian Japanese residents. Almost 70,000 Japanese servicemen also died. 8,000 British Indians from the disbanded foreign-run police forces were repatriated swiftly. Up to 4,000 Russians took up Soviet citizenship and sailed to the USSR. A good number were then shipped straight onto the Gulag. Over 5,000 German Jewish refugees secured U.S. entry visas in 1946, and almost 3,000 gained access to Israel in 1948-9. The most bizarre episode involved the transport in early 1949 of almost 5,000 stateless, but clearly more cautious, Russians to the Philippines, where they remained encamped in US-issued tents on Tubabao Island, some for up to 2 years before gaining clearance to move to Australia or the United States. 67 Urban China's polyphonic chorus started its diminuendo. Those who remained had to get used to living without privilege, specifically without extraterritoriality. Britons and Americans now found themselves on a legal par with other foreign nationals resident in China. They were at least subjects of the victorious Allied powers, but all were now equal in the eyes of Chinese law. One explosive difficulty, however, was the fact that the large official American presence was not, diplomatic and military personnel were excluded. A significant test for the new order was the trial of a Hong Kong-born British Eurasian, Charles Archer, for the murder in August 1947 of a Chinese black marketeer, Yu Shengxiao. Archer and an accomplice, a U.S. Marine, Thomas Malloy, had been involved in bullion deals with Yu, and he had been shot dead. Each blamed the other. Malloy was court-martialed, and jailed for 269. Foreign experts. Life, a sentence that was to be served in the United States. Archer, who had coincidentally been on an earlier occasion the last Briton jailed under the old extraterritorial system on December 2, 1941, was tried and convicted by a Chinese court. First Briton on murder charge for 173 years ran one headline. Archer was also sentenced to life imprisonment. A British official pronounced the proceedings extremely fair. But Archer received a harsher sentence than Malloy, a British commentator later claimed, for it was to be spent in a Chinese jail. It was, in fact, to be spent in a Chinese jail built by the British-dominated Shanghai Municipal Council. 68 manslaughter and murder cases had long been incendiary points of conflict over the decades before extraterritoriality had been imposed. Perceived injustices from the 1820s and earlier were regularly called in as evidence by the defenders of extraterritoriality. But there was little that could be complained of in the Archer verdict, unless it was the fact that in Britain, in all likelihood, he would have been hanged. A greater problem proved to be the continued immunity of American military personnel. Few cared about a criminal like Yu Shengxiao, but when a Peking University student from an elite family background, Shen Chong, was raped by a U.S. Marine Corporal, William Pearson, on Christmas Eve in 1946, it sparked a massive nationwide protest. 69 The American military presence was already under fire for the ill discipline and poor behavior of its troops in China. They were associated with black market dealing, like Malloy, drunkenness and street violence, and prostitution. The stock image of the Jeep girl filled newspaper caricatures, young Chinese women who consorted with these relatively rich and uncouth foreign soldiers. Comparison was even made with the behavior of Japanese troops, and officially inspired campaigns against Jeep girls had already been launched during the war, with the women serving, for many, as a proxy for an attack on their American companions. Although Pearson was court-martialed and given a 15-year sentence, this was nullified on appeal in the United States. The fact that he was not tried by even a joint Sino-American commission, that he eventually went free, and that the defense argument had painted Shen as a willing partner, deeply angered nationalists. The then Peking University. 270. President, Hu Shi, begged the students not to confuse the legal problem of jurisdiction with the political problem of the presence of American troops. But they did. The Communist Party was also shrewd in its political use of the case, as it was over the killing of a rickshaw puller in Shanghai a month after Yu Shenxiao's death. The crime in Beijing and its handling were of immense and long-lasting importance in the fashioning of a new image of the United States in China. Not only did America support Chiang Kai-shek's government, but its soldiers were drunks, brutes, rapists and murderers. The Kuomintang had failed to protect China's sovereignty, and it had failed to protect Shenzhen. The arrival of communist forces in Shanghai on May 25, 1949 prompted the immediate flight of some foreign nationals, but others left in a more orderly fashion when the blockade of the Yangtze River imposed by the Kuomintang allowed, providing material for iconic photographs by Henry Cartier-Bresson, who left with them. Catholic priests, bearded, long-gowned and solar-topped, made their way to the USS General W. H. Gordon in September 1949 in Shanghai, others took their final rickshaw trip to the docks. 70 But many thought this would be business as usual, and just another change of government. Foreign businesses and most of the private sector had seen several such changeovers, and had always adapted. The largest foreign firms, sometimes initially quite gracelessly, had generally managed to establish workable if not amicable relationships with the Kuomintang. Standard Oil and British American Tobacco, for example, had agreed voluntary tax payment arrangements that they had no obligation to do under the treaties. BAT was China's single largest taxpayer in the 1930s. 71 There seemed to be no reason why the transfer of power in 1949 should be any different. Moreover, an influential vein of analysis presented the Chinese Communist Party as agrarian socialists, not doctrinaire Marxists. The Americans were officially more wary, and to avoid imperiling staff, and so as not to court insult, the State Department ordered the closure of all but their Shanghai and Tianjin consulates in the summer of 1949. 72 The troops that padded into Shanghai in their soft-soled shoes on May 25, 1949 looked harmless enough. Cartier-Bresson caught telling moments with his Leica camera as country boys and urban sophisticates looked at each other, and 271. Foreign experts. As soldiers of the People's Liberation Army stared bemused at shop windows filled with American-made refrigerators. With almost indecent haste the British government formally recognized the new regime on January 6, 1950. They have trade to offer, reasoned the Foreign Office in marshalling its case in October 1949 for the British cabinet in favor of the decision, and we have an immovable stake in their territory which can only be maintained by trade. 73 The Kuomintang had now no capacity to recapture the mainland, from which it had been all but driven out. The British had never really liked Chiang anyway, as he, of course, had certainly never liked them. With measured calm the Central People's Government noted the announcement, pledged itself to establish diplomatic relations with all friendly powers, and then went profoundly silent. The character of the odd dialogue that did eventually ensue was that the British assumed their relations with China could be viewed and developed as a bilateral state-to-state arrangement in the usual manner of diplomacy. The British had recognized the Central People's Government, and really, they argued, what more could it want? It was impossible, however, for the Chinese Communist Party not to view the British presence as imperialist, and as the residuum of the century of the exercise of foreign power in China.
The entire relationship with the Western powers was viewed through this prism, at once intensely ideological and at the same time deeply nationalistic. They might or they might not develop a working state-to-state relationship. But first the new government had to dismantle the remaining infrastructure of imperialism, expunge as far as possible its influence and, as Mao Zedong put it to Stalin in June 1949, its lackeys, and prevent any possible re-establishment of an imperialist presence. 74 That had its tangible side, the Shanghai Club, the Cathedral School, ICI's headquarters and factories, the North China Daily News, but it had its life in the Chinese mind and Chinese society as well. The United States was less than happy about the British recognition. It held to its mission to support the Kuomintang, to which it had committed vast amounts of aid, credit, and material assistance, and a great deal of goodwill. UNRWA had been followed by the 1948 China Aid Bill, which was to be a continuation of that effort, and an attempt to help resolve the political crisis by providing 272. A respite, as President Truman called it in February 1948, from China's immediate economic crisis. In total, America calculated that it had provided $1.6 billion in grants to China between 1945 and March 1949 in military and economic support, and a further $400 million in credits. United States policy was aimed at materially assisting the national government, whilst it tried brokering a compromise between it and the communists. Successive missions had been undertaken in this vein, most notably by General George Marshall in 1945-7, but no progress was made. The United States had no stomach for active military intervention, and did not think its strategic or even its economic interests required it. But it also did not wish to withdraw entirely from supporting a partner of such long standing, despite the painful contrast with nationalist officers provided by the communist cadres and soldiers that American Foreign Service officers in China itself started to encounter in the liberated areas. Nor did the United States want to disengage from supporting the significant elements in the Kuomintang and liberal establishment in whom it placed greater faith than in Chiang Kai-shek and his security state. But its vision was clouded by an idealistic paternalism that owed little to any understanding of its own complicity in the history of the foreign degradation of China after 1842. American policy initially owed much instead to the power of the loose press, and the cultural hold of the vision of China and the Chinese as presented there and by the missionary lobby, and encouraged by China's wartime publicity machine in the United States. The power of the influence of 1,000 missionaries home on leave every year, talking, lecturing and writing about China, the impact of years of publicity by China United Relief, the major umbrella wartime aid organization in America, and the influence of Pearl Buck's work, and of MGM's The Good Earth, all had secured a place for China in the American imagination that could not easily be reconciled with abandoning its people and their fine and ancient culture to a new tyranny. The Chinese Communist Party's explicit alignment with the USSR simply added to the difficulties of finding a pragmatic policy, but in August 1949 the State Department released its China White Paper, a massive survey of its relations with China that was designed, in the words of one of its authors, to call the dogs off from the China. 273. Foreign experts. Lobby, and, in its eyes, exonerated from responsibility for the loss of China. The blame for that lay instead with the national government. The United States could have done no more. And in January 1950, Secretary of State Dean Acheson announced that America would not even intervene to defend Taiwan from attack. 75 The nationalists had lost the mainland, and they would not be helped to retain Taiwan. The communists feared a foreign counterattack nonetheless. They would probably seize major coastal ports, Mao thought, and garrison them with large forces. In May 1949, Mao had claimed that British Navy vessels were operating with the Kuomintang and had inflicted great losses on the PLA-76. This was almost certainly a reference to the Amethyst Incident, the last overt Western military action in Chinese territory. The frigate HMS Amethyst was shelled and disabled by PLA troops near Zhenjiang on the Yangtze in April. 3 other ships attempting to reach it had been beaten off by artillery, with the loss of some 30 men. HMS Amethyst spent 100 days pinned down before making a successful dash for the sea that became a legend of British late imperial daring. Meanwhile, Shanghai's Hongqiao Cemetery had seen 2,000 foreign residents assemble on April 23 for the burial with full military honors of some of the dead. A Royal Air Force flying boat flew past in salute. This was the last time British rifles were fired in Shanghai, and that British Empire servicemen paraded there. All the rituals of a century of treaty port life were consciously performed for the final time at Holy Trinity Cathedral, on Shanghai's streets and in the cemetery. 77 but trenches and ditches were also being dug, and barricades erected nearby for an armed defense of the city by the nationalists. The last train out of Nanjing arrived that same morning, and reports quickly followed that communist troops had entered the capital. The Royal Navy pulled out of Shanghai the following day. The last American military personnel left 2 days later. It was time to be gone in more ways than one. Foreign reporters found that popular opinion in the city largely applauded the PLA attack on the British ships, for the foreigners who had kicked the Chinese around for 100 years had finally got what they deserved. The American ambassador John Leighton Stewart also noted the 274 undertone of national pride amongst Chinese over the incident. 78 Even in the midst of civil war there was time for satisfaction in nationalist circles at the defeat that their enemy had inflicted on the once high-riding Royal Navy. Characteristically, the British would themselves deftly extract a victory from this defeat for naval pluck and valor, and the Amethyst's crew would parade through London to the sound of cheering crowds in November that year, but it was a ragged and unsettling end to almost 110 years of military supremacy and confidence in China. Counterintuitively, the new regime achieved the withdrawal of the rest of the foreign presence, that immovable stake, largely by not allowing it to happen. This process has been described as hostage capitalism. Foreign enterprises were ordered to continue working, forbidden from laying off staff, instructed to raise wages and benefits, and prevented from closing down. 79 At first the new regime simply lacked any capacity to run the territory it had occupied with any attention to detail other than that which was vital for consolidating its power. It needed to prevent an economic collapse, and prioritized the resumption of production and the building of the ties needed to stimulate this with China's business circles, whatever their nationality. Gradually, as conditions and its personnel allowed, it took a more active stance. The onset of the Korean War and the imposition of an American trade embargo on December 2, 1950, and a freeze of all Chinese assets in the U.S. 2 weeks later, changed the game. In retaliation thereafter, American-owned institutions were steadily expropriated, and foreign enterprises generally found conditions hardening against them. Zhou troubles, for example, had multiplied when the Communists took over the city in May 1949. On December 12, 1950 it was formally taken over by the Communist authorities, and fully incorporated into the Shanghai Meteorological Observatory. Is there a meteorological service in China? Stalin asked Mao in December 1949. It should be established, he continued, on receiving a negative answer. Well, Zhu Qian would claim in 1951, there had been one, but the entire system had only ever served Zhou, and that served only Anglo-American shipping interests. All of this foreign activity, Zhu later wrote, served only the economic interests of the foreign. 275. Foreign experts. Imperialist powers and their assault on China. It was not until 1949, he continued, and significantly not until the takeover of the Zhou Observatory in 1950, that the cultural aggression of the imperialist powers on the meteorological front was terminated. ADPUMC operated as normal, initially, but the remaining overseas staff found, as others did in foreign-financed institutions, that their colleagues and students were the focus of political mobilization efforts that began to target the position and actions of foreign nationals, as well as their history. With the onset of the war in Korea and the development of a Resist America Aid Korea campaign in July 1950, foreign colleagues became the targets of denunciation meetings, and on January 16, 1951 PUMC was nationalized. An American researcher there, Malcolm Bierson, was arrested in July on trumped-up charges of being a spy. He would not be released for 4 years. As the anti-American campaign grew more intense, the criticism grew wilder. PUMC had been a center for espionage, an exhibition claimed the following year, and the foreign staff had used Chinese patients as guinea pigs in medical experiments. It is still an open question how many Chinese were murdered. 81 PUMC and ZKEI were high-profile seizures of autonomous foreign institutions that had secured influential or commanding positions within their spheres in China. The moment of their enforced takeover was contingent on the rapidly evolving Korean conflict, but was also the logical culmination of a decades-long process of rights recovery, and the expansion of the concerns and reach of the central Chinese state. Even the best-intentioned foreign experts and helpers still operated within a paternalistic framework of relations with China. Humanitarian endeavor there was hardly alone in this, but the preeminence of nationalistic politics made it acutely vulnerable. Pragmatism kept useful foreign institutions in operation, however, until national defense or other considerations became paramount. After all, as the Japanese had found during Shanghai's isolated island period, it was far better to have the costs involved met by others, if they remained willing to shoulder them, and better to retain the capacity provided, than to close it for purely political reasons. Nationalism had its pragmatic side. Actual confiscation or nationalization of foreign institutions had 276. Not in fact ever been the norm. Rarely did the state, nationalist or communist, seize foreign assets. The major exceptions had been war-related, the post-1917 and post-1945 seizures of enemy property after the declaration of war on Germany and Austria-Hungary, and the Japanese surrender. But it was also true nonetheless that the wider context for the takeovers of PUMC and ZKEI was the steady thinning out of the foreign presence in China nationally after the establishment of the Central People's Government. By late 1951 the great majority of Western nationals had left China. After this only one British company, Shell, and 2 banks, remained operating in the country. Everyone else had gone. This was a complex process that was shaped by the economic priorities of the communist regime, and by the Korean War. There was no immediate rupture, and the expectation of all sides was that connections would persist, although some British, French, and United States officials were deported and their consulates forcibly closed. A course had now been set that led to China being isolated and self-reliant as almost never before in its history. Foreign consulates closed as a result, but also because of hostile pressure from the new government. In turn, these closures reinforced the drift away of their former charges. Having rebuilt their torched building in Guangzhou, the British closed it down in early 1953, and it joined the consulates at Chongqing, Xiamen, Kunming, Qingdao, Nanjing and Wuhan that had been sold off a year earlier. 82 The official foreign presence in China was sharply whittled away. But there were 2 singular exceptions to this pattern. Hong Kong and Macau remained under colonial rule. "I am not interested in Hong Kong," Mao had told foreign reporters in 1946. There would be enough to do in China. Later messages stressed that as long as the Chinese in Hong Kong and Macau were not ill-treated, then the new regime would be, for the present, content to allow the status quo to persist. Both colonies would have vital economic and diplomatic roles to play for China, and they would be bases through which it could also extract intelligence. As the PLA occupied Guangdong province, its commanders were careful to avoid any confrontations. The takeover of the border posts on Hong Kong's northern boundary on October 17, 1949 was a tranquil affair, although there was more. 277. Foreign experts. Tension in Macau as refugees and fleeing Kuomintang soldiers poured into the tiny colony. 83 The economic roles envisaged for both cities became even more important with the onset of the Korean War trade embargo, but this tolerance had its limits. In 1952, when the Portuguese government bowed to American pressure and toughened border controls to comply with the embargo, the Chinese responded with a series of violent military actions on the border and a blockade that led Lisbon to back down and argue for Macau to be exempt. In 1955 the colony's preparations to mark its 400th anniversary were abandoned in the face of Chinese pressure, postage stamps were pulped, and construction of a monument to Sino-Portuguese friendship was stopped. Chinese displeasure in this instance was communicated informally but tersely through Hong Kong's governor, who assumed that it was also meant for him to note, and through powerful local intermediaries who largely ran Macau behind the scenes. Both colonies were far too useful to China for it to allow their foreign rulers to endanger the status quo through maladministration or through too ostentatiously performing any pageant of colonial triumph. One sector of the foreign establishment in China had always of course been centrally committed to its own eventual redundancy and withdrawal. Protestant mission societies aimed in theory to establish self-supporting and self-governing churches, after which they would have no major role to play. In practice missionary culture had often become bound into the wider world of colonialism internationally, and in China had relied on extraterritorial privilege and the infrastructure of foreign power. Elements within this diverse world, one estimate counted 109 different societies active in 1949, displayed all the assumptions associated with the life and culture of the secular foreign establishment. Missionaries lived European or American-style lives in foreign-style houses in gated compounds. 84 Those working in the more secularized sphere of mission activity in medical, social, or educational work might be difficult to distinguish from the foreign personnel of treaty port institutions. Do missionaries ever get lice? One communist cadre was reported asking. 85 Did they really sacrifice themselves for their beliefs? Undoubtedly, missionaries would reply, who had their martyrologies to hand listing their dead at the hands of boxers, bandits, and communists, but they were on far shakier. 278. Ground when it came to charges of complicity in empire, and of cultural imperialism. Their own language hardly helped. Calling their 1922 survey of the missionary presence the Christian occupation of China had been problematic even then, but the language of the church militant was taken literally by its new enemies. An oft-repeated description of the pioneering American medical missionary Peter Parker, that he had opened the gates of China to the gospel at the point of a lancet when Western cannon could not heave a single bar, was the first item raised in the vitriolic public indictment of foreign staff at Lingnan University in Guangzhou at a denunciation rally in December 1950. 86 There had never been any shortage of self-criticism. Pearl Buck was the most prominent critic from within the mission world. Is there a case for foreign mission? She asked in a controversial 1933 pamphlet. Her conclusion, only if the talking and the preaching stopped and there is Christian, social, action instead. The student anti-Christian movement of the 1920s, the upheavals of the nationalist revolution, and the assertion of Kuomintang state power in education and healthcare shook this branch of the foreign establishment like no other. As a result, a steady process of reform within churches and religious institutions had been taking place since the early 1920s, with Chinese Christians moving to take leading roles, but by 1949 the foreign mission communities were still large. Most societies and most individual missions believed that they could ride out what they thought to be just one more in the sequence of China's changes. In most instances the initial transition to communist rule across the country went smoothly as far as Protestant missionaries were concerned, but this was not to last. In seeking clarification of their status within the new dispensation, Christian organizations came to understand that they needed to distance themselves quite definitively from foreign missions and in fact from any foreign connections. Meetings with Zhou Enlai in May 1950 set out the broad parameters. They must dispense with any financial support from overseas, and any subordination to foreign nationals. This was articulated in what became known as the Christian Manifesto, published in July 1950 and drafted by leading figures in the Protestant churches, which placed Christianity firmly within the history and potential future of 279. Foreign experts. Imperialist aggression against China. Christianity had been related to imperialism, and so Chinese Christians needed to disassociate themselves from foreign connections. The vehicle that emerged from these self-criticisms and that aimed to divest Chinese Christianity of the imperialist stain was the Three Self-Patriotic Movement, established in 1951, which required churches to be self-financing, self-governing, and self-propagating. 87 In the churches, schools and colleges where foreign missionaries worked, the situation was already more brittle and turning difficult, and for their Chinese colleagues, it was increasingly dangerous to continue the association. In an atmosphere of denunciations and paralyzing suspicion, the London Missionary Society decided in September 1950 to withdraw completely by the end of the following year. In December, the China Inland Mission announced that it would evacuate all staff, almost 1,000 workers and their families. On January 18, 1951, 20, mostly missionary, colleges funded from overseas were appropriated by the government. The missionary withdrawal rapidly became an undignified rout. There was a singular exception. The Catholic Church had no intention of pulling out foreign nationals. Its adherents in China were far greater in number than those of the Protestant churches, and it had a far longer history there. Its response was militant and confrontational, and it was savaged as a result. Scores of foreign priests were arrested. In echoes of 19th-century tumults, Irish, Canadian and French nuns who ran orphanages in Nanjing and Guangzhou were pilloried, tried, and jailed for neglect of their charges, and then deported. 2,000 babies had died at Guangzhou in 2 years, it was alleged. Are we back in the bad old 19th century days of rumors of infanticide and of pogroms? Perplexed diplomats asked, and are we reliving the 1870 Tianjin massacre of foreign nuns and other outbursts? 88 The papal nuncio, Antonio Riberi, was expelled from China in September 1952, the only foreign diplomat who was forced out of the country. He left a church that was split, and hit by wave after wave of repression. Other sectors of the foreign presence had a better time of it, though experiences could still be rocky. Government regulations controlled the withdrawal of foreign nationals whatever their role in China had. 280. Bin. For businesses, however, exit visa controls were used to keep foreign staff in place. Overseas head offices had to start remitting funds to China to cover operating costs, and their branches or subsidiaries were even forbidden from taking on loans locally. In factories and offices, new labor union activity, and a potential politicization of every action, every foreign fault or perceived slight, led to confrontations. Chinese enterprises had similar experiences, except that Chinese nationals also faced the murderous dangers in 1950-52 of a series of campaigns against counter-revolutionaries and others. This drive began in March 1950, targeting in particular former Kuomintang members, although the category was quite vaguely defined. A wave of terror engulfed historical counter-revolutionaries, rumor-mongers, and collaborators with imperialism, and many other categories. It could encompass any member of the Kuomintang, or nationalist state functionary, any associate or employee of a foreign firm or other institution, including religious ones. The state provided quotas for executions, Mao Zedong arguing that the new regime would need to execute no more than about 0.1% of the population, although in many localities this target was significantly exceeded. The figure of the nationalist special agent, nearly always wearing a fedora hat and looking like a Chicago gangster, was dominant in the language and poster campaigns. Spy fever gripped the country. Nationalist guerrilla forces were certainly still fighting on within the country, and raiding the coast with active American covert support. 89 But most of those consumed by the Genfan campaign were not guerrillas, nor were they Tuwu. The most chilling episode for foreign diplomats was the trial and public execution in Beijing of 2 alleged foreign spies, one Japanese and one Italian, for leading a supposed American plot to try to assassinate Mao Zedong. The message was clear: no one was safe. 90 Shanghai's Canodrome became notorious as a site of the most spectacular phase of the crackdown after the Japanese surrender. The Greyhound racing continued throughout most of the occupation, but ended with the return of the nationalists. The ballroom stayed open, the stadium hosted sports events, the American Army and Navy teams had kicked life back into the pitch in a December 1945 derby. 281. Foreign experts. In October 1950, patrons could still dance away in the ballroom to the boogie-woogie sounds of a nine-piece jazz band led by Taeyong, the Trumpet King 91. But on February 21, 1951, new regulations of the People's Republic of China on punishment of counter-revolutionaries were issued. Large-scale initiatives were launched nationally involving mass arrests, mass trials and mass executions. On the night of April 27, Shanghai police pounced, arresting 8,000 people. The following afternoon, in front of a crowd of 10,000, 9 big counter-revolutionaries were arraigned one by one in a pen on the sports field where Shanghai's foreign communities had played soccer, and around which the dogs had run. Now, instead, running dogs, of imperialism, were vilified and the crowd demanded the death sentence. The men were shot the next day. An estimated 2.8 million people listened to the proceedings on April 28 as they were relayed by radio into workplaces, schools, and homes. Another 285 people were tried at the Canodrome on April 30, and then immediately taken away and killed in front of large crowds. News reports abroad lit on the sanguine use of what had been a leisure venue. It also housed a three-self rally on June 10 at which leading Christians aggressively denounced their former foreign missionary co-workers. 3 weeks later, the same venue hosted a mass rally to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the founding of the Chinese Communist Party. 92. A campaign against the triple evils of corruption, waste, and bureaucracy in late 1951 was then joined in February 1952 by a quintet of evils: bribery, theft of state papers, tax evasion, cheating on government contracts and stealing economic information. There was little these campaigns could not be thought to cover, and in the context of the Korean War these were also considered to be counter-revolutionary crimes, and treated as such. 93. 3,000 people were executed in 1951 alone in Shanghai. The government itself announced in 1956 that 800,000 people had been killed nationally. If they had not been killed, Mao Zedong later told an audience, the people would not have been able to raise their heads. 94. On the surface, though, the foreign landscape looked much the same. Expatriates still played golf at the Hangzhou Links. 95. The North China Daily News published its centenary number in August 1950. Felicitations came from the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, Jardines, Chartered Bank, Lever Brothers, and ICI, as well as more locally rooted firms, Arnholds, the Shanghai Land Investment Company, Kelly and Walsh. Capstan Navy cut cigarettes were advertised. Pan American still publicized its Stratosphere Clipper flights. A later issue of the North China Daily News printed advertisements for the Cathay Fur Store, Christmas gifts from Hall and Holds and Whiteaways, caviar from Gastronome, Christmas cakes from Bianchi's, pianos at San Lazaro's. Church services continued, and the Royal Asiatic Society still organized public talks. Clark Gable, Myrna Loy, and William Powell were starring in Manhattan melodrama at the Roxy. The cabarets were mostly still open, and the taxi dancers still worked. But only tea and coffee were served there. Manhattan melodrama was 16 years old, and another column of advertisements listed exit visas that had been granted, while a news item reported the farewell given by the Filipino community to departing friends. The Iwo Brewery, owned by Jardines, was still brewing beer, but in the atmosphere of terror and repression no one dared drink it. 96. On March 31, 1951, the newspaper appeared for the final time, thanking its glorious international brotherhood of readers as it said farewell. In other columns, the auctioneers Elmore & Co. advertised the disposal of a property and all its furnishings belonging to Sir Robert Calder Marshall, sometime chairman of the British Chamber of Commerce. Who bought those furs? The residents of the Little Kremlin or Forbidden City, it was said,
the guarded and gated compound in Shanghai's Hongqiao district where a large, new, and growing community of Russian advisors was quartered, partly in the former residence of the Shanghai manager of Jardine Matheson 97. Somebody might have smiled as the beleading decisions were made. The Taipan was supplanted by the scientists and technicians on what was called Komandirivka. Into Avenue Joffre the Russians poured, first buying suitcases, and then filling them up, steadily clearing out the stocks that remained of imported luxury goods. Canadian. 283. Foreign experts. Silver fox furs were particularly popular. These avid shoppers were the advance guard of what has been estimated to have finally totaled about 20,000 Russian and East European advisors who came to China between 1949 and 1960. This was the single largest cohort of China helpers ever dispatched. They worked at the highest levels of the new Chinese state, in factories and on large-scale infrastructure projects. They worked in China's universities, trained the PLA's new Air Force and its Navy, and reorganized its healthcare system. Some 38,000 Chinese headed in the other direction on study tours and placements in the USSR and Eastern Bloc countries. New students and established intellectual figures flocked to Russian language classes. For those challenged by this, large numbers of Russian language books were translated. These new textbooks, manuals, and literary and artistic works made up over 40% of books published in China between 1954 and 1957. 98 Sino-Soviet friendship had its own association, exhibitions, and journal, and a massive exhibition center opened in Shanghai in 1956 on the site of the former residence of opium and property tycoon Silas Ehrenhardtun 99. Over the course of its history it has been estimated that the Soviet program in China amounted to $25 billion, equivalent to about 1% a year on average of the USSR's GDP 100. These numbers alone cannot convey the breadth and reach of the work undertaken. In 1953-7, during the period of the first five-year plan for economic development, the contribution of Soviet blockade included the construction of 108 industrial plants, and supply of equipment for another 88 that the Chinese would build from their own resources, and the delivery of some 4,000 major pieces of technology. 101 This material did not end up in the hands of the Canny Lu family, Hunan shop owners did not grow fat as a result. It all made an enormously astonishing impression on one Soviet visitor, the scientist Alexei Vasilyevich Stojchenko, as he reported in a letter in 1956. They have placed before themselves the task of catching up to global science in 12 years. But everything suggests that they will accomplish this even sooner. In 4 years they have constructed several times more than done in 20. They have the most contemporary equipment, about which our institutes can. 284. Only dream, including even those in Moscow. Under the leadership of our advisors, our scientists have realized their dreams on foreign soil. 102. Stojchenko was tremendously impressed too by the Chinese. They are hard-working and disciplined. Highly talented in all the sciences, decisive and active, with initiative, polite and courteous not only to us Russians but to each other. And they were honest, he announced, every last one of them. But all the characteristics of the historic foreign presence in Old China, as it was increasingly and officially described, contrasting with New China, could be found in this new establishment. Advisors lived in segregated compounds, including around the Victoria Hotel on Shamian Island in Guangzhou, which was reserved as a government area, and proved no more open to city residents after its retrocession than it had ever been. A massive Friendship Hotel in Beijing that was opened in 1954 and that had 1,500 rooms, a Russian school, an estimated 750 cars and drivers, held weekly dances and film shows and served as a Russian island in northwest Beijing's University District. 103 Russian advisors enjoyed privileged access to goods through a system whereby friendship stores, inaccessible to Chinese, were set up in each city. Supplies for bachelors at times seem also to have included young Chinese women, at dancing parties at least.
Advisors who came with families worried about the moral health of their children, just as in their own time treaty port families had, anxious about the spoiling effect of a privileged life on children. The standard of living available to the advisors was far greater than their local colleagues. They lived off their expenses, and saved their salaries back home, leapfrogging queues in Russia to buy cars or consumer goods. They did not learn Chinese, and it was not easy to find out much about China. The chemist Mikhail Klopko recorded that there were no books about the country in the Friendship Hotel's library. Advisors seemed to have been under the surveillance of Russian security operatives, and were also spied on by the Chinese. Some certainly needed watching. Reports of individuals displaying boorish behavior encompass the USSR's ambassador himself, as well as many. 285. Foreign experts. Lower-level advisors. There were reports of more serious incidents, including rape. In a twist that shows how unequal the relationship actually was, following a familiar pattern, advisors were not subject to Chinese law. They were under Soviet jurisdiction. This was an early demand from the Russian side during the negotiations about the program. These new friends of China held extraterritorial status through secret protocols to a treaty contracted, as its text ran, in the spirit of friendship and cooperation, and in conformity with the principles of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for national sovereignty and territorial integrity. 104 UNRWA's importing of Park Avenue methods had its critics in 1946-7, now Russian practices were imported wholesale into a Chinese environment. In universities, doctoral examinations were held in ways that minutely replicated Soviet practice, a covered table, a vase of flowers in place. 105 Precise imitation was also problematic, because in most sectors of Chinese society, but especially in higher education, the prevailing model was American or Western European, and it was deeply entrenched. Contradictions and problems also arose from the differing industrial environments from which the advisors came. Russians found in many instances that Chinese factories were equipped with imported American or European equipment that was much more advanced than their own. UNRWA and private Western enterprise between them had left this legacy for the new regime. The Chinese in turn started to find that some of the industries of the Eastern Bloc had more modern and sophisticated equipment than the Russians did. But the biggest problems that started to emerge with the entire program were political, as the Chinese and the Russians began to vie for leadership of the Communist bloc in the years after Stalin's death, and as the economic and political programs initiated in China after 1956 started to diverge wildly from the Soviet economic model. The relationship with the USSR had never been an easy one. In its negotiations with the Chinese Communist Party in early 1950 over what would become the Sino-Soviet Friendship Treaty, Stalin was concerned to make sure that the USSR would lose none of the advantages it had secured through its August 1945 treaty with the nationalists, and in this he was largely successful. The USSR had 286 acquired a treaty port in 1945 when the nationalists allowed it use of the Lushun naval base, better known overseas as Port Arthur, first acquired by Imperial Russia in 1897, as well as the former Japanese Darien leased territory. These were not finally relinquished until May 1955, and no charge leveled at the former treaty powers about their occupation of bases in China was absent from the record of the Soviet presence in Dalian. 106 The USSR retained control of the Chinese Eastern Railway until 1952. China's claim for the restoration of its Qing-era sovereignty over Outer Mongolia was rejected. Sino-Soviet joint stock companies were established at China's prompting to exploit Xinjiang's natural resources, but became the cause of angry frustration over Russian aims and ambitions. The power of popular nationalism was such that university students demonstrated in opposition to the Xinjiang agreements, quite taking the new government aback and forcing it to launch a campaign to justify its actions. 107 There was little national dignity to be had in any of this, despite the elaborate performance of solidarity and fraternity. And even though the Soviet aid program was significant, the sums involved were loans, not grants, and were repayable with interest. Against them could be set China's losses through the systematic looting of Manchurian industry that took place in 1945 and after under the Russian occupation, when an estimated 50% of industrial plant was removed to the USSR. 108 China's soldiers died in the tens of thousands in Korea, Mao's eldest son amongst them. They had little by way of timely and effective support from the USSR, which also scuppered any plans to invade Taiwan. But despite these losses, the fact that the country's army had taken on and had fought the Americans to a standstill in Korea greatly enhanced the prestige of the new government at home, and most clearly burnished the reputation of Mao Zedong himself. The mass campaigns that accompanied the conflict had ridden a nationalist upsurge that had its roots both in the struggle against Japan and in the assertion of a new place in the world for China. But that place remained an awkward one. New China's position within the socialist bloc was uncomfortable. Internationally, its status was hardly what had been envisaged. States that in 1949 were likely to have worked. 287. Foreign experts towards a compromise with the new regime were now resolutely hostile. The Chiang Kai-shek government retained China's seat on the United Nations Security Council, and would do so for 2 decades yet. The greatest problems came with the death of Stalin in 1953, and Nikita Khrushchev's attack on his predecessor in the secret speech of February 25, 1956. The Chinese had no inkling that this was coming and were profoundly dismayed. After 1956, Mao steered the state and party away from the Soviet command economy model towards mass mobilization programs such as the Great Leap Forward, through which the Chinese economy was meant to overtake Britain's within 15 years. In foreign relations, PLA forces became embroiled in the crises over the continued nationalist hold over the offshore islands of Jinmen and Mizzou. Mao alarmed Khrushchev with his increasingly bellicose language and a posture that seemed to relish the possibility of war with the United States. Ideological and strategic differences exacerbated the workaday tensions in the alliance, and set the People's Republic and the USSR, with nearly all the rest of the communist bloc in tow, on course for rupture. For Mao, the USSR's leadership was revisionist, weakly steering the communist bloc away from the necessary climactic confrontation with capitalism and imperialism. Abuse and invective poured out of the state news agency and thickened the air at rallies, congresses, and summits. By August 1960 the Russians had had enough. They abruptly withdrew all their personnel and shut down their aid and assistance programs. One state alone, however, would remain true as the Central People's Government built new China in and amongst the remnants of the old. One state alone had refused to join the USSR's condemnation of the Chinese at what became a landmark 1960 conference of the Socialist Bloc parties. From that point onwards the two new partners exchanged high-level leadership visits, and China itself provided technical assistance. In 1964 the two nations signed a formal treaty of alliance. When the premier of this new ally visited Beijing in 1966, the Chinese mobilized 1 million people to greet him. The road from the airport to the city was lined in its entirety with cheerful crowds in holiday dress. Firmly oppose U.S. imperialism. 288. They chanted, and firmly and thoroughly oppose modern revisionism. 6,000 performers danced for the delegates in Tiananmen Square, and a 1,600-strong choir sang "Workers of all countries unite." Children released balloons that crowded the sky. 109. This, after all, was the proper way to treat the premier of a state that accorded China in full the dignity and respect it deserved and had fought so long and hard to secure. Stalin had not even bothered to meet Mao off the train in December 1949. Roosevelt had made Chiang Kai-shek weep with rage. The nationalist and ideological course that Mao had worked his way towards resulted in the most eccentric of history's grand alliances. China's decades-long struggle for recognition and respect culminated in a bizarre episode during which a crowd equal in number to more than half the population of their visitors' country was organized to meet these favored foreign friends from Albania. 289. 9. Mao Zedong was certainly born a countryman, but he performed the peasant increasingly as he grew more powerful, dispensing with his years of urban schooling and life in Changsha and Beijing. There was no better way to unsettle an audience than through his staged uncouthness, earthy language, and deportment. Mao's father was a poor man who by dint of canny hard work became relatively well off for a farmer in Shaoshan, a region of Hunan province. In Mao's own analysis, his father became a rich peasant. This was a technical term in his eyes, not a mere description. It was one of a restricted number of categories that after 1949 were soon attached to every one of the inhabitants of the People's Republic. Mao's struggle against the tyranny of his bullying father's behavior was a central theme of his life that he had delivered to American journalist Edgar Snow across several nights of discussion in July 1936. The Shanghai-based reporter had taken advantage of a temporary truce between forces encircling the communists to seek his scoop. They had established a new base then centering on Bao'an, in a mountainous district of Shaanxi province. Mao's audience included other party leaders and his wife, who were also learning more about the origins of their leader and the sources of his deeply rooted belief in the need for constant struggle. Through defying his father, Mao said, he understood for the first time what might be gained from defending rights by open rebellion. Snow's notes were checked by his subject before being allowed to stand, for the world was to learn about Mao Zedong from these discussions, and so in fact was China, through articles published in the China Weekly Review in November 290, 1936, and Life magazine, and in Chinese translations that quickly started to appear that year. Once Snow's book Red Star Over China sold 125,000 copies in Britain, and over 65,000 in the United States, and was the subject of wide coverage internationally. 2. It was, and remains, an engaging book. It was a romance of a whispered about revolution that was ever after able to shout. But this was a carefully managed exercise, and set the pattern for decades of controlled presentation of the Chinese Communist Party, its leadership, its ambitions, and their implementation. Nothing was left to chance. Red Star Over China also provided a foundation myth for the party. Here was a man from the rural world in which 90% of Chinese lived, and he was leading them to revolution. His family had lived frugally, Mao said, but had never wanted. Although when young he worked on the family plot himself, his father could also afford to hire labor, and this enabled Mao to have the common schooling in the classics that was almost the only form of education in such rural areas. His father needed a bookkeeper and some educated help for his increasingly complex business, so Mao read and learned his classics, but he also retreated into the romances of old China, and especially stories of rebellions. All his classmates read these books, but few of them learned from them as Mao did. Sitting in Bao'an in 1936, he claimed that he started to notice something peculiar about these tales. All the characters were warriors, officials, or scholars. There was never a peasant hero. He came to the conclusion that because peasants had no power, the stories all glorified men of arms, rulers of the people, who did not have to work the land, because they owned and controlled it and evidently made the peasants work it for them. 3. Mao Zedong's political consciousness was slowly stimulated, he said, by elements of the new thought that had penetrated even into Shaoshan, of the need for self-strengthening with Western technology, of the threat of national extinction, and of the inspiring victory of Japan over Russia. But in July 1936 he also placed his emerging thinking in this stark contrast between his own rural world and that of Chinese literature and culture, even in racier, populist genres, and between the countryside and political power. Mao was fashioning a narrative on those summer nights in Bao'an, but he was also shaping 291. A revolution. After the Chinese Communist Party assumed power, it reshaped Chinese society, its economy and culture to place the rural world, and the life and values of the peasantry, at the beating heart of the nation's existence, its image in the world and its history. This new position of the peasant was one of the sharp distinctions that were drawn between Old China and New China, and between the old society and the new. In a culture of thought that was historically structured around dichotomies, this pairing of old and new became the template into which was stamped every sphere of life, and every individual's understanding of themselves, their own histories, and that of their country. The past was certainly not forgotten. It was inescapable, but it was to be remembered only so far as it was to be used. Individuals were to find themselves unable to escape it, but they were also to be transformed and made afresh, if their histories allowed. Communist China's re-articulation of itself and ambition to remold individuals was not unusual or novel, it had also driven the nationalists. But the representation of China after 1949 was much more totalistic and far-reaching than anything that the Kuomintang had ever attempted or even imagined possible. In New China the rural, the urban, and the country's place internationally were made afresh. New China was a powerful idea that was communicated in a massive range of propaganda across media, but it was also a set of processes that turned lives upside down and inside out, reshaped cities and landscapes, and offered a powerful challenge to the international system. When it came to telling the New China story, it certainly helped that nobody loved the nationalists. Their own limitations and failures had guaranteed that, but it was also the fruit of their own success. They had been successful at cultivating a better image of China overseas, and this had undergirded the pro-China publicity campaigns of wartime agencies like United China Relief in America, and British United Aid for China. Chinese scholars, writers, and artists overseas had helped inculcate in Western minds and opinion new understandings of China's historic and contemporary culture, and of the Chinese. But the nationalists had then betrayed all this, or at least so went what became the dominant narrative. They had betrayed 292. Their country by ill prosecuting its defense against the Japanese, and instead feathered their nests, created a Gestapo state, and prosecuted a murderous war against liberals and against the Party of Peace, the Communists. One misfortune was that the nationalists' critics had all the best writers. Anger improved their style. New Zealander James Bertram's Unconquered and American Jack Belden's China Shakes the World were inspiring accounts of what they found in the communist areas. They added new layers to the story presented in Red Star Over China, and the Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution by Harold Isaacs, which laid bare the bloody origins of Kuomintang rule. Thunder Out of China, the pungently written 1946 account of the wartime China theater by Time magazine correspondents Theodore White and Annalee Jacoby, was the most lacerating indictment. White was one of the scores of foreigners who made their way to the communist areas after snow, but he was hardly one of the starry-eyed ones. In this Book of the Month club hit, it sold 450,000 copies. White and Jacoby gathered all the charges together: corruption, incompetence, and the cruelty that had led to starving peasants turning on nationalist troops during the Ichigo offensive. And, widely circulated through the British Left Book Club, and reinforced by reports from a host of other pilgrims to the communist headquarters, there was Red Star Over China's portrait of this new man, Mao, and his new hope for China. As a result, many overseas were prepared to give the Chinese Communist Party the benefit of the doubt. Their victory would at least bring peace. This was in line with much opinion within the country itself, and amongst Chinese abroad. The fact that the CCP's victory was swiftly followed by involvement in the Korean War did not dismay the hopeful. Instead, circles that opposed what they saw as the remilitarization of the West, the rearming of Japan, and the unfolding Cold War were even more determined to give the communists that benefit. In this view, the political and social revolution inside China was the necessary precursor to a new era of peace and development, and was needed for its self-defense. Because it was not really clear what was happening, reports about the violence involved were not believed, or not registered, or accepted as the necessary price to 293. Be paid by the enemies of justice in the good cause of establishing a better China. Many foreign observers were prepared to believe just about anything, it turned out, including the false allegation that American forces had used biological weapons in China and North Korea in 1952. 5. What was most striking about the new state was its rural foundations, a peasant revolution, led by a peasant who had complete control of the world's most populous country. No other such state existed, or had ever existed in world history. This process involved some profound inversions. The farming people of China had been routinely patronized, they had been present in every account of China, but, as Mao had found out as a child, they were never of account. They were deeply respected in theory and in China's dominant cultural values, but they were ignored in the practice of political power. The state did not connect to them, except through tax collection, and even that it farmed out, so that the rural world was administered largely at several removes from the state itself. Rural people had never been passive in the face of injustice, and the history of uprisings and resistance was a rich one. At one end of the scale peasant rebellions had toppled dynasties, and at the other there was a crowded record of violent anti-tax outbreaks. The greatest challenge against the Qing had not come from foreign aggression, but from the Taiping rebels in 1850-64, who had come out of the mountainous countryside in southwest China's Guangxi province. The biggest assault on the foreign presence in China came in the shape of young rural men from the northwest who formed the backbone of the 1899-1900 Boxer uprising. 6 peasants had power. Peng Pai had grasped this in Haifeng, and unleashed it during the nationalist revolution. Mao had seen it in Hunan. They also had culture. One of the distinctive features of the Republican era had been the discovery of China's popular cultures by the country's intellectuals. 7. This was overwhelmingly rural in its focus. Folk songs and legends, proverbs, and children's rhymes and tales, were all collected and explored by some of the most prominent scholars, men like Gu Zhigang and Lu Xun's brother, Zhou Ziren. Peking University President Cai Yuanpi had supported the establishment of a folk song collecting bureau there in 1918. Lu Xun himself was a 294 leading advocate of using popular forms in the visual arts, notably woodcuts, picture books, and block-printed Nianhua. The wider context was partly the Tolstoyan-inspired belief in the value of rural culture and life as an authentic source of China's identity, and a salve for its ills. Romanticism, nationalism, and the urgent task of cultural renewal were all part of the mix. For these thinkers, the Shanghaiization of China, the spread of hybrid urban culture from the coastal cities, should be countered, for it was complicit in China's fall, and it was demeaning. The humiliation visited on China by imperialism could be cleansed by the authentic, wholesome culture of rural China. And this was also a political project. Art forms drawn from the people, and familiar to them, could also help mobilize them. There was no room here for modern sketch. The novel Chinese story that emerged first in Edgar Snow's books, and then in the reports from the New China published by other reporters and political pilgrims who made their way there, intrigued and inspired audiences overseas. China's own problems were being solved, but there seemed to be much for the rest of the world to learn as well. Here it seemed was evidence of the proving of an alternative model of economic development that might help solve problems of poverty internationally. And China's was a path of growth that eventually diverged from that of the USSR and from the Western model. Nor was it geared to wasteful overconsumption, it seemed. The new state was self-sufficient, and there was contentment with sufficiency. This Chinese model accorded dignity to farming people, pioneered new forms of gender relations, and new models of practical democracy. So New China was in some eyes a beacon for the world. If we are to understand how this happened, and how China's peasants excited radicals across the world, and even in time shaped the practices of, for example, the women's liberation movement in the United States and Europe in the 1970s, then we need to understand what happened in China's countryside after 1949, how it was reported and who by, and how those reports were shaped. Quite how to husband and nurture peasant power and culture to best effect had been a pressing issue for revolutionaries since the 1920s. Peng Pai's Soviet had turned unsustainably sanguine. Disagreement over the handling of the agrarian question had been crucial. 295. To the collapse of the Kuomintang Communist Alliance. The CCP itself was still focused thereafter on a policy of fomenting urban revolution.
It would cling on to this through defeat after bloody defeat until it formulated a new rural revolutionary strategy between 1930 and 1935 in what it styled its Jiangxi Soviet Republic, and then in the Shanganning border region headquartered at Yan'an. Tensions over land policy split the left. But the experiences of Peng, Mao, and others were vital to the reformulation of party strategy after it was driven out of the cities. Practices and processes were tried and tested in the bases of Communist Party power in North China in the 1930s and 1940s, and were then deployed rapidly across the nation in the 1950s as land ownership was reformed, and the existing political structure in every village and hamlet was pulverized. Mao's steadily more unorthodox thinking, in Marxist terms, started to place rural China at the heart of the development of the new state in the middle of the 1950s. The nationalist political project, in and outside the Kuomintang, had been aimed at rebuilding China as a strong power through scientific and technological development, and through building up its industrial capacity. This project engaged with the countryside only in order to try to control it in the fight against what it routinely termed communist banditry, or to extract conscripts from it. Sun Yat-sen had advocated giving land to the tiller, and the national government even passed an agrarian reform law in 1930 that restricted rent levels, but this was never implemented, except by the communists themselves in their wartime liberated areas. In retrospect, the nationalists would blame the Japanese invasion for their failure, or the disruption caused by the communist insurgency. It seemed that the time was never right, and that their hands were always tied. But the fundamental issue was that the nationalists were driven by a vision of modernity that was almost entirely urban. The communist state certainly shared this vision in its early years, and it lay at the heart of its first five-year plan in 1953-7 and in its USSR-derived model of state-directed growth. But alongside this it also kept a focus on the land, and increasingly a wholly different idea of modernity came to the fore. Peasant China, not its urban counterpart, was modern China. Mao Zedong, unlike many in the party's leadership, not least those who were prominent. 296. In the planning in the early years of the People's Republic, had never been abroad before 1949, and had up to then seen little of China's cities. While the Kuomintang's vision had been projected overseas with increasing success, at Burlington House, through its news management and through its sympathetic supporters and their publicity campaigns, the discovery of rural China had certainly been crucial to the changing image of the country overseas. The key text had been Pearl Buck's novel The Good Earth. Her characters Wang Lung and Olan, his wife, and their struggles had had a tremendous impact on the American public. Buck wrote about them, she said in 1949, because they were the voiceless ones, the solid body of the Chinese people, they were its foundation. They would persist through hideous adversity and remain what they were yesterday, as they are today, and will be forever. 9. The essential characteristic of her view of China's rural people was their passivity. Wang Lung had no mastery over his own fate, he was at the mercy of the weather, of locusts, of soldiers, and of other human parasites. He only recovers from adversity because he was one of a mob that looted a rich man's home. Wang was given no conception of politics, asking a street-side revolutionary orator who was decrying the power of the rich how, as they were so powerful, they could be persuaded to make it rain, so that he could farm. There is no suggestion of society, or of community, or much by way of solidarity in the book. There is only family, and the word peasant does not even appear in The Good Earth. Neither Buck's book nor her image of China were welcome in the country after 1949, and she had long been the subject of leftist and communist criticism for what was presented as her reactionary picture of China's rural people. The Wang Lungs of New China, far from being passive, confronted their problems and made their own history. They were, in fact, the only possible drivers of historical change. Theodore White and Annalee Jacobi took this further in Thunder Out of China, placing the plight of the peasant up front in their book, arguing that an urgent solution was needed before the peasant takes the law into his own hands and sets the countryside aflame. They also threw light on how the Chinese Communist Party was. 297. working to engage the peasantry in the districts it controlled. 10 other dramatic reports alerted overseas opinion to the fact that something powerfully different and inspiring was underway in China, and that peasants could certainly become political. Industrial cooperatives and agrarian reforms were recurrent topics of books that offered a counterpoint to the despair about the nationalists which characterized most work. 11. This was unprecedented, un-Chinese even, if your vision of China had been shaped, as most were, by the unremittingly hostile portraits of the old China Coast experts. Some influential foreign observers had optimistically characterized the Chinese Communist Party as an agrarian reform movement, believing it in essence not truly a communist party at all. 12. The Soviet leadership in Russia was also initially suspicious. In his first meeting with Stalin, in Moscow in December 1949, Mao focused on the outlines of a state-strengthening program that would have been familiar to any American-trained Kuomintang technocrat. It placed military modernization and industrial development at its core, while the countryside and China's rural people were not mentioned. 13. Mao's requests for assistance were the prototype of the Soviet-style development model. But that required reconstruction of the economy, which in turn relied on agricultural growth to feed the countryside and the cities, supply light industry with raw materials, and fund imports of machinery and technology through the exports of agricultural products that formed 3/4 of its foreign trade. 14. The countryside was vital to this plan in ways that had never been considered by the nationalists, but first it had to be secured. The initial task of the new authorities was to disarm the countryside and to suppress any active local resistance, continuing banditry or egregious local despotism or bullying. Existing social, political, and economic relations were then hacked apart by a combination of the redistribution of land and productive property, sustained public humiliation of those designated landlords or other categories of bad element, and mass killing. Landlords were identified where very few, or none at all, actually existed. It was necessary to invent them, so they were conjured up out of unpopular local personalities against whom people had scores to settle or those who had no. 298. Connections or allies. 15. Work teams coaxed and coached villagers to make sure that they understood their past situation. At speak bitterness meetings, men and women stood up and told their communities of their sorrows and sufferings at the hands of landowners and bullies, who were then dispossessed of all but a fraction of their land and possessions. Many were then killed. Perhaps 2 million people died at the hands of their accusers, and great numbers committed suicide. In his account of the Hunan peasant movement in 1926, Mao had pointed to the extremes of violence that could be let loose unless the process was properly guided. But he would also frequently dismiss such results as the understandable consequences of historic injustice, as would influential foreign observers. 16. Those killed were in effect blamed for having thus brutalized their killers. Land reform mobilized the nation, instilling a new consciousness of being a peasant, of shared class identity and of a shared experience of oppression. This was also a matter of pride. New leaders emerged from amongst the poor and marginalized, and began to enter the Communist Party. And land reform left the population in every village in every one of China's counties complicit in the murderous overthrow of the old dispensation. 17. In the sanitized version of this tale in which the peasant threw off the feudal yoke of history and stood tall, resistance to reform mainly came from the hesitation with which cautious individuals and communities approached the tasks required of them. But in many parts of the country they initially had reason to fear that this new regime would be as short-lasting as those that had successively swept through their land in recent decades. In much of South China in particular, there was no process of liberation anyway, just military conquest by the PLA. Resistance in the southwest, especially, continued well into the early 1950s. There were uprisings against the communists, while large guerrilla forces, gangs of displaced soldiery and bandits remained active. Even with power secured, this process was not without its twists, turns, and defeats. At least 3,000 Khatars were killed in 1949-50, as communities resisted tax collection.
Work teams were small, vulnerable, and also often very young and inexperienced. Relationships between tenants and landowners were so intertwined and complex that changes made by daylight were undone covertly at 299 night. But steady pressure, and 2 million killings, had a strong cumulative impact. Rich peasants were initially left in possession of their property, but were consistently made targets for further mobilization activity. The fraught tensions that this brought into everyday life were immense. Land reform brought into the spotlight new heroes from amongst the farmers of China. One of these was Li Shunde, son of a Henan province carpenter, who settled in Shaanxi province's Pingshun County in 1930. Li Shunde's story was one of a number that became central to the projection of a new peasant China at home and overseas. Zhiqiao village, his home, was set in the dry and stony Taihang Mountains, and was such hard land to farm that the villagers had more than once considered abandoning it altogether. Only refugees from extreme poverty elsewhere, like Li's family, would think of settling there. In the story that was developed, a party work team came to the village when it was first occupied by the communists in 1938, and assembled a peasants' union which Li Shunde joined. All the elements of the narrative of historic injustice and of liberation were present. Landlords were lazy, sadistic, and cheated their tenants. We suffered hunger and cold, ran the story. Our usual food was corn husks and wild herbs. Tenants were cautious but slowly persuaded to act. Li, as a poor peasant, was a persuader who also worked by example. He was recognized as a labor hero, formed a mutual aid team, pioneered new work methods, and organized the team to reclaim unused land to boost production. Zhiqiao's peasants held their absentee landlords to account, spoke about their bitterness, itemizing extortion and violence inflicted upon them, their words being their truth. They set ambitious targets for themselves that were publicized nationally in 1951, and garnered the status of most successful mutual aid team across the country in 1952. Li traveled to the USSR in 1952 as one of a delegation of 70 model peasants led by the Vice Minister of Agriculture. Kitted out in their first Western-style suits in Beijing, which will have made for uncomfortable wearing for a Shaanxi farmer, they traveled by train, stayed in a Moscow hotel taller than any building in Shaanxi province, attended the May Day parade and caught a glimpse of Stalin. On his return Li toured China speaking about his experiences at 300. Zhiqiao, and the vision of the technological farming future he had seen in the USSR at model collective farms in the Ukraine, and in Siberia. The future was tractor-shaped, but only a truly collective enterprise could afford to deploy machinery. Now I completely understand what socialism is, Li reportedly said on his return. 19 He also brought back home what was quite likely to have been Zhiqiao's first gramophone player, and reported that all the Russian women had looked like actresses, even when working in the fields. This was New China's new peasant fairy tale, relayed internationally through its publicity machine, presented to visitors at model collective farms and communes, and discussed in the journals and newsletters and at the meetings of overseas groups with an interest in China and in its politics. But this particular story, and the wider one, was mired in problems behind the scenes, misreporting of production levels, poor management, inadequate preparation for too rapid an expansion, and the simple frailties and minor failures of any human enterprise. In 1952 the Zhiqiao team had actually made a sizable loss. The demands of mobilization and the nationally important role that Li Shunde's model team was playing meant that this distortion and deception were covered up by officials. 20 The steady process of collectivization would also actually impoverish many rural communities, few of which lived from farming alone. Sideline activities, handicrafts, or petty trading, were forbidden as unsocialist. Seasonal migration had been vital in many places, but this was also prevented. Little room was left for error or chance in the rural economy. This, and the gap between ideal and reality, would in time lead to an unimaginable cataclysm across the land. At all times in this narrative it was the peasant, guided and enlightened by the party,
who acted, who nurtured and grew the collective, set ambitious targets and exceeded them. The Wanlong path, of settling comfortably and complacently into prosperity when it was achieved, was always presented and rejected. The farmer, once seen as little more than a beast at the mercy of his passions, moved steadily to the fore in the iconography of the new state. In old China, peasants had gone overseas in their hundreds of thousands to labor like slaves or desperately grub around chimerical fields of gold in California or Australia, and face pogroms and discriminatory 301 legislation around the Pacific. In New China they were led by a government minister to view farms in the Ukraine in their newly cut suits. 21 Li Shunda was no ordinary peasant. He had joined the Communist Party in 1938, rose steadily through its ranks, and had been adopted as a focus for propaganda as early as 1945, when accounts of his activities had started to be published. He joined the National People's Congress in 1954 and would have a national political career until his death in 1983 that mirrored the vicissitudes of China's revolution. Li Shunda did well out of the revolution, as did countless numbers of others whose poverty and political luck certainly did not make them appear angelic. 22 Here was something truly new, nonetheless, a man once landless, from the rural underclass in a poor province, who had a name, and a place in the government of the Chinese state. This was truly revolutionary, for all the limitations of the man himself, and the murderous hypocrisies of the enterprise. A figure often portrayed alongside Li Shunda and discussed in the story of Zhikau's development was its female deputy chair, Shen Jilin. This too was new. If the peasant had not been seen or heard in old China, neither had the country's women. Their position had been central to late Qing and early Republican reformist thought. China could not become modern, it was asserted, unless its women were released from legal and cultural bondage. China's strength was sapped because half of its people were unable to contribute to its revival. The charge sheet was long: arranged marriage, foot binding, impaired access to education and employment, sequestration of women from public sight, and a patriarchal culture that degraded and enslaved them. This also degraded and enslaved China, it was argued. Foreign observers, blithely disregarding the gender inequalities of their own societies, also accorded the position of women a key role in their valuations of civilizational standing. China, in their view, fell comprehensively short. What happens after Nora leaves home? Asked Lu Xun in a famous 1923 talk to female students at Peking Normal University, discussing Henrik Ibsen's play A Doll's House, at the end of which the heroine walks out on her husband and her family to discover herself. The play had developed a life of its own in Chinese political and cultural debates, as Ibsen's implicitly caustic view of the family chimed with May 4th movement critiques. 23. 302. Either Nora would return to her husband, or she would go to the bad, Lu said. This needed a political solution. Ibsen was interested in poetry, Lu declared, not the practical consequences that any woman in his society, or yours, he told his audience, had to face. In China, unless Nora had economic rights, she would be faced with the same choice. And securing those would be harder even than securing political rights. Up to a point this picture of women's status was a caricature, although the fundamental outlines of gender inequality were certainly well mapped out. But while women's legal and political rights remained limited during the Republic, more of them were being schooled, and for longer, more of them worked outside the home, and across an increasing range of employment, and more of them were figures in the nation's public sphere. They taught in schools and universities, worked in social, cultural, and political organizations. They were artists, writers, and actors. A sustained campaign of suffragist activism after 1912 drove women's political rights into the mainstream as well as into provincial constitutions and, by the 1940s, the national constitution. Great numbers of women were involved in reform circles and revolutionary activity. Every aspiring savior of her nation had heard of Qiu Jian, the anti-Qing revolutionary and head of a girls' school, who had been executed in 1907, and of Xie Binjing, who had fought in the nationalist revolution and whose diary had been a bestseller. Xie's work was translated into English by Lin Yutang in 1934, and her memoir as Girl Rebel by Lin's Daughters in 1940, feeding a growing English-language market for accounts of women's life in China. This had once largely been confined to accounts of the Empress Dowager Cixi, or missionary writings about Chinese Christians, but it now grew broader, and increasingly featured Chinese women who spoke or wrote for themselves. 24 The greater part of women's political activism was more reformist. Scores of new women's groups and associations were formed in the first 2 decades of the Republic after 1911. And nationalist activists looked to women consumers as the key link in the drive to fight imperialism through the consumption of national products. Chinese-made goods. 25 Women had power as consumers themselves. 303. And as arbiters of family consumption, and through the education of children. The national goods movement, it was asserted, could succeed, or fail, on the basis of women's choices. The competing forces of cosmopolitan internationalism and patriotic consumption ultimately left women culturally and politically vulnerable. How could a woman be patriotically modern? And meanwhile, though there was a vibrant women's press, Shanghai's urban modernity was characterized by that sexualization of women's bodies. They had emerged out of cultural sequestration to be displayed as objects of male desire on the pages of the monthly Chinese magazine Modern Sketch. New China was different, it was claimed. On May 1, 1950, the government issued its new marriage law, which was heralded as the revolutionary pick that smashed the feudal lock holding back women's progress. It enacted a right to divorce, abolished arranged marriage and marriage by purchase, asserted the equal status of men and women in marriage and their equal rights to property. The law established a new role for the state as registrar of marriages, but only of men and women who were of a new legal age, and with some consanguinity and other prohibitions. It also asserted its role in compulsory mediation proceedings that were built into the divorce process. Implementation of the act was accompanied by mass campaigns as well as violence. There were some spectacular rises in divorce rates. The law alone did not solve what Lu Xun outlined as Nora's underlying problem, but it had a revolutionary impact, particularly in rural China. 26 Its implementation in the countryside, however inconsistent and at times hesitant, was one key fact that distinguished the law from its predecessors. The other was its centrality to the myths of the new state. Women were seen to be moving into prominent positions. Zhikao County's Shen Jilin would also become a national deputy in 1954. 27 Like the land reform narrative, the story of the rapid liberation of China's women was much heralded. The new marriage law was published in English, and women's narratives of their new lives and ambitions were relayed in the English-language magazine Women in China Today. This was more than simple propaganda, but it played a central role within the story of New China sanctioned by the state. However, like the peasant story, the new history in Old China that 304 was fashioned for women was relentlessly bleak. The old society was the site of feudal tyranny and patriarchal violence, in which women had no rights under the law, and in which infanticide and enforced prostitution were common. The tentative sexual liberation of the 1920s and the 1930s was recast as immoral and its cultural manifestations as simply pornographic. This story denied any agency to women when it had of course existed, unless it fitted the revolutionary myth, and this was, again, precisely the point. The country's historians also had to reconsider their understanding of the course of modern Chinese history to accommodate these shifts in values. New China's model peasants, for example, needed to be kitted out with a new past in Old China. 28 Even the left had once routinely pilloried the rural upsurges of the 19th century, not least the Boxer Uprising, as superstitious and xenophobic. The episode affronted their sense of how China could only be saved by being modern. Even when their hostility started to relent during the nationalist revolution, when Boxer xenophobia began to be reinterpreted as prototype anti-imperialism, they remained profoundly ambivalent about the nature of Boxer beliefs, though impressed by their collective power.
29. But now the shape of modern history demanded a retelling that placed both proletarian and rural struggle at its heart. The Boxers were recast as anti-imperialist patriots who, although they lacked advanced political consciousness, were engaged in a political struggle. Anti-missionary pogroms in 1900 found resonant echoes in the attack on Catholic and Protestant missionaries in 1950–51. Mao Zedong had set out a template for understanding the role of the peasant in a key textbook for the party published in 1939. China had a uniquely rich history of large-scale peasant uprisings, he argued. These were the real motive forces of historical development in Chinese feudal society. It required a little dexterity to fit these into Marxist orthodoxy, but each revolt destroyed the existing feudal regime and more or less furthered the growth of the social productive forces, even if each was itself defeated. Such historic peasant movements lacked the correct proletarian leadership needed, however, and their transient successes merely ushered in a change in dynasty, but no revolution. 30 Guided by this, researchers set about 305. Reclaiming a lost history from the distortions and condescension of their predecessors. Projects were launched to recover what traces might be found of the Taiping rebels. Field trips sought out the sites of their origins in Guangxi province in 1954, hunted for objects and manuscripts, and secured testimonies and tales about them. In Tianjin, surviving Boxers were located and interviewed in 1958. Research teams went into the Shandong countryside conducting interviews, and looking for songs and other tangible and intangible relics of the Great Uprising. 31 Few would now question the need to understand such episodes as the Taiping Civil War or the Boxer Uprising. The defining feature of post-war historical research internationally was the rise to preeminence of new forms of social and cultural history, and of history from below. The focus almost exclusively on elites and rulers in China's established tradition of history writing was not unusual. The projects launched in the 1950s uncovered a tremendous and rich range of new materials that could reshape understandings of events previously known only from government records that were hostile or dismissive, and there was a systematic effort to popularize this new history through exhibitions, historical sites, and museum displays. A Taiping Heavenly Kingdom Museum was opened in Nanjing in 1958. When the Museum of the History of the Chinese Revolution opened in 1961, both the Taiping Civil War and the Boxer Uprising were amongst the core elements in what was presented as the Old Democratic Revolution. 32 The difficulty for Chinese scholars was balancing praise for the peasant heroes of the past with the fact of their recurrent failure. Only the Chinese Communist Party helped break that cycle. Researchers also had to find ways to navigate the fact that Taiping beliefs were fundamentally based in an indigenized Protestant Christianity, and that the Boxer worldview was shaped by a congeries of popular beliefs that, like Christianity, were under systematic attack by the new regime. It was safer by far to focus on Taiping land redistribution and gender politics, and Boxer anti-imperialism. The difficulty for scholarship more widely was a different one. China's past was made an instrument of China's present. What did not serve? 306. Contemporary needs was largely irrelevant, and its study suspect. We now know a great deal more about the history of riot and rebellion in China, because this was seen as providing a prehistory for the revolution, but it has come at the cost of an understanding of great swathes of its past that served no useful political function in the modern world. The recovery of a proud peasant history was one strand amongst other appropriations of once denigrated forms and experiences for new China's new national political culture. Others reshaped the arts and significantly expanded the range of what was considered to be culture. The most immediate manifestation of this was a physical one. To celebrate the revolution, urban China began to dance as its peasants danced. The eruption of the rural into the cities came initially in two forms. The most obvious was the soldiery itself, largely rural in origin. But the most ostentatious was the celebratory dance that was hastily learned by students and others in the newly liberated cities and performed, often with more exuberance than precision, in victory parades and on days of national celebration. This was the Yanga, the rice sprout song,
based on a Shaanxi province dance form but modernized after 1943 in the Yan'an base area as part of a drive instigated by Mao Zedong's directives on art and literature, namely to create art forms deriving from and intended for the masses. Colorful costumes, spirited movements, drums, gongs, and clashing cymbals made for a distinctive style. The Yanga was relatively easy to learn, and it had the further nationalist virtue of being Chinese, but it would fall out of favor after the early 1950s, as it came to be seen as unsophisticated in comparison with the new forms and styles that were brought from the Soviet Union. 33 The foxtrot and other ballroom styles continued to hold the attention of dankigoers for a while yet. The People's Republic of China also staked a claim to be preserving the cultural relics and treasures that had been central to new understandings of the country that flourished overseas in the 1930s, especially where there was a tale of foreign theft and Kuomintang neglect to be highlighted, such as over the Dunhuang treasures, or of the remains of Peking men mistakenly believed to have been stolen by Americans 34 as part of wider moves to protect China's cultural. 307. Patrimony from the Japanese invasion, moves that included the shipping overseas of collections from libraries in Beijing and the peripatetic career of the Palace Museum collections. American diplomats had agreed to help ship the Peking man fossils overseas in late 1941. But having reached U.S. military custody by early December, the remains disappeared in the chaos after Pearl Harbor. Even though these particular finds were deemed to have provided scientific proof of Engels's theory that labor created man, China's new revolutionary culture was in fact its primary 135. The authorities had been swift to raise new monuments to mark the imperialist violence of the past, and to seek out revolutionary relics and display them. The gallows from which the early leader Li Dazhao was hanged, and the scythe used to execute a 14-year-old village girl who was assisting the Red Army, were amongst hundreds of items quickly located. 36 In Guangzhou, a new and imposing memorial was unveiled in 1950 to commemorate those killed in the 1925 Sheji massacre, replacing a much smaller one erected in 1926. The Museum of the History of the Chinese Revolution was one of 10 great buildings constructed in Beijing, and was located in the spatial heart of the state, on the east side of a newly expanded Tiananmen Square. The very shape of the capital now showcased the narrative that was being established. Across China, museums and memorial halls were constructed at sites of resistance, revolution, or oppression, or those with associations to revolutionary leaders or heroes. These often had to make do with artifacts that were, at best, tenuously linked to their subjects, or which, as with Shanghai's Park sign, were faked but which gained a patina of authenticity through display and through description. Telling stories was central to the business of the state. The new government had moved quickly to formalize and control its management of foreign affairs, which included the flow of information. New China's projection of itself was carefully controlled. Major tools in its portfolio of activity included its official news agency, its foreign language publication program, and its management of foreign visits. Restrictions placed on the entrance of visitors and the tight management of their movement within China, and on the publication of data as well as the export of. 308. All forms of publication, made it difficult to secure information. As a result, Hong Kong became a major site of what was known as China watching, by which foreign diplomats, intelligence agencies, journalists, and academics sifted what they could from the scraps of information that seeped out of the country across its only accessible land border with a non-communist administration. Chinese refugees were able to make their way across the border relatively easily until 1962. The China Watchers interviewed them as well as the foreign nationals who continued to trickle out from Shanghai and other cities as their assets were finally surrendered against liabilities, or who were released from jail. Runes were read and statements and photographs parsed. But Cold War politics meant that much information casting a bad light on the new regime was simply distrusted or ignored by liberal or leftist opinion overseas or, equally, exaggerated by anti-communists. It was difficult to know what was actually going on. This was partly the point. The new regime immediately began to publish accounts of its transformation of the country in foreign languages, including Esperanto,
It also began radio broadcasts overseas, starting its first English operations in Morse code. Neither of these particular initiatives would have secured large audiences. However, the magazines People's China, Chinese Literature, China Pictorial and China Reconstructs became widely circulated vehicles for this cultural and political campaign. 37 Sung Ching-ling, Sun Yat-sen's widow, was nominal editor of China Reconstructs, and other democratic personages not affiliated to the Communist Party and regularly used in foreign relations activity were listed as the writers of articles. A foreign languages press was established in 1952 to use foreign languages to explain China, and books to communicate to the world. Leadership texts, fiction, and folk tales, biographies and reports delivered the Beijing line overseas in an increasing range of different tongues as its ambitions for influence and global political leadership grew. By 1959, Radio Peking was beaming out programs in 24 different languages, and aiming English broadcasts to the United States, Australia and New Zealand, Southeast and South Asia, and Western Europe. 38 Another cultural journal, Eastern Horizons, was published in Hong Kong and was ostensibly independent. 309. But was part of the same official stable. There was continuity here with the efforts of the Kuomintang to communicate to foreign publics through the journals it subsidized, its cultural diplomacy, and through its pugnacious engagement with foreign film studios. The communist government's efforts were much more systematic and thorough despite continuing difficulties over securing and retaining linguistically able staff. Most Chinese who had fluency in foreign languages had problematic class backgrounds, or had lived overseas, and the commitment of some foreign nationals flagged as the regime mounted its attacks on the USSR. But the communist efforts were less influential than those of their predecessors, for the nationalists had had so many more allies and able interlocutors overseas. An eclectic cadre of foreign nationals had become vital to this work. They came from a wide range of backgrounds, reflecting, still, the internationalized history of pre-1949 China. The New Zealander Riwi Ali, a former Shanghai Municipal Council fireman and factory inspector, was one prolific propagandist. Europe's anti-Semitic regimes had pushed others to China. Israel Epstein and Sam Ginsburg were from Russian Jewish families that had fled to Manchuria to escape Tsarist-era persecution. Epstein had worked for treaty port newspapers in Tianjin, Shanghai, and Hong Kong, and increasingly during the war worked with groups on the left. 39 Germanophone audiences were addressed by Ruth Weiss and Eva Schau, leftist Jews from Germany and Austria respectively. The Japanese economist Yakugawa Jiro's radical beliefs had seen him lose a government job in Japan, and then suffer arrest and imprisonment when he worked in the South Manchurian Railroad Research Department. Yakugawa remained in China after the war. The entanglement of love and politics conspired to bring Gladys Taylor, the daughter of a London Missionary Society educationalist, back to China. Born in Beijing, she became the first student of Chinese at the University of Oxford, married Yang Xianyi, a student of classics, and worked with him for decades at the Foreign Languages Press. 40 Denise Leberton came out with her husband, Li Fengbei, whom she had met when he studied in France. Although born in Shanghai, Esther Chiu, who worked for Radio Peking for 11 years, was the child of another such student romance in London. 310. These foreign foot soldiers in China's War of Words had also been drawn to the country by the China National Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, which brought New York dairy farmer William Hinton back to China as a tractor technician after he had worked there during the war for the U.S. Office of Wartime Information. His sister Joan, a nuclear physicist who had worked on the Manhattan Project, was inspired to follow him in 1948 and worked on livestock initiatives, but the move meant that unsubstantiated allegations of treason and espionage were to dog her until her death in Beijing in 2010. Instead of breeding sheep in China, she was charged with breeding atoms. Others were dispatched by fraternal communist parties. Alan Winnington and Michael Shapiro came to work for the New China News Agency at the command of the Communist Party of Great Britain. Although born in Chengdu into a Canadian missionary family, The anthropologist Isabel Brown and her husband David Crook came to China in 1947 at the CPGB's request to research a book about land reform. 41 Crook was a British communist, who had fought in the Spanish Civil War and spied for the KGB on Trotskyists in Spain, most notoriously on George Orwell and his wife Eileen Blair, and in Shanghai. The veteran radical Anna Louise Strong, who had crossed Manchuria with Mikhail Borodin in 1927, made Beijing her home from 1958 until her death in 1970, mailing out a regular letter from China that rehearsed whatever party line was then dominant. There were several score of others, including a Japanese aristocrat, 22 deserters from the United Nations forces in Korea, and 2 Marxist economists driven out of the United States after being fingered as Soviet espionage suspects in 1952. 42 The foreign experts were relatively well paid, housed, fed, and treated, and in the 1950s generally cost from the political storms that would consume China. This would not last, but in the meantime their memoirs often paint a picture of a world that Anne Bridge might recognize, and might have sketched in her novel Peking Picnic, not least in its happy distance from the harsher realities of the revolution. In fact, they had more in common with the Jesuit mathematicians and cartographers who had served the Ming and the Qing than with the thousands of foreign advisors who had worked in the Republic. They 311 were mostly technical experts, used to help the government pursue its propaganda and cultural diplomacy aims. The key difference was that, unlike the Jesuits, their chief loyalty was to the regime itself, and to China. In return, the Chinese Communist Party did not always see them as anything more than useful hired hands. Even so, many were granted Chinese nationality, lived on in the country for decades and were highly honored by the party. 43 These experts had a higher profile internationally than might normally be the case for literary translators, language teachers, and propagandists, for they were often used to host or meet visiting delegations, or were sought out by visitors hoping to get some more information off the record. Some became well known within China itself, being assembled for parades and demonstrations, and speaking at rallies and other political events. The ranks of the true believers and 300%ers were augmented by supporters of the regime overseas, such as Edgar Snow, the Swedish radical Jan Myrdal, or the Canadian former missionary James G. Endicott, all of whom also served, and uncritically and loudly proclaimed their support for the state, whichever way the Beijing wind happened to blow, although at a safe geographical distance from its icy chills. 44 China's foreign servants were successful advocates for it. Few of the influential or widely read accounts published overseas of land reform, for example, were free of this tight management of information, or of the shaping of the narrative conveyed, or were unrelated to this group of foreign friends of China. The narrative of that process began slowly to receive a wider and wider circulation overseas through reports based on participant observation during the land reform process by the Crooks and William Hinton, or later interviews in villages by Michael Shapiro, Jack Chan, or Jan Myrdal. David Crook later wrote that he hoped to learn from the processes underway in the already liberated areas, and later to teach how 20th century Britain might be made a new utopia from this example. 45 Revolution in a Chinese Village, the Crook's book, the first of 3, was researched over 8 months of residence in a Hebei village in 1948. At roughly the same time, William Hinton also spent 8 months in a village not far away across the border in Shaanxi province, accompanying a party work team, and would later publish 312. The result as Fanchen. The book appeared much later than the Crook's volume because Hinton's notes were seized by the American authorities on his return to the United States in 1953, and not returned to him for 5 years. The policing of information was hardly the sole prerogative of the PRC. All these writers were firmly of the communist left, and this shaped the tone of the body of material, which ranged from the professional and impressively documented to the astoundingly superficial and naive, but cumulatively they outlined a story of how rural China had stood up, and achieved a Fanchen, a jargon term meaning that they had transformed themselves, their thinking and their villages. Violence was not glossed over, but nobody lingered on it. Michael Shapiro would have had his readers believe that surprisingly few landlords were killed. 46 In many cases those who died were presented as having been involved in wartime treason or other obvious crimes. Who, after all, could object to the execution of a traitor? But the traumas and extremes of wartime were often presented as the normal state of affairs. And some of the sketches of the evils of the past were simply risible. Jack Chan, for example, claimed that the landlords forced tenants to pay from 45 to over 70% of the output of the land rented. They charged interest on loans of several 100% a year. And to this was added the whole appalling burden of ruthless soldiery, police, secret agents, ignorance, superstition, corrupt courts, press gangs, forced labor, and acts of rape and murder. 47. It is a wonder anybody was still alive in the countryside by 1949. However, such statements would find their way into school textbooks and popular histories overseas. An important shift had occurred in understandings of China overseas, but one caricature had largely been substituted for another. Land reform was analyzed in what seemed to be academic monographs, published by academic presses, but these accounts were mostly in fact written by true believers. This work would also energize and inspire a new generation. Radicals across the world of 1968 were drawn to Fanshan in particular, and to 313. Maoist political stances in general. Leftist scholarship and intellectual posturing found affirmation in the gospel of the Chinese Revolution according to William Hinton. 48 Here was something novel, a lesson for the world from China, a glimpse of a possible new utopia. Although it presented itself to global publics through the tightly controlled propaganda machine in Beijing, China did not actually lack for visitors. There were roughly 8,000 to 10,000 a year in the 1950s. 49 They were queuing up to get in from the moment the new state was established, and it spent increasing amounts of money on easing their way. One of the first was a British Communist and Union official, Marion Ramelson, who arrived in December 1949 for an Asian Women's Conference. China is free, she reported on her return, the fact lights up the East as a blazing Sunday. 50 In this way Ramelson was a pioneer pilgrim on what became a well-trodden path to revelation. There was light, laughter, order, unity and cooperation at the end of the Trans-Siberian Railway, or a flight to Beijing, or the border crossing at Hong Kong. There were no flies, the trains ran on time, women and peasants stood proud, workers were well housed, all was right with the world of the East. Americans were technically barred by the United States government from visiting, but there were regular delegations from Britain starting in 1951. These were organized by the Britain-China Friendship Association, a Communist Front organization, and from 1955 onwards by a business group, the Icebreakers, to the fury of once dominant companies like Jardine Matheson. 51 The former British Prime Minister Clement Attlee led an official Labour Party visit in 1954. In 1955 Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir came, saw and extolled at length the limitless prospects, not only for China, but for all, as this new China embodies a particularly exciting moment in history, that in which man, so long reduced to dreaming of what humanity might be, is setting out to become it. Pan-Africanist intellectuals W.E.B. Du Bois and Shirley Garner visited twice. 52 Some pilgrims were so impressed that they decided to return and work for the foreign languages press. Returnees rushed to print and to give talks. There were exceptions, Clement Attlee for one, but like 314. Most travelers their responses to what they saw were fixed before they arrived. They had expected to find Jerusalem, and there it was. By the end of the 1950s, as its dispute with the Soviet Union intensified, the PRC's foreign policy concerns encouraged a big push to develop its profile in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. 1,500 Latin Americans visited in delegations between 1949 and 1960. Amongst them were former presidents, artists,
the Chilean poet Pablo Neruda and the Brazilian novelist Jorge Amado, peace activists and scientists. Back home these visitors were prominent amongst those setting up friendship associations and similar groups, and writing and talking positively about New China. African nationalists too started to find their way to China, finding a warm reception when they did so. In 1956 there were 435 delegations from non-communist countries. In the last 3 years of the decade there were 84 delegations just from the Belgian Congo. The communist and the non-aligned world beat a path to China's door. 53 for those who could not make the journey. Radio Peking's anti-colonial agenda provided either inspiration or an unsettling challenge to the information order internationally, and within many individual territories depending on the listener. Nothing had been left to chance. These were minutely managed and choreographed visits, prepared with great attention to the detail of the political position, and potential, of the visitors. 54 The itineraries were limited, and the accounts of them become quite repetitive. Visitors had guides and translators, and these provided voluminous reports on their charges. The vanity of many a pilgrim was tickled by the cordiality of the receptions accorded, but the state also wheeled those potentially most useful into meetings with senior party leaders. Concern about managing visitors and visits had its obverse overseas. The British government did what it could, when it could, to discredit, discomfort and disable the more vociferous and prominent in the pro-PRC lobby, especially during the Korean War. The former diplomat Sir John Pratt, a longtime critic of the China Coast British, was removed from the Foreign Office's seat on the university's China Committee. Monica Felton, a senior civil service town planner, was sacked after she visited British prisoners of war in Korea. A Foreign Office China expert, Derek Bryan, who with Liao Hongying, his wife, 315, was prominent in pro-PRC circles, found himself facing a posting to Peru, took the hint and resigned. The Foreign Office's Information Research Department, its anti-communist propaganda arm, conducted a covert campaign aiming to discredit the scientist Joseph Needham after his trip to China in 1952. 55 Mostly the travelers to China harmed their own cause with their Panglossian reports on the wonderland that lay behind the wall. Needham was the most prominent of those who were attacked, although it was not the radiant light of the eastern sun that had blinded him, but the dark arts behind a hugely successful propaganda hoax. 56 Needham was a widely respected biochemist and fellow of the Royal Society, whose attention had been gripped by China since the arrival of 3 Chinese scientists in his laboratory in Cambridge in 1937 on British Council scholarships. Needham then learned Chinese, and ran a Sino-British Science Cooperation Office in Chongqing from 1942 to 1946. A Christian socialist, he was heavily involved in pro-PRC activities in Britain. When the Chinese unveiled claims that American forces had made widespread use of biological weapons in the early spring of 1952, backing these up, apparently, with confessions from captured American pilots and research by eminent Chinese scientists, many of them known personally to Needham, he was sympathetic enough to agree to join an independent commission to investigate. Needham dominated the team that visited China, conducted scores of interviews, and assessed the findings presented to them by scientists in China. However, the claims were lies. The scientists were unable in the debilitating political atmosphere to work to the impartial standards to which they had been trained, and the Chinese government itself was happy to use the threat to fuel mass mobilization around a public health campaign that was underway. Who knew who stood where during the Cold War? How was the political heart to be aligned with the political brain? The 2 decades before 1952 had seen communist enemies become wartime friends, then again become enemies. McCarthy's war on American communism was in many ways an assault on American liberalism. The American occupations about turn in its policies in Japan, and the rearming of West Germany, both fueled liberal suspicion of the USA. A figure more politically agile than Joseph Needham might still have 316. Failed to navigate these currents. Intellectually,
Needham consistently articulated a powerful case for taking China's civilization, culture, and history seriously, and he went on to write and direct the many volumes of a landmark feat of scholarship, science, and civilization in China, which did just that. But China's cultural diplomacy and its adroit handling of the convenient optimists who came, saw, and believed, ensnared Joseph Needham, FRS, as it ensnared many others. Delegations were often scheduled around China's National Day, October 1st. This meant they could provide a fraternal foreign presence during the centerpiece rally in the vast new square carved out of the buildings before Tiananmen, and around which the Museum of the History of the Chinese Revolution and the Great Hall of the People would be built by 1959. 57 The delegations would then circulate around the country, traveling to model collective farms, visiting schools and colleges, factories, dams and mines. China's diplomacy was steadily more and more proactive, and it provided more and more landmark occasions to bring visitors in. Scientific workers, trade unionists, and women were the subject of high-profile and theatrically staged conferences. Peace was a recurring theme, if a logically redundant one, for nobody particularly held war conferences. It was the focus, for example, of a Chinese-directed Asian and Pacific Peace Conference held in October 1952. 58 Watched over by Pablo Picasso's iconic Dove of Peace, 404 delegates from 46 countries, including peace fighters from Europe, assembled in Beijing. Peace, of course, was a euphemism for anti-imperialism. The Chinese met all travel costs, hosted the visitors in luxurious accommodation and showered them with gifts. The rearmament of Japan, the Korean War and anti-colonial struggles in Southeast Asia provided a focus, as did the position of China as the bulwark of peace throughout Asia and the Pacific. Joan Hinton was deployed to denounce the American nuclear weapons program and its alleged bacteriological warfare. First they watched 500,000 people march past Tiananmen on National Day, and attended a 500-strong gala banquet presided over by Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai. Beijing's model workers exerted themselves to complete the new Peace Hotel on time. Productivity in door lock installation tripled. A crowd of 50,000 was 317 assembled for a final rally inside the Forbidden City. There were hugs, handshakes and tears, unanimous resolutions, a standing committee and reams of earnestly Pacific print. Then the delegations dispersed around the country. No obstacle was put in our way as we sought the truth, reported the American delegates. 59 There was much unintentional comedy in the strange world of the delegations, but there was a serious geostrategic agenda developing that China took forward and that secured its greatest fruit overseas at the 1954 Geneva Conference, and in 1955 at Bandung in Indonesia. 60 The mid-1950s saw a lessening of the militancy of the Korean War era, both domestically and in China's overseas policy. At Geneva, Zhou Enlai had cut an impressive figure during the negotiations to bring about a peace in Vietnam, and had pointedly met delegations from the British and other powers. One result was the reopening of a British diplomatic presence in Beijing in the old legation compound, though it was not yet of embassy status, as the British still kept open a consulate in Taiwan. Talks also began at ambassadorial level with the United States, focusing initially on unresolved Korean War issues. That year, in signing an agreement with India, Zhou articulated a new policy of peaceful coexistence enshrined in 5 principles: mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, non-aggression, non-interference in internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. At the Bandung Conference, hosted by the Indonesian government, and co-sponsored by the governments of India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Burma, 29 nations explored common interests and agendas. One of the most pressing of these was the lessening of tensions with China over border issues, the Chinese diaspora in Southeast Asia, and Chinese support for revolutionary movements. Still denied membership of the United Nations, let alone the seat on the Security Council that was held by the Kuomintang, the Chinese secured a notable coup at Bandung, and in other foreign affairs initiatives at this time. The People's Republic seemed genuinely to offer a different path between the Soviet Union and the United States, and a set of new conciliatory policies. However, it soon moved back to militancy. 318. One of the less starry-eyed visitors to China was the British journalist James Cameron, who was allowed in for the 5th anniversary celebrations in 1954. His last visit outside the capital was to Shaoshan, and to Mao Zedong's birthplace, a homestead rather finer than I imagined. Cameron mentioned having pointed out to him the family's duck pond, Mao's route to school, and the house, reconstructed after being destroyed by the Kuomintang. There was also the comb that Mao had used to comb the fleas out of his father's cows. Once buried, this treasure had been retrieved and found not to have rusted. "And it shall never rust away," declared a sign. This report of a minor saintly miracle of the Chinese Revolution was hardly unusual within the spectrum of beliefs and activities encompassed by the cult of personality that was officially developed around Mao Zedong. 61. It also had its echoes in the mix of millenarian self-deception, pragmatic self-preservation, political strategy and tyranny that led China to its greatest disaster yet, the drive to build on the rapid implementation of land reform and collectivization and bring the future closer through the Great Leap Forward launched in the spring of 1958. Does your uncle have any idea what has been going on in the past 2 years? Another visitor to Shaoshan was asked in April 1961. You must let him know the situation here. 62. This visitor was Mao Zedong's nephew, and Mao himself did indeed know, but despite a catalogue of woes that were reported, Shaoshan had been luckier than most places. A second Soviet-style 5-year plan was abandoned after barely a year in 1958, and all energy was directed into a mass mobilization campaign more extensive than any yet seen. Much of the rhetoric and focus of this mobilization was seen in terms of international comparison, and the Great Leap Forward would, through an act of national will and individual efforts, take China forward into the front rank of economic powers. These were the years in which peasants set up backyard steel furnaces, and turned their cooking pots and other household tools into useless lumps of low-grade metal, when collectives became people's communes, and set up public kitchens and dormitories as cotters burned down people's houses, and where there was gorging on plenty after the good harvest of 1958, when the Central Committee turned into an agricultural advice bureau, issuing 319 orders to China's farmers to plow deep and plant seedlings much closer together. British industrial production would be overtaken in 15 years, Mao announced in November 1957, no, in 7, China would catch up with the United States in about 15 years, no, he decided in May 1958, it would overtake America in 10. Go all out and aim high was a key injunction. The reports and statistics showed that the results of this mass effort were superlative, steel was forged and harvests were plentiful, the state collected its taxes in kind on the basis of the data, and exported agricultural products. China had entered an age of socialism, and anything was now possible in this, the best of all possible worlds. But the reports were fantasies and the numbers were lies. Officials at all levels tried to work towards implementing the policies and attaining the targets that came down to them, to avoid criticism and even persecution or punishment for not doing so. A disaster thereby unfolded. The lowest estimates calculate that there were 27 million deaths in excess of statistical expectations in China between 1958 and 1962. Starvation, disease, and a new murderous round of political repression took millions of lives. Malnutrition-induced infertility collapsed the birth rate. Other calculations make the total much higher. 63. China's people starved to death as never before in the country's history. Still the visitors came, and still they did not see. In the old days, one willfully naive British commentator reported, it would have been quite normal for 10 or 20 million people just to die from starvation and millions more to disperse about the country becoming beggars in towns or living on roots in the woods. Joan Robinson, writing here in the spring of 1964, was a Cambridge University lecturer in economics, and a fellow of the British Academy. This time the whole country was looked after, she added. 64 The peasants, whose dignity was central to the very idea of the new state, who had stood up and brought the Communist Party to power with their efforts, and on whose behalf great historical wrongs had been righted, were betrayed, bullied and tyrannized into famine and disaster. The famine relented after 1962 when Mao's designated successor, the party vice chairman and state president Liu Shaoqi, led the 320 implementation of new policies to relax controls and allow some measure of individual enterprise in the countryside. But to add insult to the ruinous injury of the past 4 years, a bruised Mao Zedong initiated a socialist education movement during which, yet once more, the evils and individual errors of the past had to be rehearsed, and yet more deeply explored. 65 The pains of the hungry and battered present were to be assuaged with knowledge of the greater bitterness of the feudal past. One cruel irony is that the most singular demonstration of New China's capacity, and its arrival amongst the great powers, came from an achievement that would have done the Kuomintang state proud. The true heirs of the nationalist state-building program, with its focus on national defense industries, and technological capability, gathered together in Xinjiang just under 200 miles south of Urumqi in the dry Kuritak Mountains. This was Project 596, so named after June, the 6th month, 1959, when Nikita Khrushchev withdrew all Soviet assistance from a project that the Chinese believed to be vital to their post-Korean War security. Science was needed still, to save China, as labor and hope alone would not do so. Although they had fought the Americans to a standstill, and saw the 1953 Korean Armistice Agreement as a victory for Chinese power, the lesson the Chinese military had learned was that its winning tactics were outdated and insufficient. The war had revived Western racist narratives of the threat of the Asiatic horde, as PLA tactics had overwhelmed UN forces, but the human cost for China was horrendous: 1 million casualties, including almost 200,000 killed. 66 This was reinforced the following year when the United States talked with a belligerent confidence born of its vastly superior military technology when confronting the Chinese during the 1954 Taiwan Straits crisis. A battle was fought within the Chinese leadership between the modernizers, who wanted a professional, well-equipped army, and ideologues who pledged their faith in mass mobilization and a people's war fought by a people's army. While the modernizers lost out politically, in practical terms their technological agenda was avidly pursued. And so a development with the widest possible international repercussions took place at 3:00 p.m. on October 16, 1964, when the 321 Chinese team in Xinjiang detonated a 20-kiloton atomic bomb. 67 They had struggled through the famine years and weathered the withdrawal of Soviet assistance. They had drawn on their training in Europe and America, gleaned what they could from scraps of information available to them, and improvised and designed their own path to 16 October's great victory for the Chinese people. But Chinese scientists and technicians developed the weapon themselves in a staggering feat of defiant self-reliance. So this was a new China indeed, equipped with a strong state that could direct enormous resources and human ingenuity to focus single-mindedly on such a spectacular project. It was a militant state too, with global political ambitions to fight and defeat imperialism, into which category it increasingly came to include the USSR, and it was equipped now with nuclear weapons. Moreover, it was not afraid of war. After all, said Mao, more than once, terrifying Nikita Khrushchev, amongst many others, if half of humanity perished in a nuclear war, half would survive, we would prevail, and get to work producing more babies than ever before, but imperialism would be razed to the ground. 68. 322. 10. Monsters and Demons. It was scissors that made young Jim Ballard shudder, metal blades wielded by ranks of Chinese women, that, and the spectacle of an irresistible force, advancing steadily in line, but wholly consumed in its own business, shouting slogans and performing an insular drama of revolution. The British writer J.G. Ballard was born in Shanghai's International Settlement in 1930, where his father managed a calico printing mill, and left after being released from a Japanese internment camp in 1945. He would echo twice in his writings a familiar childhood sight: the rows of Chinese weedy women employed to tend the lawns of Shanghai householders. The first occasion was in his story A Place and a Time to Die, published in the autumn of 1969, which responded directly to what was formerly called the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, then 3 years old. This upheaval was the greatest of New China's mass movements, and it beguiled, inspired, and shocked observers in equal measure. Old narratives and fears about China were given new life, and the yellow peril was dressed anew as a red one. China was never weaker, but never seemed more dangerous, confident, and unpredictable than at this moment. Ballard imagined the advance of a vast throng, a million-strong force, moving on an unnamed town in a half-conquered continent that might be North America. 2 men prepare to make a suicidal last stand in the town's defense, but find themselves pushed aside and ignored by an onward rush of gong-beating and chanting soldiers and civilians, carrying no weapons or webbing, the women with small red booklets in their hands. On poles over their heads they held giant blown-up photographs of party leaders and generals. 323. Monsters and demons. They're not interested in us. They're not interested at all, one of the men realizes as they either brush past, or surround and harangue him, but without seeming to notice his actual presence. They are going through the agitprop motions of revolutionary indignation and enthusiasm in a spirit of solipsistic rage. Later Ballard drew more explicitly on the same well of memory in his autobiographical novel Empire of the Sun. There, 11-year-old Jim watches the women work on a lawn in 1941 and always felt a faint shiver of horror when he strayed too close to them, for he could visualize what would happen if he fainted in their path. His host offers an old thought, that there were so many Chinese they could stretch from pole to pole. They could weed the whole world, the young boy asks. If you want to put it like that, comes the reply. Weeding the world, China certainly seemed to have declared war on it by the end of 1969, and on itself, and Shanghai headquartered this new struggle. Mao was based there or nearby for 8 months after November 1965. It was the city in which a first salvo in the new struggle was fired through an article on a play, first published in the newspaper Wenhui Bao on November 10, 1965. It was the city that was run by a revolutionary People's Commune, which overthrew the municipal administration in January 1967, and the city from which the group dominating the movement nationally emerged, not least the former Shanghai actress Lan Ping, now known as Zhang Qing, who was Mao's wife. With Mao, this cabal would play a leading role in retrieving control of the state from those they alleged were returning it to capitalism. But Shanghai was also still the capital city of Chinese cosmopolitanism, which had been given new life, with a distinctly more enhanced East European flavor, through the strong cultural interaction with the communist bloc before the Sino-Soviet split. The city was battered and bruised, but its cosmopolitanism was still more pronounced there than anywhere else in China. It was an obvious target. The country was never more militant than in 1966-9, it confronted the British and the Portuguese in Hong Kong and in Macau. It poured weapons into North Vietnam and sent army construction brigades and air defense units as well. It fomented revolutionary movements in Burma and Cambodia. It fought a fitful border war with the USSR. 324. Its diplomats abroad handed out revolutionary propaganda and paraphernalia to anybody who came within range, deluging them with badges, books, and pamphlets, as well as giving cash to militants. It trained guerrillas and revolutionary cadres in China, and dispatched advisors overseas. Its city squares and stadiums filled up with vast rallies denouncing imperialists and revisionists. At one point 1 million people, a vast throng, paraded past the British compound in Beijing, and Red Guards, militant youth, later stormed and burned the mission, as well as part of the Soviet embassy. Other embassy sieges took in the Indonesians, Mongolians, and Indians, amongst others. Indian, French, British, and Russian diplomats and their families were manhandled, and Chinese diplomats and students clashed with security forces in London, Rangoon, Paris, Moscow, and Jakarta.
Diplomatic relations with China were broken off by many states in response to these incidents. Effigies of foreign leaders were hanged and burned on Beijing streets in what became a predictable repertoire of scripted rage. 3. But there was more rhetorical fury than policy in all of this. In truth, there was almost no policy at all for the better part of a year, and it was replaced by a recurring and repetitive cycle of polemics against the enemies of China's revolution. The reason for this was a decisive turn to class struggle in politics and a deliberate scaling back of all foreign relations activities. The foreign ministry itself imploded in January 1967 when it was seized by radical leftists. The Third World internationalism the government had avidly pursued after its Bandung triumph had peaked in 1964 and then fragmented. Many of its foreign friends had recoiled from an erstwhile partner that espoused solidarity with their regimes, but at the same time actively supported insurgent communist parties aiming to topple them. Fraternity with fellow parties and diplomacy did not easily mix. There had been a historic and warm set of meetings with Indian leaders, starting in 1954 when Nehru visited Beijing. In spite of differences in our ideologies and social systems, Mao asserted in their first meeting, we have an overriding common point, that is, all of us have to cope with imperialism. But what Nehru articulated as the common experience of having suffered from foreign rule, and the shared challenges of development, did not prevent a turn to war in 1962 over 325. Monsters and demons. Unresolved border issues. For Liu Shaokai, as Chinese head of state, had made a triumphant formal visit to Indonesia in April 1963, but the powerful Indonesia Communist Party botched a coup in September 1965, and its suppression afterwards was accompanied by a genocidal pogrom that consumed 500,000 lives, most of them ethnically Chinese Indonesians. Zhou Enlai's tour of African capitals in 1964 had turned disastrous over suspicions of Chinese intentions. His assertion in Tanzania in 1965 that Africa was ripe for revolution sounded the death knell for China's Third World diplomacy. A planned second Bandung conference was cancelled. 5. The Chinese still had their Albanian friends, but little else except their rhetoric. Even so, there was a consistent recurring theme in China's fulminations against the world of its enemies, and that was anti-imperialism. And not just on its own domestic account, Chinese rhetoric consistently represented the country as the global center and headquarters of world revolution, to which those struggling overseas looked for inspiration. But as well as opposition to the American intervention in Vietnam, or the Dominican Republic, for example, or the Arab-Israeli War, or whatever the battle that was currently being fought, there was the unfinished business of the past, the foreign-controlled colonies that still occupied two tiny footholds on China's southern coast, the contested borders with the USSR and India that were legacies of the 1860 treaty with Tsarist Russia, and the 1914 Simla Accord between the government of British India and Tibet, and the permeation of China itself even after 17 years of the new regime with the culture, relics, and evidence of its pre-revolutionary history. The Russian legacy was also wrapped up in the Sino-Soviet ideological dispute, and anti-revisionism, the second great theme in China's rhetoric. If its actual foreign policy was a shambles, the country's militant Maoism was taken up globally. This became possibly the single most successful export beyond its immediate cultural realm of any of the philosophical or political ideas that had ever emerged within China in the modern era. The political fellow travelers of the 1950s were succeeded by far greater numbers of Maoist adepts, toting their copies of the iconic Little Red Book in London, Paris, Rome, Berlin, as the British leftist slogan of 1968 had it, in America, Japan, and Australia, but also, and 326. More devastatingly, in Arusha, Naxalbari, Ayacucho and Tirana, in the shape of Tanzanian President Julius Nyerere's Ujamaa development program, the West Bengal Naxalite insurgency, Peru Sendero Luminoso rebellion, and, of course, in Albania. 6. A Maoist chic would settle in amongst the fashionable left, or simply the fashionable, but deadly, real Maoist insurgencies still linger in 2017.
Never had a theatrical review had such a devastating impact. For the cue for this upheaval was just that, an attack on a play that damned it as a poisonous weed. The play Hairui dismissed from office was hardly good theater, but then it had been written for political purposes, not as drama. The author, Wu Han, was China's leading expert on Ming Dynasty history, and had been commissioned to write it in 1960 by a Beijing opera company to assist the drive to correct deliberate misreporting of results by cotters during the Great Leap Forward period. Hairui was an upright Ming official who had been punished for his honesty, and Mao had called on cotters to emulate him and report problems and data accurately and honestly, without fear of the consequences. However, by 1964, Mao and others had come to see Wu Han's play as a thinly veiled criticism. In this interpretation, the figure of Hairui was assumed to stand in for Marshal Peng Dehuai, the Korean War hero and veteran party leader, who had been disgraced at Mao's behest in 1959 for his opposition to the Great Leap Forward. This didactic work of drama provided a pretext for a move by Mao to confront those he perceived as his opponents within the leadership. These were the men who had rolled back some of the ultra-socialist measures of the Great Leap Forward in order to revive the economy after the famine. Jiang Qing served as his emissary to Shanghai to get the article written, and Mao personally revised drafts of it. 7. Wuhan was an incidental target. There was a policy difference within the leadership between those aiming for a more pragmatic, bureaucratic development model, and Mao, who saw that course as inexorably leading to corruption of the party, and the abandonment of class struggle. Mao was sensitive also to parallels in the ousting of Nikita Khrushchev by his Soviet Politburo colleagues in October 1964 for reasons that might also have been applied to himself. Khrushchev was deemed unpredictable, a source of harebrained. 327. Monsters and demons. Schemes, and someone who had overridden the practice of collective leadership. Wu Han was a professor at Tsinghua University, but he was also an official in the Beijing city government, and the campaign against him was implicitly an attack on Beijing's mayor, Peng Zhen, a senior and powerful figure within the party. This was to serve as the prompt for a wider shake-up of the nation, during which Mao aimed to outflank his opponents by calling on the powerless to criticize and overthrow the leadership elite, once revolutionary in ethos and character, but now getting too comfortable in its enjoyment of the fruits of victory and control. At least, this was Mao's formulation. As a result, too, a new generation that had not known the revolution would experience struggle, and new leaders would emerge from the masses across the nation. In history, it is always the new arrivals who are more progressive, Mao had told a visiting French politician in 1964, and that is why the younger generation will outstrip us. 8. The criticism of Wu Han was taken up more widely. Peng Zhen was attacked for trying to protect his subordinate, and the party leadership started to fragment. The robustly organized state structure that the CCP had now established had delivered the atomic bomb, but, in Mao's analysis, the party's strengths were also profound revolutionary weaknesses, for it would foster complacency, and thereby a counter-revolution too. What this meant in practice was that quite swiftly party leaders and administrators at all levels faced a mass insurgency from radical opponents, who fought the established elite, fought each other and fought the army. The first response of those attacked was to seize control of events themselves, sending in work teams to investigate and criticize staff within their own departments, singling out easy targets from people with already known politically difficult backgrounds, or those who had been labeled rightists in 1957. But these tactical moves were outflanked by Mao's call on August 5, 1966 for a wider revolt and undermined by more radical factions who heeded that injunction to, as he put it, bombard the headquarters. The work teams were attacked. Government buildings were taken over by new revolutionary groups, archives were seized, and at mass rallies the newly deposed leadership was paraded, ill-treated and denounced. Violence was sanctioned from the very top. 328. It became a revolt of the young. School children formed themselves into Red Guard units and struggled against and sometimes killed their teachers. Gangs of them ransacked the homes of alleged class enemies,
neighbor imprisoned neighbor, rich peasants, landlords, and all the other class enemies and counter-revolutionaries were dragged out again and beaten, jailed, or killed. Huge numbers of people committed suicide. There were mass killings in the countryside, and even well-attested incidents of cannibalism where the organs or the flesh of those murdered was eaten by their killers. Pitched battles were fought in several major cities between thousands of insurgents and soldiers, involving spears, clubs and rifles, as well as tanks, artillery, and even warplanes. Liu Shaoqi, China's president, died of medical neglect in prison, as did Peng Dehui. In a ferocious campaign of destruction targeting the Four Olds, old thoughts, customs, culture, and habits, China's cultural heritage was savaged. Temples and heritage sites, cultural artifacts, books, and works of art were trashed, burned or broken. Hundreds of thousands of homes were ransacked, people destroyed their own possessions or sold or disposed of them to try to obliterate evidence of their pasts. The paper recycling industry was a standout economic success in this period as people queued up to dispose of books and private papers. Tens of thousands of people classified as landlords or with other bad labels were expelled from their homes in the cities and forced to move to their rural places of origin. At least 1.5 million people were killed or committed suicide, mostly between 1967 and 1971, very large numbers were permanently maimed, tens of millions underwent the terror and torture of being oppressed in successive campaigns and waves of violence. 9. It seemed to many observers and many caught within it to be a massive fit of collective madness, a delusional and inexplicable descent into chaos. How else could one describe a political campaign in which a state immolated itself, in which Buddhist statues were paraded in dunce hats, and then burned, and in which the domestic cats of Beijing were systematically slaughtered, and then laid out at the roadside with their front paws tied together? 10. Yet once unleashed, it was in many instances a revolt driven by the real grievances and fears of a shifting coalition of the disaffected, ambitious, and afraid. 329. Monsters and demons. Included amongst these were the children of party officials and leaders, those who had done well out of the new dispensation, who went on the offensive to protect themselves, their perquisites and their future careers. In Shanghai, meanwhile, many younger workers found themselves facing declining workplace security and living standards in the post-leap period of economic adjustment. They were excluded from the privileges of a better-paid older generation, and these grievances fueled a grassroots uprising against the status quo in the mills and factories of the city. It was virtually impossible not to be involved, and it was vitally important not be on the wrong side. It was also carnivalesque. For many concerned, it was liberating and invigorating. The normal tight restraints of age, position, and gender were loosened dramatically and swiftly. Young people traveled across China, riding for free on the massively expanded railway system to exchange experiences of struggle. They poured into Beijing. 11. This was the lighter side of the release from discipline, seeing the country, excitement, sex, journeys of personal discovery, and the taste of power and of respect. 12. The darker side to carnival was inescapably intertwined with this: violence, cruelty, and murder, paranoia, intolerance, and a degradation of all social relations. There was much opportunity for crime and simple hooliganism. And Beijing stank as a result. Its sanitation infrastructure was unable to cope with the sudden influx. 160,000 people died as a wave of cerebral spinal meningitis was stoked and carried by the millions on the move. 13. Ultimately there was a shattering betrayal, when the revolutionary young, their purpose served, were suppressed from late 1968 onwards, and in many cases with great violence. The lives and careers of an entire lost generation were distorted and degraded. But for many of those involved, especially the young, this was, while it lasted, a blissful dawn in which to be alive. China seemed theirs to remake. But really, what was there left to do? What had New China not already gained? Visual surveys of Shanghai, for example, prepared for the 10th anniversary of the revolution, provide a triumphant view of the city's new dignity, and contrast the degraded past with the refreshed present.
14 workers now enjoyed rowing in boats on a 330 new lake in People's Park, the former site of the exclusive Shanghai Race Club. The Bund, springboard for economic imperialism, was now a majestic and beautiful site of recreation for the people, and foreign soldiers and statues of imperialists like Sir Harry Parkes no longer guarded it. The Riverside Park, which once barred dogs and Chinese, now accommodated retired workers who could sit there chatting with their grandchildren. The stood-up people of Shanghai had also reclaimed Nanjing Road from the perpetrators of the 1925 May 30th massacre. There were estates of model houses for workers, instead of squatter shacks, and pestilential open sewers had been removed. The people of the city had washed clean the filth and stains inflicted by the colonialists. Shanghai was a chastened city. The Chinese people's blood and sweat-sucking imperialist canodrome had been rebuilt as a cultural plaza with the capacity to hold 14,000 people. Dogs no longer chased the electric rabbit, ballet dancers from Novosibirsk performed there instead. What were described as pornographic films, like the Ronald Reagan vehicle Stallion Road, were no longer poisoning young people. Obscene and reactionary magazines had been replaced with educational material. Foreign musicians no longer shrilled their lewd music at Ciro's, which instead now reverberated to educational songs performed in a traditional voice and string genre by the Shanghai People's Pington Troupe. It was all very worthy and creditable, and the old sink of iniquity, the city of sin, had certainly been cleaned up and transformed. A lively, non-official world persisted nonetheless, and Hong Kong-made films and fashions were quietly popular and influential, but it was hardly surprising that large numbers of people had volunteered to leave Shanghai altogether. Tens of thousands took work assignments in the Northwest or in Manchuria, as part of a massive drive to relocate industry and expertise in the cause of a more geographically balanced industrial development strategy. 15 They did not all go willingly, but they were not all conscripted. Shanghai had represented the biggest challenge for the CCP as it came to power. There had been discussion early on about relocating its industries, which would serve multiple purposes, helping development elsewhere in China, assuaging security concerns about over-concentration of strategic resources in one place and breaking the monopoly power of this dangerous, historically compromised city. Some industries were actually moved, 145 factories in their entirety between 1955 and 1960, and the city was not a priority site for initiatives under the first five-year plan. It grew nonetheless, and some of Shanghai's people certainly were relocated. As early as July 1951, university graduates in Shanghai were being firmly directed to employment elsewhere in China. In September 1952, 1,200 left in one much-publicized troop from Shanghai Station, heading to Manchuria to support the Korean War effort. In the 1950s, tens of thousands were sent to Xinjiang and to other West China provinces. Between 1963 and 1966, 70,000 young people left for Xinjiang, and another 100,000 went to the countryside. 16 This was a national policy, but Shanghai was a particularly prominent target. A very different destination for the Shanghai exodus had been Hong Kong. Between 1945 and 1951, when border controls went into operation, 1.4 million refugees settled in the colony, and at least another 420,000 came in the following 10 years. 17 By 1961 it has been estimated that 100,000 of these refugees had come from Shanghai. A significant group of them brought capital, expertise, and networks. Some relocated their businesses, others transferred their shipping interests. Amongst them were some of the most prominent and experienced of Shanghai business families. Their role in Hong Kong's rapid post-war industrialization was crucial, most obviously in the cotton spinning industry, which was virtually a Shanghai enclave. They invested in new plant, ordering it from overseas, or making use of substantial amounts of equipment that was held up in Hong Kong warehouses as a result of political uncertainty and inflation in the late 1940s, and then the trade embargo with China. The peak of Shanghai's capital flight to Hong Kong was 1948-9, but it also continued, covertly, where it could, after the communist seizure of power. Most refugees, of course, had little to bring, but those new mills, and hundreds of other new factories that were established as Hong Kong's economy rapidly grew, needed labor. This rapid influx generated great stress on the colony's infrastructure, but it also fueled its growth. To outward appearances little has changed, remarked the outgoing Shanghai British consul in June 1966, the same imperialist buildings range imposingly along the Bund 18, but these were now 332. Denuded of their former occupants. British China firms had steadily been relocating their company registration since the later 1930s in the face of nationalist government legislation, the expected demise of extraterritoriality and the Japanese invasion, but this accelerated after 1945. Although it had always had a distinctively different culture, partly derived from its place within the Chinese treaty ports, but partly also from its place within the circuit of British colonies, Hong Kong nonetheless provided a comfortably familiar home for some of the China-British amongst the 23,000 Britons who lived there. The same bank dominated the waterfront, cricket was also played in the heart of the city centre, and the ponies raced at Happy Valley, and the Hong Kong Club was an agreeable respite for the displaced residents from the Shanghai Club. They had all the pomp of British official life that they had been used to in Shanghai, and then more, much more, as Hong Kong had its governor and all the ceremonial that clustered around him. And from 1963 onwards there was also a canodrome, albeit in Macau, but there were also casinos there, all to sweeten the taste of exile. In China itself the rump foreign presence was tiny. In 1964 the total number of resident Russians, formerly the largest of the foreign communities, was down to 1,326, most of them living in Xinjiang. There were 2,730 foreign nationals in Shanghai at the start of 1965, but 2,092 of these were African, Asian or Latin American students. There were only 65 others resident in the city who were not diplomatic staff. There were 42 Britons in 1962, and 5 French nationals. The number steadily declined even further. In his 1964 sixth term of service, Consul David Brookfield recorded 5 deaths and 1 christening, others left the city as lingering foreign interests were wound up. Aside from a Polish shipping agency and a Pakistan International Airways office that opened in 1964, there were only 3 resident foreign firms by the end of 1965, all of them British. A fourth, the Banque Sino-Belge, was, with its manager and his family, a hostage rather than a going concern, and had been since he had arrived to wind up its business in 1952. There were 27 Indians, mostly Sikhs running dairies, and only 6 Russians remained, who were 333 monsters and demons. Outnumbered 10-1 by Tibetans, of all the historically unlikeliest of Shanghai's residents. 19 small pockets of foreign nationals lingered in Tianjin and Beijing itself. British diplomats retained a watching brief to look after their welfare when they were not, as one visitor, George Gale, reported with disbelief, organizing treasure hunts in the pleasant but underused grounds of the embassy. The British had finally to abandon the old legation in 1959. It was packed with history, archives, memorial plaques, monuments, ancient bronze cannon, and detritus left by passing residents, including the fantasist and fraud Sir Edmund Backhouse. 20 some of this was shipped back to Britain, some given away and some sold for scrap, having long been surplus to any possible requirement other than pride, if not self-deception, for some decades past. The number of Europeans in Shanghai actually increased in 1965, doubling in size overnight when 30 foreign experts arrived to teach at the Shanghai Foreign Language Institute. All the contradictory features that characterized such groups in China throughout the century were replicated even in this small, cosmopolitan crowd: ideological zeal and naivete, arrogant self-interest, and even simple sinophobia. 21 Most of this motley group had little to do with the foreign community that gathered en masse, fewer each year, for an annual Christmas service at the British consulate. This was officially now the office of the British Charge d'Affaires taking care of British nationals' affairs in Shanghai, but visitors passed through its consulate gateposts on which were placed the royal coat of arms. Amongst those who came in 1965 were some whose families had a long history in the former treaty port. Constance Martin's grandfather had been the first chief of the settlement police, back in 1854, and there were men with historically resonant surnames, Robert Vivian Dent, whose father had been born in the old Dent and Co. Hong on the Bund in 1862 when the family firm still rode high, wide, and handsome amongst the British China companies, its only rival Jardine Matheson. Dent lived with his wife and son Louis in a large house on the former Avenue du Roi Albert. Hushan Pinmini's father arrived in Shanghai in 1860, and had carved out a career as a typing Civil War gun runner and post-war mercenary and military advisor. Wr. 334. McBain's family business had commenced in Shanghai in the 1870s, and he had himself served on the Shanghai Municipal Council in 1925-6 during the May 30th movement. 22 McBain too had once owned a building on the Bund, now let to Shell. Visiting foreign journalists in the 1950s like George Gale had nosed out surviving Russian tailors, or even bars and bar girls, but there were only now these relics of what seemed to be truly an Edwardian era. Brookfield and his successor still kept an old-fashioned establishment of servants that would have done the elder Dent or McBain proud back in Shanghai Lander days, listing, in 1967, No. 1 boy, No. 2 boy, house coolie, cook, wash amma, baby amma, gardener, many of them having long served the consulate. The weedy women still cut the British consulate grass, the lawns were perfection, remembered a British diplomat, over which a 160-foot flagstaff still towered, and on which the Union Jack was raised, though only on 15 occasions every year. 23 So possibly the only man in China who was still called formally a coolie worked at the British consulate, on a site marked out in 1842 when Queen Victoria's troops occupied the city in the First Opium War. If the formerly dominant British presence was but a slight whisper of its old self, how had the world changed for Lu Nianyi, the Cambridge-educated Shanghai businessman who with his father had enjoyed a mutually profitable collaboration with Thinra after the war? In 1965, like other national capitalists who had stayed on or returned after 1949, Lu retained some of the fruits and status of his past, in his case a 5% share of the earnings of the former family match factory, through which he could afford to support a car, a maid, and a comfortable house. That year French photographer Marc Ribaude secured a portrait of Lu and his wife, Xia Tianjin. A statuette of Mao Zedong graced a mantelpiece, but jade ornaments filled a display cabinet behind them. Lu stood, arms crossed, and confident beside the elegantly presented Xia. Here was a happy capitalist, read the caption. His father had given him the English name Julius, in homage to Caesar. Lu still looked the part. The family were among the Shanghai capitalists that foreign reporters regularly got to interview. Visitors were amazed when they saw these men marching in National Day parades. Lunacy, thought the journalist. 335. Monsters and Demons. James Cameron, That or Hypocrisy. I can't complain, Lu Nianyi's younger brother Lu Gongcheng had told Cameron a few years earlier. I expected to see the liberation chop my head off, instead it saved my life. It will also have helped that he had been a member of the Communist Party since he had spent a year in Yan'an in 1938-9. When in due course the cement plant that Lu managed was transferred wholly to state ownership, he expected to be retained as manager. And, he said, I might add that there are nowadays no disputes with the workers. Happy capitalism indeed. 24 It could not last. On August 23, 1966 the young cultural revolutionaries got to work to overhaul Shanghai. 25 Against a backdrop of relentless noise from gongs, drums, chanting and blaring loudspeakers, they painted slogans, hung banners and pasted posters across the city. Streets and buildings were renamed. Nanjing Road should become Anti-Imperialism Road, decided the Red Guards. The Huangpu River should be Anti-Imperialism River, the city should be renamed Anti-Imperialism City. They competed with each other over the new names, but there was little scope for imagination. The Great World Leisure Center became East is Red, and a massive statue of Mao would eventually grace its frontage. Surviving old inscriptions on foundation stones and on the fronts of formerly foreign-owned buildings were chiseled, drilled, or burned off, plastered over with cement, or painted over. The British consulate was told to remove the royal coat of arms, and did so to preempt their being ripped off. Foreign car marques were altered. Austin became anti-imperialism, Ford was anti-revisionism. The library in the old race club was trashed, the museum was invaded and wrecked. The Shanghai skyline changed almost overnight. There was a systematic assault on religious buildings. Mosques, temples, and churches were ransacked and religious symbols and icons were destroyed. The city god, Jing'an, and Longhua temples lost their relics and scriptures. Sujiawai and Holy Trinity cathedrals lost their landmark spires and towers, crosses were removed. The 3 Sikh Gurdwaras were taken over. A Parsi prayer room and cemetery on Fuzhou Road were broken into and seized. Monks and nuns were ill-treated. Shanghai's imam was beaten. Cemeteries were attacked and all but a handful of tombstones destroyed. 2 posters on the front of the 336 Customs House declared that the chimes from the customs building still ring with the ghostly sounds of imperialism, and that the East is Red should be substituted instead. Within a week a new clock mechanism was installed and the song, a homage to Mao Zedong, was blasted out across the city through 40 loudspeakers. Next door the Bronze Lions, still on guard outside the former Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, which had become the city government headquarters, were removed. Shanghai had Mao Zedong thought, what need had it of lions? What need had Shanghai of Hong Kong-style fashions, or hairstyles? Squads of young revolutionaries confronted hairdressers and coffee shops for encouraging teddy boys and flappers, and ordered them to close. People wearing fashionable clothes, shoes, or hairstyles were accosted in the street. Hair might be shorn on the spot, clothing ripped off. Young girls quickly cut off their own plaits. Shoe stores ran out of canvas shoes as leather was abandoned. The stylish young woman photographed by Mark Ribot a year earlier, with her smart trouser suit, white gloves, lipstick, and chiffon scarf, would not have stood a chance. The visual propaganda of New Shanghai had once offered a bourgeois vision of the happy life that Chairman Mao had given the Shanghai proletariat, but now it was necessary to dress down, look like a worker and forget neatly ironed creases. 26 confectioners abandoned selling foreign-style pastries, flour sellers shut up shop, goldfish were banned. One British diplomat reported seeing agitprop teams of 12 to 13-year-old schoolgirls setting up on the streets, performing dances, chanting slogans, and pledging loyalty to Mao, in the best evangelical Salvation Army style. 27 The sartorial sins of the past were paid for by Wang Guangmei, wife of Liu Shaokai, who was later paraded in front of hostile crowds at Tsinghua University in Beijing in high heels, a kipao that she had worn on the 1963 state visit to Indonesia, and with a chain of table tennis balls hanging around her neck to represent the pearls that had completed the ensemble. Her accusers taunted her, "You insulted us. By wearing this dress to flirt with Sukarno in Indonesia, you have put the Chinese people to shame and insulted the Chinese people as a whole. 28 You were what you wore, and you might pay for it." It was hardly Wang's greatest transgression in radical eyes, but it provided one focus for her degradation and humiliation. 337. Monsters and Demons. In Shanghai, away from the Bund and the Nanjing Road, violence was unleashed in every street and lane, and in home after home. The houses of alleged black elements were invaded by Red Guards. They came for 51-year-old Nian Cheng on the evening of August 30, 1966. She had been able to make some preparations after witnessing assaults on her neighbors, but nothing could prepare her for what happened. A gang of activists stormed into the house,
locked her into one of the rooms, and then seized, destroyed, or despoiled the contents of the home she shared with her daughter. Cheng's clothes were cut to ribbons, her Ming Dynasty porcelain was stamped on, her books were thrown on a bonfire in her garden, furnishings were broken, her record collection was smashed up. "Down with the running dog of imperialism" was written with her own lipstick on the wall above her bed. Mattresses and soft furniture were ripped open in a search for hidden gold and weapons. It was not the only visit she had. And it happened in 84,221 other homes in Shanghai alone in the 2 weeks after August 23, 1966. It will have happened to Lu Nianyi. Significant amounts of currency, bonds, and precious metals were seized, and other valuables were removed from houses if they survived the despoliation, or theft, and were presented to the state by Red Guards. Almost 5.5 million books and 3,300,000 cultural relics were seized, and were later processed by the antiquities authorities in the city. The size of the seizures was evidence of the scale of the purge of private property. Between 1 and September 25, gangs of middle school Red Guards beat more than 10,000 people, 11 of whom died. Another report counted 707 suicides and 354 deaths related to home invasions that month. The numbers can be calculated because the rampages of the young were closely followed and guided by officials, who provided information on those to be targeted. In Beijing, neighborhood offices or police stations posted up lists of residents to be attacked, noting their names, ages, class origin and crime, landlord, counter-revolutionary, bad element, dragging feet since Revolution 29. This was a licensed campaign of violence. Nian Cheng, Yao Nianyuan, was the daughter of a Beijing government official. She had studied at Yenching University and then at the London School of Economics, met her future husband there and 338. Followed him on his Kuomintang foreign ministry postings. She had been a prominent speaker for China's cause during the war at rallies and meetings in Britain, the United States and also Australia, where they had lived when he was involved in setting up the first Chinese embassy there. Her husband was running the Foreign Affairs Office in Shanghai when the city fell to the Communists in 1949, after which he had become general manager of Shell in the city. After his death in 1957, Nian Cheng had taken over as advisor to the firm's British management until it was closed down in early 1966. 30. This was the generation that had consolidated China's standing in the international community, and that had itself fought to drive back imperialism. Cheng's lifestyle was unashamedly that of the cosmopolitan Shanghai bourgeois. She enjoyed European classical music, drank wine, ate buttered toast for breakfast and was fluent in English. Every 2 years she was able to make a trip to Hong Kong, where she stocked up on things that could no longer be found in Shanghai. The British diplomats knew her well. Her beautifully appointed house had 9 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a piano, and a fine collection of antiques and art. She was attended to by a cook, a maid, and a gardener. Now she was accused of being a spy. After a month of struggle sessions, Chen was imprisoned, and would not be released for over 6 years. Her alleged crime was divulging information about the grain supply situation in Shanghai, by putting her name to a letter of advice to a British woman moving to the city in 1957. But she would only learn this in 1972. Cheng's Australia-born daughter, a young film actress, was abducted in June 1967, tortured in a political struggle session and killed. Both Liu brothers were attacked and denounced in a session broadcast on television. 31. Lu Nianyi fell to his death from the family's former headquarters building on December 28, 1967. This was an attack on the unfinished business of revolution, but it was also a merciless attack on China's cosmopolitans, its history, and the decades of the permeation of Chinese culture and society with global currents and influences. The Cultural Revolution was riddled with this politically sanctioned xenophobia, a violent rejection of all manifestations of foreign culture, ideas, and influences. Study in London, Family Overseas, A. 339. Monsters and Demons. Facility with foreign languages. Wang Guangmei spoke French, English, and Russian. A taste for foreign products or style. These were all poisonous markers taken to denote a treason of the spirit, and of intent. Although this contrasted sharply with the internationalist solidarity so regularly espoused in political life, it was also quite clearly related to the nationalistic campaigns and thought that had shaped the Chinese Revolution throughout the century. It had more in common with Chiang Kai-shek's denunciation of the poisonous influence of foreign power in Shanghai, and the waves of national products campaigns and movements to boycott foreign goods, than with the millenarianism of the Boxers. It seemed mad, but it was absolutely modern. Those rebels back in 1900 had believed that their world had gone awry because it had been polluted by foreign gods and their adherents. But Chiang and the boycott campaigners were involved in calculated political projects. So were the cultural revolutionaries. Nothing was untouched, but the world of music was one of the most profoundly affected. One of the first individual targets of the upsurge in denunciations in Shanghai in June 1966 was the composer He Luting, director of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. The decade of eager Sino-Soviet friendship had brought about a rich program of cultural exchanges and placements, for they had brought more than just tractor factories and fertilizer plants. There was the Novosibirsk Ballet, but also many other musicians, singers, and dancers. 32. The development of expertise in what was called new music. The composition and performance of Chinese work developed from the European classical tradition, had been as much a part of the nationalistic transformation of Chinese culture and society since 1919 as the adoption of the colloquial language in writing. A new music would help bring into existence a new China. The former Shanghai Municipal Council Symphony Orchestra, China's first, established in 1879, provided the basis around which the conservatory established in Shanghai in 1927 by Cai had built up a rich culture of musical training and expertise. Shanghai's European refugee communities had included many talented musicians, and the orchestra had attracted international stars to the city to perform. 33. In the 1950s this had been enhanced further by Russian and other socialist bloc interchanges. The piano in particular had been taken to 340 heart in China, alongside some, but not all, of the Western canon. Mozart, Beethoven, Brahms, and Schubert certainly struck a chord. There were tensions between the high cultural priorities of the Soviet bloc advisors, and the revolutionary ambitions of official Chinese cultural policies, but for urban cosmopolitans and musicians this was a rich and fertile period. And it was a matter of great national pride when 21-year-old Shanghai-born Fu Tizong won third prize at the prestigious Chopin International Piano Competition in Warsaw in 1955, with a performance that received thunderous applause and cheers, as Renmin Raibao reported. 34. China applauded too. Fu was the first Asian, let alone the first Chinese, to win at such an event. Fu had been talent spotted by a Polish musician and studied in Poland for 2 years before his success, but his victory, stated his father, Fu Lei, a well-known Francophile translator, was due to the intensely Chinese education he had given his son. And the Chinese, after all, Fu continued, had always assimilated the best of whatever foreign influences have touched their culture. It was, therefore, a truly Chinese triumph, and the approving notice in Renmin Raibao seemed to confirm this. 35. In 1956, Mao Zedong had delivered a talk to music workers that was echoed in Fu's comments. We should learn from abroad and use what we learn to create things Chinese, Mao argued. There should be no rejection, but also no unthinking mimicry of foreign things. So this was a careful argument for Fu Lei to use. It was not careful enough, however, and Fu's public trumpeting of his son and his own educational methods were sticks with which he was severely beaten in the 1957 anti-rightist campaign. He had not accorded proper respect to the party. It was a greater shock 2 years later when Fu Tizong defected to Britain, but it would have been grist to the mill of those deeply suspicious of the inherent internationalism of the musical community in Shanghai, and whose view was the opposite of Fu Lei's. The conservatory had bowed to pressure to incorporate the training of Chinese instruments in its activities, and minority musicians as well, but with little real enthusiasm. Its composers tramped into the countryside and off to Yan'an, along the route of the Long March, and down into the Anyuan coal mines. 341. Monsters and Demons. They interviewed old cotters, peasants, and workers about their personal histories, and they fashioned the results into their revolutionary symphonies and cantatas. Its staff responded, as they had to the demands of the Great Leap Forward for demands for more and better compositions. 36. The conservatory had launched an annual festival in 1960, Shanghai Spring, but in the wintry atmosphere that set in a few years later, European classical music was suppressed by party fiat in favor of Chinese national music. In 1966, performances in factories, barracks, and villages were the centerpiece of the festival, and bourgeois authorities and their restrictions and conventions were denounced. 37. Over 70% of the performers, it was claimed, were amateur worker, peasant, and soldier artists who pledged to create more and better songs and dances worthy of our era through holding to the party's central committee and to Chairman Mao. So out went Bach, Beethoven, and Strauss, and all ears were tuned instead to Forward, Glorious Workers of Shanghai, and the Red Army fears not the trials of the Long March. China applauded a different music now. And Fu Lei and Zhu Meifu, his wife, took their own lives on September 2, 1966, 3 days after Red Guards from the Conservatory of Music had occupied and laid waste to their home. 38 other victims of the Cultural Revolution at the Conservatory included pianist Li Qichen, a friend of Nian Cheng's since student days in 1930s London, who had first studied at the conservatory in 1929 and thereafter taught there. Her children lived in Australia, her husband had worked in Hong Kong, as she had for a while after his death in 1957. She stood little chance, but thought that having always steered clear of political engagement she would be left with her piano and her students. But on September 9, 1966, after a struggle session led by those same students during which she was forced, as a running dog of British imperialism, to crawl on the ground under a barrier in front of the college gate, Li gassed herself. The Shanghai Symphony Orchestra conductor Lu Hongjin was detained early in the campaign. By all accounts mentally ill, but denied treatment, he was brought back to the conservatory for struggle sessions, during which he was deemed to have committed a counter-revolutionary offense by ill-treating a copy of the Little Red Book. 342. On April 27, 1968 he was put on trial before a large crowd at the former Canodrome, now renamed Cultural Revolution Square, in an event that was broadcast live on television to audiences assembled in workplaces across the city. Lu and 7 others were given death sentences and immediately taken away and shot. The crowd cheered the verdict, clapped and shouted slogans, and then sang "Sailing the Seas Depends on the Helmsman," Mao Zedong thought is a never-setting sun. The song concludes 39 at least 17 conservatory staff died in the heat of that sun. Others were maimed by beatings, fingers were broken. A large number of people were imprisoned, mostly on sight. By 1970, a later report laconically notes, there were again 250 students, but there were also 30 improvised solitary confinement cells, and 80 of its staff served time in them. 40 they sang in praise of Mao the helmsman, the risen sun, the people's savior, in Hong Kong too. The British colony was on guard from January 29, 1967 because of the disorder over the border, but also specifically in response to a month-long assault on the Portuguese authorities in Macau. A planning dispute over a communist school had sparked riots and a left-wing uprising there that had finally been suppressed by the Portuguese. But in the aftermath, the negotiated formal resolution of the episode, during which Portuguese minds had been focused by the arrival of Chinese naval vessels in Macau's harbor, had effectively been a surrender of de facto control. The colonial administration had to renounce the use of force, dismiss some senior officials and agree to pay compensation. Its authority remained in name, but was significantly compromised. It was not its own master in what was still its own house.
Those Chinese ships, and the units of PLA soldiers that were deployed on Macau's borders, were also used to prevent militant Red Guards attacking the colony. The status quo best suited China, which benefited, not least economically, from this gateway on the world, as well as the much larger one at Hong Kong. Even so, the British in Hong Kong had no intention of ever being Macau'd, as some put it. The strains and stresses of its rapid industrialization and the continuing absorption of refugees from China had provided sparks for labor protest before, notably in 1956 and 1966, but on May 6, 1967 a strike over pay and conditions at an 343. Monsters and Demons. Artificial flower factory in Kowloon turned into a violent confrontation between the workers and the police. 5 days later the now radical-held Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Beijing issued a formal protest, and there were large-scale demonstrations in Beijing and in Guangzhou. Local Hong Kong communists took what they thought to be a strong hint. They were keen to improve their own revolutionary credentials, as these were compromised under the circumstances by their living in comfortable, capitalist Hong Kong. They formed an all-circles anti-persecution struggle committee, and instituted protests outside Government House and marches, supported by all the activist tools and theater of the movement in China, and through the 9 communist-aligned newspapers in the colony. Demonstrators surrounded the government administration building and recited lessons from the Little Red Book, and up went posters and banners. A general strike was launched in June. But demonstration turned to riot, and from rioting evolved a campaign of intimidation and murder, and from July onwards, of bombing. In total 51 people were killed. There were 250 bomb attacks, and another 1,500 devices were defused. A murderous assault on police from gunmen across the border in China on July 8, 1967 left 5 dead. Governor Sir David Trench gave up on his initial softly approach in the face of the violence, and when it became clear that the leftists had largely alienated the Hong Kong public. Reports of the disorder across the border, which directly affected the family and kin of many residents, will hardly have helped. All the well-oiled tools of the British counterinsurgency toolkit were deployed. This had been honed in Malaya, Kenya, and Cyprus. A positive hearts and minds propaganda campaign was backed up by steel, detention without trial, closure of the 3 most inflammatory newspapers and indictments against editors and publishers, and dismissal of striking government workers. The Army, with Royal Air Force helicopters, was brought in to back up a program of police strikes at the bases of trade unions and the struggle committee. The British administration won. Few in Hong Kong mourned the defeat of the communists, but there had been rage in China as events escalated. Shanghai felt it first. On May 16, 1967 the consulate was besieged. 344. By demonstrators, and a car ferrying the family of the consul, Peter Hewitt, was attacked. Then a crowd of Red Guards stormed into the compound, he reported, burned an effigy, painted anti-British and pro-Mao signs on all the walls and daubed the Queen's portrait, our coats of arms and the cinema screen. For the next 3½ hours I was jostled up and down between the gates and the house, which was being ransacked, from time to time being thumped and hit with the small beflagged sticks and having my neck nearly broken by furious efforts to force my head down in submission to Mao. The British had their sentimental reasons, as the head of mission put it in March 1966, for wishing to retain the large complex on the Bund, but as a side it engendered that different sentiment in Chinese thinking, of an imperialist relic, a little bridgehead still squatting on the Huangpu waterfront 42 long have they yearned to gamble on our lawns, reflected Hewitt. Over the next 5 days he retrieved what had not been destroyed, burned all files, performed a regular ritual of receiving formal protests from Red Guards, and then withdrew by plane to Beijing, he and a colleague having had to run a gauntlet to the aircraft only to find themselves being harangued through loud high-ears by the plane's crew during the entire journey north. It had little to do with Hong Kong, he mused finally, and more to do with nationalism. 6 months later, to the tune of "The East is Red," the flag of the People's Republic of China was raised over what was simply described as 33 Zhongshan Road, to avoid giving any legitimacy to the British occupation of the site. It had been the headquarters for aggression against China, announced Shanghai Radio as the site was confiscated by the city government. 43 This was a great victory in the fight against revisionism and imperialism, it was announced. It fully reflects the greatness and prestige of China. After a little discussion, the British decided to take no retaliatory action. After all, they could not win. And anyway, remarked one official in London, 122 years without rent isn't bad. 44 Beijing was next. A piano and a heavy brass lectern, a memorial of the 1900 siege of the Legat Ions by the Boxers, were used in a last ditch. 345. Monsters and Demons. Defense of the mission, but to no avail. Culture and history failed, thrown against a door, even these heavy items could not hold back the crowd. On the hot evening of August 22, 1967, after some weeks of steadily rising tension, including earlier incursions involving the local foreign experts, including some of the Britons, a 10,000 strong crowd of Red Guards broke into the compound. Protests over David Trench's suppression of communist newspapers and the conviction and jailing of several journalists were the ostensible causes. The 23 British staff marooned inside the mission rapidly put an Armageddon emergency plan into operation as the mob, shouting "Shat! Shat! Kill! Kill!" ran towards the building. But the staff were forced to evacuate their safe zone in the face of the assault and smoke from the fires that had been set. As they left, they were seized, beaten, and kicked. Many were forced to kneel and bow their heads for photographs, for their assailants had come equipped to record their humiliation. The Albanians in their embassy across the road came out in their night clothes to watch the fun, looking on, it was reported, with glee. The Britons were eventually pulled out and brought away by PLA soldiers, and none were badly hurt, though parts of the mission were ruined and equipment was destroyed. Some consolation was taken by Donald Hobson, the head of mission, as he drew to a close his laconic report to London, from the fact that the signed photograph of the Queen that he had hurriedly placed securely in a safe was only slightly singed. 45 The studied presentation of pluck and sang-froid in the dispatches could not hide a very difficult position. After all, wrote the Far Eastern Department Chief Arthur de la Mare, in any contest in bloody-mindedness the Chinese will always get the better of us. 46 In many ways this was a perfect statement of the weakness of the British position, or of any other power, and not just at this point in the history of the People's Republic and its foreign relations. British diplomats would be denied exit visas for a year afterwards, but they were at least better off in their confinement than the dozens of British and other foreign nationals who now started to be swept into various types of formal and ad hoc detention. The only British journalist in Beijing, Anthony Gray of Reuters, had been placed under house arrest on July 21, 1967 in retaliation. 346. For the conviction in Hong Kong of a leftist journalist. On August 18, Red Guards violently took over the house in which Gray was confined, beat and jet-planed him, stabbed and hanged his cat, and proceeded to keep him confined to one room in the building for the next 2 years. Every morning Gray was woken by his guards singing "The East is Red." Their daily political study sessions concluded with "Sailing the Seas Depends on the Helmsman," and they sang the Internationale as he ate dinner. A more solitary confinement would have been easier. The white Russian freelance journalist, Harbin-born Serge Kost, was in detention for 8 years in Shanghai before he was even charged with any offense, and it was another 7 before he was released. 47 Photography proved the undoing of several detainees. Engineer George Watt decided to confess to espionage in Lanzhou, where he was one of a group of foreign engineers overseeing construction of a polythene plant, and was jailed for 3 years. Watt reasoned it was the only way to secure any hope of release. Immediately after sentencing he was paraded in front of a mass rally and ritually humiliated. A German colleague was also jailed. Hong Kong-based journalist Norman Barry Main was seized and imprisoned for 19 months for taking photographs in the harbor at Shanghai. An Italian mariner arrested with him was not released for nearly 3 years. By this point there were at least 12 Britons in detention, a dozen Japanese, 5 West Germans and another 12 Americans. The last small group of foreign nuns in China had been beaten and humiliated in August 1966, and their convent in Beijing and its icons smashed up. They were then expelled from the country. Tourism to China from Western Europe and Asia, which had commenced in 1963, sputtered on into 1967 and then collapsed. 48 few who were not ardent political pilgrims would risk visiting. There were other arrests, detentions and what was in all but name hostage-taking. Most foreign students were ordered home in September 1966, and many foreign experts also departed. Their numbers declined from 411 to 59. Some initially threw themselves into the cultural revolutionary fray, but their ideological enthusiasm would not protect them from eventual accusations of espionage. 49 David Crook, Michael Shapiro, Sidney Rittenberg, Gladys Yang, Israel Epstein, and his British wife Elsie Fairfax Goldmanley were amongst. 347. Monsters and Demons. At least 17 of the Friends of China who were detained for various lengths of time. British diplomats were bemused to be asked to exert themselves making representations on behalf of people like Fairfax Goldmanley, who had been spotted in a crowd that invaded the mission in June, smashed up the Queen's portrait in the reception hall, pulled down the flag and burned it. But they did what they could. A few unfortunates amongst the tiny communities of aging foreign nationals were scooped up. The elderly W.R. McBain and Constance Martin in Shanghai could only think in retrospect that the fact they had earlier been awarded official honors had somehow raised suspicions. Louis Dent's home in Shanghai was invaded by Red Guards in September 1966, and many of his possessions were destroyed. His Chinese companion was beaten and taken away, and Dent's attackers spent 2 weeks camped out in his house. It was 4 years before he was permitted to leave China. At its lowest, the total number of foreign nationals resident in Shanghai dipped to 70 people. It is not clear whether this number includes or excludes those who were in jail. 50 Sino-Soviet relations would take the darkest turn, however. The 2-week siege of the Soviet embassy in early 1967 had been the most spectacular, even if it lacked the pyrotechnical finale that was visited on the British. Hundreds of thousands of demonstrators surrounded the Soviet embassy and detained the staff. When groups of diplomatic families were permitted to leave, they were manhandled and abused all the way to their aircraft. An elaborate working mannequin of Alexei Kosygin dangling from a gallows was deployed at Beijing's airport in their honor. The Russian premier held a blood-stained dagger and a truncheon in his hands, and was made to jerk about in a danse macabre. 51 Nobody laughed. At the same time, however, the real Kosygin was being feted in London, to which he was making a state visit, and enjoying the first state banquet ever given a Soviet leader. This was grist to the mill of those charging the Russians with revisionism and a drive to restore capitalism, and of colluding with the United States to partition China, a charge that was later laid before a startled Henry Kissinger by Zhou Enlai, but it exposed the fact that the international environment was now changing in ways that might leave the Chinese little room for maneuver. 348. Like the British, the Russians had other sites of potential conflict with China outside the embassy compound in Beijing. The two countries shared a 700-mile border. As the embassy siege was lifted in February 1967, news reports also noted that some 500 Chinese women and children had set up camp on an uninhabited island in the Amur River, whose control was one of 600 such that were subject to dispute. 52 On March 2, 1969, Soviet border guards based close to Damansky Island, which stood in the Usheri River 150 miles from Khabarovsk, thought they were participating in what had become a wearyingly repetitive performance. Chinese men were deliberately intruding onto the mile-long, 2/3 of a mile wide, island. So the guards linked arms and walked in a line to push them back. Unexpectedly, the Chinese dispersed, a second line of men behind them began shooting, and 300 hidden PLA soldiers opened up a murderous crossfire from entrenched positions dug in on the island overnight. They killed 30 of the Russians, including wounded men who had initially been taken prisoner. Artillery also began to bombard the Soviet border guards. 2 weeks later a much larger and bloodier engagement took place on the island, in which the Chinese suffered significant casualties. For 5 days after this battle, Soviet strategic rocket forces, equipped with nuclear weapons, were placed on alert. The first Dominsky Island encounter was, by Chinese reckoning, the 4,189th Soviet provocation on the border since October 15, 1964. This was the day on which 5 years of negotiation aimed at settling disputes about the long common border had broken down. It was also the day before the first Chinese atomic bomb test, but even though China had exploded 3 bombs by March 1969, there was little they could still do at this stage in terms of using them. "Explosion of our hydrogen bomb has given you British and American bastards the hump," was one piece of invective that Anthony Gray faced in 1967-53, but this was, in the argot of the times, a paper tiger, an empty assertion. The Soviet arsenal was far more powerful than anything the Chinese could muster, and the Russians now repeatedly reminded the Chinese of this fact. The borders that the People's Republic had inherited were brittle legacies of the Qing's degraded sovereignty. 54 Although it kept its 349 monsters and demons concerns about them on its agenda, the Kuomintang had never secured control of significant parts of China's heartland, let alone the border regions and frontiers that the old republic had nominally taken over in 1912. Mongolia had become independent, Xinjiang was never under its control, and Tibet had enjoyed de facto independence. A Soviet airlift of PLA troops had assisted the reconquest of Xinjiang in 1949, and in 1950 the army had invaded and suborned Tibet, enhancing Chinese control further and with great violence after crushing the rebellion of 1959. The PRC by the end of the 1950s now largely sat within most of the formally recognized borders of the Qing, but this also brought it into protracted dispute with its neighbors. The boundaries were often unclearly demarcated, and historic transfers of sovereignty remained controversial. There was the boundary with India, for example, marked in places with a line named after Sir Henry McMahon, an English gentleman who one day drew a border, as Mao once described him. There was the Soviet Far East in its entirety, detached from the Qing in the 1860 Convention of Peking. "And we have yet to settle that account," remarked Mao in 1964 to the consternation of the Russians. China was in fact in dispute with every single one of its neighbors by land, and at sea as well, in disputes over the ownership of various reefs, shoals and small islands. Most of these 23 separate disputes would be resolved peacefully, but in March 1969 Realpolitik was subordinated to a callous and violent assertion of Chinese sovereignty on Dominsky Island. It was a matter of islands, but also of the state itself. The Warsaw Pact invasion of Czechoslovakia in August 1968 had deeply troubled the Chinese leadership. The articulation of the Brezhnev Doctrine in its aftermath, by which the USSR argued that the internal evolution of any single socialist state was a matter of concern for all, seemed to lay out a potential pretext for a similar intervention in China. And the issue of the border, which had been sketched out in 1860 across territories not charted in any great detail, was a further problem. The Dominsky Island incident seems to have been deliberately staged as a forceful demonstration of Chinese intent, and was instigated by Mao and the senior leadership. In their eyes it was a preemptive counterattack, but it proved a dangerous misjudgment. 350. The Chinese were bewildered by the scale of Soviet anger, the Russians, in turn, were aghast at the Chinese adventure, and there was panic. A nightmare vision of invasion by millions of Chinese made the Soviet leaders almost frantic, a senior defector later stated. 55 When Premier Kosygin attempted to use the Moscow-Beijing telephone hotline in March 1969 to discuss a resolution, he was rebuffed by the operators in the Chinese capital, who were under orders not to connect him. A Soviet military build-up on the borders, underway since 1964, had already placed Soviet troops in Mongolia, only 300 miles from Beijing. Now more were deployed. The immediate crisis seemed to start to be de-escalated in September when Kosygin finally met senior Chinese leaders at Beijing's airport, although in the aftermath the Chinese began to feel that this had been a feint. The PLA was put on combat readiness on October 1, China's National Day, and again on October 20 when a Soviet delegation flew in for a second meeting. From the summer of 1969 onwards the Chinese state prepared for an expected onslaught, as it counted up hundreds more incidents, including a large-scale encounter on the USSR, Xinjiang border. The government ordered a crash program of air raid shelter construction, including what became an extensive underground system in Beijing that could accommodate 100,000 people. Emergency food and other supplies were stockpiled, and urban evacuation and air raid plans drawn up and tested. Government archives were evacuated from the capital, and shipped southwest. At short notice, ahead of that one key moment of fear on October 20, 1969, the entire senior leadership of the PRC was rapidly dispersed across the country for fear of a Soviet nuclear strike on Beijing that could otherwise decapitate the state at a single blow. The Chinese armed forces were placed on alert, and for the first time on an offensive nuclear attack footing. A decade earlier there had been steel furnaces in every backyard, now there were air raid shelters. The border conflict with the USSR went badly for China, and had hardly achieved Mao's aims. But it did, in time, generate a negotiated process that would start to resolve specific disputes. The need for mass mobilization to build up civil defense capacity and for militia training was also used by Mao to try to bring to an end what had 351 monsters and demons effectively become a state of civil war in many of the provinces, and with some measure of success. The fallout from this violent adventure did involve the bringing to a close the most anarchic phase of the Cultural Revolution, although it hardly stopped the blood flowing. For its part, Soviet public opinion, dissidents no less than any other group, was as alarmed as the Kremlin. Yevgeny Yevtushenko dashed off a poem about the new Batukon/bombs rattling in their quivers, joining a sanctioned and near hysterical public discourse about a Mongol, yellow peril threat from China. Jokes circulated fashioning grim, and often racist, humor out of fears of China's immense population and the danger it posed. There was sober analysis as well, such as that of the dissident Andrei Amalrik, written at the height of the crisis, which posed the China threat as an existential one for the USSR 56. It was in this context that J.G. Ballard imagined his Red Guard army conquering North America. Satirist though he was, Ballard was not alone. In 1967 3/4 of Americans polled by Gallup nominated China as a greater threat to world peace than the USSR, a proportion that had been rising steadily throughout the 1960s but accelerated with China's A-bomb tests and the onset of the Cultural Revolution. Another Gallup survey in 1967 found 75% of respondents held deeply negative views of China. The polls were accompanied by a startling resurgence in yellow peril fears and fantasies. These were voiced by American politicians, not least Secretary of State Dean Rusk, in October 1967, who expressed his concern about 1 billion Chinese on the mainland armed with nuclear weapons, as well as in its popular culture. A 1966 poll of the American public's view of Chinese people found that a significant proportion chose the qualities sly, treacherous, warlike, cruel, and ignorant. Given these concerns, the fact that 37% found them hardworking was hardly positive. 57 In Cold War culture, Chinese industriousness could fuel a plot to tunnel under the Pacific and explode nuclear weapons beneath Los Angeles, in the risible, but popular, MGM film Battle Beneath the Earth. 58 The novelist Sax Rohmer, who had created the character of Dr. Fu Manchu, died in 1959. But this master criminal, played by Christopher Lee, still infected cinema screens with his world-conquering ambitions. The 352 Most popular China set movies of the 1960s included The Manchurian Candidate, which played on Korean War brainwashing fears and communist plots to take over America, 55 Days at Peking, set during the Siege of the Ligat Islands in 1900, and The Sand Pebbles, about a U.S. Navy gunboat on the Yangtze in the 1920s. Each presented portrayals of beleaguered Westerners facing Chinese mobs. If the British diplomats assailed in Beijing in 1967 were mistaken when they reported that the crowds attacking them were shouting "kill," as seems probable, it is certainly what they, or any consumer of popular culture, expected to hear. But if the greater part of public and political opinion overseas was hostile to China, Maoism itself was embraced by a substantial and noisy minority in the radical political and cultural upsurge that came to be associated with the student protest movement, the May 1968 events in France, and the rise of the Western European, North American and Japanese New Left. The origins of this predated the May 1968 events. For those who embraced Maoism and especially the Cultural Revolution, events in China offered the spectacle of a youth rebellion, an anti-authoritarian agenda, and, in Red Guard actions, a repertoire of tactics and approaches that resonated with the emerging political counterculture. Here too was a third world power, led by a philosopher-poet, providing both inspiration and material support for revolution and for resistance in Vietnam. Radicals found there was immense shock value to be had from performing as Red Guards. This was a particular feature in West Germany, but Maoism stirred controversy wherever the dominant media discourse on China and the Cultural Revolution was hostile, which was nearly everywhere. The usual foreign fellow travelers rolled out their uncritical support. One British visitor in August 1966 reported seeing little visible roughness, and so much evident good humor in Shanghai. The Red Guards were like school prefects or scout leaders. And whichever way the east wind blew, it blew sweetly for the Cambridge University lecturer Joan Robinson, for example, or the scientist Joseph Needham, but it was with the young new generation that the Cultural Revolution truly took hold. 59 Aside from the Peking Review, launched in French, German, Spanish, and Japanese editions in 1963-4, there were two pivotal texts for 353. Monsters and Demons. This movement. The first of these was the Little Red Book itself, the selection of gobbets of Mao Zedong's writings that was prepared for PLA political training by the chairman's ambitious acolyte Lin Biao, and published in 1964. The book enjoyed widespread circulation overseas, not just through the hundreds of thousands of copies shipped out by the foreign languages press, but also through other translations that were published in German, French and Italian. It sold 100,000 copies in Germany alone in 1967, the Black Panthers studied it, radical filmmakers in Germany and America made films using it, Edward Albee gutted it for a piece of theater. Physically it was also an instantly recognizable item. 60 Its texts, wrenched out of any context, took on a life of their own. A revolution is not a dinner party and political power grows out of the barrel of a gun were recognized and discussed far from Beijing. If the book found a ready political audience, it also had aesthetic power, as indeed did the entire visual culture of the Cultural Revolution. In Jean-Luc Godard's 1967 film La Chinoise, the apartment shared by the radical Maoist faction at the center of the story is awash with copies of the book, ranked on shelves by the score, piled up on the furniture, and used as symbolic weapons. The walls are decorated with Maoist slogans, Chinese propaganda posters and newspaper articles about Mao. It's the Little Red Book that makes it all move, went the chorus of an unlikely, and catchy, 1967 French pop song, Mao Mao, which was used in Godard's film. A second key text that made it all move was William Hinton's Fan Shen, which entered bookstores in the midst of the early phase of the Cultural Revolution in late 1966. It was the book's portrayal of the processes of group sessions, self-criticism and speaking bitterness that found the readiest audience. This reading of Hinton's account proved important for women's liberation movement activists, as consciousness-raising, and Weatherman underground radicals, amongst others 61 elsewhere, within the broader and often narcissistic radical culture that emerged in the late 1960s, this could also be simply asinine. How might tensions inherent in communal living be resolved? Asked a 1971 handbook. Maoism was offered as one of the answers, but it was a nominal Maoism, appropriated and adapted for other purposes, and which took its place alongside encounter and sense awareness groups in the communal pharmacopoeia. 62 Playwright. 354. David Hare and Joint Stock Theatre adapted Fanchon successfully for stage and BBC television in 1975. For Hare it was a play for Europe and about revolution, and what that meant, but the play took the book seriously, and Hinton intervened to make sure that it did, while Hare instructed actors approaching the text to identify with the techniques of the Fanchon and use them in the production, group discussion, self-criticism and so on. 63 and so on. In many ways this was simply a new phase in the long history of chinoiserie, and never since the 1935-6 Royal Academy exhibition had China had such an impact. The Little Red Book offered more than its shiny plastic covers. It was in foreign minds a symbol, a gesture, and a fad. Radical chic took the Little Red Book, the PLA cap with its red star, the Mao suit and the poster, blending them into the repertoire that embraced images of Che Guevara and Lenin, and all the fusion iconography of radical protest and dissent. At its most facile, Brigitte Bardot, Sammy Davis Jr., Alain Delon, and the designer Valentino were photographed in variations of the Mao suit, alongside L.E. Tout Paris, as Vogue announced in September 1967, for the city had gone mad for Mao. So for a while the suit was a fashion feature, dressing the Western body, or in Louis, France's answer to Playboy, revealing it. What began as Parisian radical chic and haute couture made its way steadily into the mass market, where anybody could afford to look like a cool coolie. I don't read much, revealed the singer Marianne Faithfull in a 1967 interview, but I have read his Little Red Book of Sayings and I know what he is about. 64 There was more to this than celebrity trouser suits. To differing extents across West European and North American society, Maoist groups, factions, and parties played a distinctive and disruptive role in far-left politics. Generational and political disenchantment with established communist parties was heightened further by the invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968. The Cultural Revolution offered a language of mass participatory politics and opposition to establishment power that found a ready audience amongst those who thought the parties of the West European left complicit in the established status quo, or unredeemable clients of the USSR. It was stoked too by a growing consciousness of Third World national liberation movements, and opposition to American involvement in the Vietnam. 355. Monsters and Demons. War. African American Black Power activists found inspiration and practical support in China's example. Politically engaged students from Asia, Africa, and Latin America studying in Europe were important in shaping this movement. In West Germany, Maoism flourished within radical student politics, and as a form of theatrical direct action. In France, Maoism played a vibrant role, and would also have a far-reaching impact in the intellectual mainstream through the work of Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, Julia Kristeva, Michel Foucault, and Louis Althusser. In 1970 the French government suppressed the Maoist newspaper and organization, prompting an unlikely chorus of protest from, amongst others, the singer Mick Jagger, the socialist politician François Mitterrand and Sartre. 65 In many cases this Maoism bore as much relation to Chinese reality as Alain Delon's trouser suit did to the clothes worn on the streets of Beijing. It was a form of political Orientalism appropriating all the props and forms of the Cultural Revolution, but lacking any grounding in the objective reality of the Chinese experience. In fact, the less grounding there was, the more foreign Maoism flourished, too much reality proved unbearable, and increasing understandings of the course of events in the 1970s eroded most Maoist support. 66 But if there was Maoist chic, there was also Maoist terror. It was from these milieus that groups emerged which pursued armed struggle, the Red Army faction in West Germany, and the Red Brigades and Primo Linea in Italy.
An important scene in Goddard's La Chinoise had mocked such terrorism as lacking any base in society, or, by implication, in reality, but these groups bombed and killed until eventually they were curtailed by police action, and they helped generate a sense of profound political crisis that was to have a chilling effect on civil liberties in West Germany and Italy. Worse havoc was unleashed in India, and especially in South America. Long before the Cultural Revolution, the Chinese had provided training for cadres from fraternal parties. Amongst those who visited China in 1965, and then again in 1967, was the Peruvian communist Abimael Guzman, who in 1980 would launch the Shining Path insurgency that would lead to some 60,000 deaths over the course of a 12-year war. To the extent that it was acknowledged by China, this new wave of 356 support and emulation overseas was subsumed within a wider Cultural Revolution-era discourse on the inspirational impact of the PRC, and the helmsman, on the global revolutionary movement. In this imagining, national liberation movements and communist revolutionaries internationally looked on China, and not the Soviet Union, as the headquarters of the struggle against imperialism. 67 Mao was the revolutionary world savior, and the red sun in the hearts of the people of the world. From 5 continents pilgrims made their way to Shaoshan, sleepless with excitement, and overjoyed, Renmin Ribao assured its readers, with the prospect of tracing the helmsman's route to his home. They dashed off bad verse about the beacon for the people of the world, and studied his work, finding that only if they were equipped with Mao Zedong thought could they hope to be victorious in their struggles. In Western Europe as much as anywhere else 68 when 25 British Maoists paraded outside the Chinese legation in London in the aftermath of the burning of the British mission in Beijing, and chanted slogans from their little red books, to the bemusement of curious onlookers. They were politely invited in by the diplomats inside, serenaded each other with Chinese and English renditions of The East is Red and Sailing the Seas Depends on the Helmsman, and then departed, each with a color photograph of Mao as a gift. 69 Such surreal episodes highlight the existential confusion of China's international relationship with the rest of the world by the end of the 1960s. The PRC's relations with foreign states and cultures were key issues threading through much of the high political infighting of the Cultural Revolution era, as well as its everyday political action. Whether it was Wang Guangmei being assailed for humiliating the Chinese people on the diplomatic stage, or Nian Cheng's collection of Beethoven records, the Shanghai British consulate's gate posts, or the bloody fight over uninhabited Damansky Island, the politics of the foreign, saturated with issues of national dignity and humiliation, was central to the Cultural Revolution. It was far from being the only issue, but it was the only issue that came close to threatening international conflict, while developments in the arena of Sino-Soviet relations played a key part in both the onset of the campaign and the curtailment of its most violent phases in late 1969. 357. Monsters and Demons. The problems of China's place in the world were hardly resolved by its purge of dead European composers, renaming of streets, jailing of geriatric foreign residents, or choir practice in China's London legation. This cultural war on the West simply attracted derision overseas. And China was now ringed by enemies. Soviet tanks were on Beijing's doorstep, Taiwan, Japan, the Philippines, and South Korea hosted American troops and facilities. China was as mired as the United States in the Vietnam stalemate. Little now existed by way of routine diplomatic intercourse with the world, let alone engagement in the symbolic gatherings of the international community in sport, cultural events, or other spheres. To all intents and purposes China was a pariah state. The world's most populous nation was still excluded from the United Nations, and the president of the world's most powerful nation, the United States, did not even do the People's Republic of China the courtesy in public of using its official name. It was Red China, or Communist China. So when President Richard Nixon, a long-term red-baiting Republican, deliberately used the title People's Republic of China in 1970, it was a political gesture to be mulled over in Beijing. In response to this, and other discreet signals that the two leaderships had been exchanging, the Chinese turned to history,
and in an extraordinary piece of symbolic choreography Edgar Snow was invited to Beijing. On October 1, 1970 he was pointedly placed alongside Mao Zedong on the Tiananmen viewing platform during the National Day Parade. A photograph of this American, the man who had first been used to help communicate the Chinese Revolution to the world 34 years earlier, was published on the cover of Renmin Raibao, together with Mao's statement that the peoples of the world, including the American people, are our friends. 70 The Chinese also turned to the unlikeliest of all historical diplomatic vehicles, and to something that Snow himself had noted a bizarre passion for amongst the Red Army in Yan'an in 1936, they turned to ping-pong. 358. 11. Zhou Enlai would say that they had set a small ball flying to move a big one, and that they played ping-pong for the world. In April 1971, in a surprise move that grabbed global attention, not least in the White House, the United States table tennis team received a hastily dispatched, last-minute invitation to join a friendly tournament in Beijing. This was scheduled to take place immediately after the World Championships in Nagoya that involved both the Chinese and Americans. The newly emphasized line that the peoples of the world, including the American people, are our friends shaped the behavior of the Chinese team in Japan as they interacted, stiffly and awkwardly at first, with these new friends. Both sets of players and officials circled each other during the tournament looking for an opening, as rapprochement was the mood of the moment across the Pacific as well. At the same time as anxieties about the threat the country posed had peaked, opinion polling in the United States also showed a steadily growing percentage of Americans in favor of resuming formal contact with China. The most dramatic incident in Nagoya proved to be what has become a much mythologized accidental encounter on the Chinese team's bus, when the young American player Glenn Cowan, whose hair, clothes, and outlook could not have been further removed from the Chinese, climbed onto it and shared some inchoate radical chic thoughts about oppression with them. Gifts and platitudes were then exchanged. Behind this chance encounter lay a great deal of planning in China and a readiness to seize the moment and act, for events in Nagoya were being monitored very closely from Beijing. Zhou Enlai personally called the Chinese team with instructions, and Mao. 359. Zedong, drifting off to sleep on the night of April 6, gave instructions that an invitation to visit China be issued. So, 3 days later, at Chinese expense, the 15 Americans flew to Hong Kong and then crossed into China. This was the largest group of American citizens to enter the country since 15 leftists had attended the 1952 peace conference. It boggles the mind, one U.S. State Department official admitted, and well it might. Here were Glenn Cowan, 18-year-old John Tannehill, Guyana-born United Nations clerk George Brathwaite and 15-year-old Judy Bochinski being hosted with the rest of the team at a formal meeting with Zhou Enlai. It was 17 years since American officials had come close to Zhou, at the Geneva talks, and then Secretary of State John Foster Dulles had deliberately and sullenly evaded being introduced to him. The lead U.S. negotiator, former CIA Chief Walter Bedell Smith, had been careful to keep a coffee cup in his right hand, to avoid shaking Zhou's. He used his left hand to shake my arm, recalled Zhou in 1972. You do not take a drink. With the criminal at the bar, declared the U.S. Assistant Secretary for Far Eastern Affairs, the pathologically anti-communist Walter S. Robertson. At Geneva they were bringing them before the bar of world opinion, he declared. Two still, Chinese and American diplomats had met and talked 136 times between 1955 and 1970, first in Geneva and then in Warsaw. There were just over 100 meetings between their respective ambassadors up to 1960, and then fewer in the 1960s, not least as U.S. involvement in Vietnam intensified after 1964. 3. However, for all the State Department talking, the breakthrough was not led by the China experts, but through an intensely political process driven by Richard Nixon, and shaped by his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger. The 1972 presidential elections were firmly in their minds. Rapprochement was certainly not helped by Edgar Snow, because, for all that he was prominent in Chinese eyes, he was largely persona non grata to American officials. The depths of Chinese insularity by 1970 were demonstrated by this assumption that Washington would understand Beijing's own pointed gesture involving snow, there. 360. American friend. But snow was history, and part of that discredited history of fellow travelers and alleged communists. McCarthyite mud still stuck. For related reasons, Canadians were bewildered to discover, after normalization of relations in 1971, that the most famous foreigner in the People's Republic of China was a long-dead Canadian doctor, Norman Bethune. Mao had written a eulogy about him that would be widely and repeatedly circulated, but Bethune's life, work, and death in China in 1939 were unknown beyond leftist circles back home. "I like rightists," Mao told Nixon at their first meeting in Beijing in February 1972. And only a rightist, Kissinger had told Zhou the previous year on his secret visit to China, could effect any rapprochement, because of the entrenched power of the pro-Chiang Kai-shek and anti-communist lobby in the United States. The Chinese also issued visas for 7 journalists working for American news organizations, another first, while every member of the U.S. table tennis team seemed to be doubling as a freelance for other agencies and papers. George Brathwaite filed reports for Ebony. The maximum coverage possible was squeezed out of the opportunity, including an extended primetime television news report about this love feast on NBC, a Time cover story and 21 pages from Inside China Today in Life, for it was hardly all positive. Images of Mao were omnipresent, everyone was dressed alike, and dreably, children and adults marched along in a modified goose step. John Tannehill was pilloried for his comments in the conservative press, however mainstream these were within youth culture. Opposition to rapprochement remained vocal and unforgiving. Moreover, setting aside jailed foreign experts, 5 Americans were held in detention in China, 2 CIA agents captured in 1952, 2 pilots shot down after flying into Chinese airspace by accident, and a woman who had been seized from a yacht that had strayed into Chinese territorial waters in 1968, and was being held secretly. 5. As the table tennis team left China, the May issue of China Reconstructs was heading to the printers, devoted in large part to invectives against American aggression, and outlining how the world's people fight U.S. imperialism and, of course, its running dog 6. But, once the ball had been sent spinning, events moved quickly. 361. The stridency of the Chinese attacks was indicative both of its assessment of the extreme isolation of the Nixon administration and America's resulting strategic need to engage with China, and of residual concern within the Chinese leadership about the propriety of talking with the enemy. Nixon, for one, had been making his position clear on the need to reintegrate China into the international community for some years in articles and speeches, including his 1969 inaugural address. Some trade and travel restrictions were being lifted just as the table tennis episode unfolded. Kissinger had paved the way for the 1972 presidential visit in 3 days of talks in July 1971, during which he offered a commitment to a set of fundamental changes in U.S. policy, affirming its support for a one-China policy and committing itself to withdrawing troops from Taiwan and to the normalization of relations with Beijing. 7. He was taken by surprise at the importance of the emphasis placed by the Chinese on the issue of Taiwan, when his own focus was on the Great Game, outflanking the USSR. Kissinger highlighted the readiness of the United States to cooperate in responding to what he presented as the common threat to China's north, and in 1972 he plied the Chinese with detailed intelligence reports on the Soviet military position along China's borders. 8. Throughout the discussions in 1971 and 1972 the words dignity and honor were used again and again by both the American visitors and their Chinese hosts. Nixon wanted peace with honor, or at least an honorable withdrawal, for U.S. troops from Vietnam. The Chinese reiterated the simple fact that, as they saw it, the Americans had never accorded them the dignity of recognition of any sort. The 1954 Geneva talks set the standard against which the Americans wished themselves to be judged. The symbolism of Dulles' failure then even to shake Zhou's hand, literally or metaphorically,
when Anthony Eden for the British, for example, had secured an immediate introduction, followed by a deal of handshakes, and 3 dinners, hung in the air. 9 Nixon made explicit amends, and shook Joe's hand, once, twice, again and again, in public and in private. The issue of Taiwan, however, which had been made into such a stubborn stain on China's dignity through 2 decades of invective and propaganda, could not be resolved by pumping hands. 362. The greatest problem for the Americans was their continuing commitment to Chiang Kai-shek. For all that they were driven by global realpolitik, they were still tangled up in the past. They also worried about the effect of any betrayal of one ally on the confidence of their other partners. Nixon himself, now aiming at re-election partly on a peace with China ticket, had first run for office in autumn 1950 on a China containment platform. He had claimed then that the refugee government and its Taiwan bastion were all that stood between communist China and the coast of California. 10 Nixon twice visited the embattled island as Eisenhower's vice president. In 1971-2 the Republic of China's publicity machine was happy to remind Nixon of these visits and of his long history of vocal support. By 1971, Chiang Kai-shek had devolved effective power to his son, Chiang Ching-kuo, but he remained president and party chairman. He also remained largely loathed by foreign officials who actually had to deal with him, and he, for his part, continued routinely to blame the British when things did not go his way, their aim being, as ever, to choke to death the soul and spirit of the Asian people. 11 Bonds of sympathy with the Americans aside, the Republic of China maintained an extensive and effective lobbying network in the United States. This has been anathematized as a sinister, shadowy organization, hands deep in Taiwan's pocket. But it was much more amorphous, for the ROC's supporters had many motives and they were mainly strongly rooted historically in the tight interaction between China and foreign interests across the decades since 1917. There were ideological anti-communists, exiles from the former treaty ports whose interests were financial or sentimental, Christian groups and churches aghast at religious repression, Chinese Americans, and others. There were political activists, businessmen, former missionaries, and nationalist government advisors. There were certainly organized lobbying groups, such as the Committee of 1 Million, led by a tireless former missionary, now Congressman, Walter H. Judd. But the cultural diplomacy of the 1930s, the work of Pearl Buck and Lin Yutang, and the wartime United China Relief publicity campaigns continued to bear fruit in the indivisible identification of the nationalists, indeed of Chiang Kai-shek, with China and the Chinese, even in wretched defeat. 12 And how could the real life? 363. Equivalents of Pearl Buck's character Wang Lung and his family be left to Joseph Stalin's tender mercies? These ties and sympathies evolved and strengthened after 1950, helped not least by the tens of thousands of students from Taiwan who had pursued graduate research in America, and by the dark twists and turns in Red China's own sanguine politics. In October 1971 the annual United Nations ritual vote on the admittance of the PRC to membership in place of the ROC finally produced the long-awaited upset. In fact it quite astonished the Chinese, as Zhou Enlai put it later to British Prime Minister Edward Heath, for they thought it would take another year and were unprepared. 13 In 1970 they had diplomatic relations with 45 states, by October 1972 with 76. Foreign ministers from France, Canada, Japan, West Germany, and Britain made visits to China after Nixon. On Taiwan there was shock and dismay at what became a rapid degradation of the international status of the ROC. But nationalist diplomats packed up their offices at the UN in New York with quiet dignity, and the state set out to explore other ways of maintaining its profile. Some of its allies hoped for a de facto two China's policy, or more accurately one China, but not now, that would enable them to maintain support for the Chiang government, but pressure from Beijing would force most of them to switch to formal recognition. Diplomatic recognition had meant acceptance, however belated, of political reality. But it certainly did not resolve all existing issues, and in particular three specters now haunted the new landscape, those of territorial degradation, of colonialism, and of the war. that is, of Taiwan, of Hong Kong and Macau, and of the Japanese invasion, of the past still present in any and every encounter. Journalists on the table tennis visit found this out at the Summer Palace in 1971, when they were accosted by a 78-year-old whose story in outline was very much that of China's formerly cosmopolitan past. Named as Tsai, he spoke fluent English, which had been used and refined in Europe during the First World War, presumably in relation to work with the Chinese Labor Corps, and he had then worked in China for an American company until 1948, he said. Chairman Mao has given us back our pride, Tsai said, a phrase that was highlighted in 364. Life. There are no beggars here now. 14. We can sketch out his probable travails after 1949, as a capitalist with experience of study and work abroad. Tsai would have been on the sharp end of various campaigns in the 1950s and 1960s. In the xenophobic summer of 1966 he would have been attacked and humiliated. He was still there, however, wearing a Mao badge, and quick to say the right thing, but adorned too with all that he represented of the once cosmopolitan and open China of the past. Spectres of yesterday visited too. On September 25, 1972, a former payroll clerk in the Kwantung Army, now Prime Minister of Japan, Tanaka Kakeai, alighted at Beijing's airport from a Japan Airlines plane that had flown directly from Tokyo, the first such flight for over 2 decades. Live television relayed Tanaka's reception by Zhou Enlai, the Japanese flag fluttering over the terminal building, and 360 PLA troops formed an honor guard with a band that played the Japanese national anthem. 15. The last time Tanaka Kakeai had heard that anthem in China was in Manchuria, in 1940, before he was invalided out of the army. He had then embarked on an increasingly intertwined business and political career that had seen him become prime minister just 2 months before he flew to China in the aftermath of the Nixon shock, the rapprochement with Beijing, to start a process of normalization of Sino-Japanese relations. The war met Tanaka at the airport. The honor guard at Beijing also played the Chinese national anthem, the March of the Volunteers, a stirring call to arms against the Japanese that dated from 1935. In fact, the two states were technically still at war, for Beijing did not recognize the 1952 peace treaty that Japan had signed with the Republic of China. But a rapid process of change followed in the wake of the Tanaka visit, in which the Japanese withdrew diplomatic recognition from the Republic in Taiwan, the Chinese renounced any claim for war reparations, and all pledged for peace. But the war persisted nonetheless, represented in Beijing also by Tanaka's inescapable companion, his own record as a minor functionary in the Army of Occupation. Ohira Masayoshi, his foreign minister, came with a shadow too, a year's service on secondment from the Finance Ministry in 1939-40 to an office of the COA, the Asia Development Board, in Zhangjiakou in Inner Mongolia. 365. In the talks in 1972, the Chinese did not push for war reparations in economic terms, for they knew the bitterness of such impositions, Zhou had told Tanaka. But moral reparation was to become the touchstone of Sino-Japanese relations, and on this point successive Japanese governments would in future, in Chinese eyes, fail to deliver adequate or sincere restitution. This developing history problem was foreshadowed right at the beginning, in the Great Hall of the People on the first day of the 1972 visit during the welcoming banquet for the Japanese, when Tanaka apologized for the unhappy path that Sino-Japanese relations had taken in the recent past, and for the great trouble that had been caused to the Chinese people. Translated directly into Chinese as Mafan, this last phrase was a wholly inappropriate description of the scale of the impact of the invasion. Zhou, in private the following day, told Prime Minister Tanaka that he accepted the sincerity of the apology, but rejected the language. In China, he said, this expression is only used for very small things. 16. Thereafter, a conflict over words would start to grow, and from 1982 onwards the war was fought all over again on the question of the language used in the history textbooks that were approved for use in schools by Japan's Ministry of Education,
and whether that language deliberately made very small things from very big ones, where it mentioned them at all. The British rapprochement developed with less fanfare, although a table tennis team had also been invited to China in April 1971. 17. The response to the crisis of 1967, and to the detention of British subjects, was in general persistent and constructive, and a slow re-engagement produced no major shocks along the way. On March 13, 1972, representation was finally raised to ambassadorial level, and the British closed their remaining consulate in Taiwan. The Foreign Secretary, and former Prime Minister, Sir Alec Douglas Home, visited Beijing in October that year, and Edward Heath went in May 1974. Douglas Home's flight included a large cohort of journalists, as well as an emergency delivery to the embassy of instant coffee, fruit juice, cornflakes, and baked beans. British embassies to China were now rather less grandiose than they had been in the gilded past. 18 British diplomats managed to steer the Ministry of Foreign Affairs protocol officers away from their suggestion. 366. That the PLA band in attendance serenade the formal banquet for Douglas Home with representative and suitable English folk music, which turned out to be a 1930s drinking song, Here We Are Again, Happy as Can Be / All Good Pals and Jolly Good Company 19, but, keeping secret the fact that they had sourced it from the band of the Royal Hong Kong Police, the British did provide music for the Eton boating song, another first for the Great Hall of the People. The key strategic interest of the Chinese lay in encouraging a strong Western European bloc to counter the USSR, against which they expressed what Douglas Home thought virulent hatred. Tanaka received a 75-minute lecture from Zhou Enlai on the Russians' 20 What to Say About History, however, was a pressing concern for the British ahead of their talks. Relations between China and Britain, went the approved final text of Douglas Home's speech at the formal welcoming banquet, have been uneven. But it was the first Western country to recognize the new state in 1950, he reminded his listeners. Finding the right words was always a challenge, as the tortuously edited drafts of this speech make clear. It is a matter of history that relations between China and Britain have at times been checkered uneven. I will not examine the reasons for this now. I wish to speak of the present and the future, rather than of the past. 21. Fine wishes, but it was in fact difficult to keep Chinese leaders off the topic of the uneven past, as Zhou Enlai would revert to it again and again in discussion. It was hardly very remote. Well, leaving aside questions of history, Douglas Home asked in exasperation at one point in their talks, what should we do about the current situation? 22. In the British discussions in 1972 and 1974 there had been no sustained focus on Hong Kong. It was a matter that had been left over by history, said Zhou. But the Chinese would take no surprise action, he assured Douglas Home. They would not take over the 367 colony by force. This was just as well. In 1967, in the wake of the confrontation, the British had explored all possible scenarios for the defense of the colony and concluded that, as in 1941, this would be impossible. 23. There would be negotiation when the 99-year lease on the new territories, secured by treaty in 1898, came closer, but not in the foreseeable future. It was a question for the younger generation, Mao Zedong told Edward Heath in 1974, and pointed to the other senior leaders in his study with them, although only one of those, the tough, wiry Deng Xiaoping, would survive the political twists and turns of the following 2 years. I always remember the date of the treaty, said Zhou at the same meeting, because it was the year in which I was born. 24. The personal and the political were consciously intertwined. Instead of such thorny issues, the new relationships were tested first in softer areas that promised early wins for friendship, and for re-establishing China's image overseas. The hunger for news from China was intense. The table tennis team had been accompanied by journalists. The diplomats and politicians traveling to China were always greatly outnumbered by them. The country's propaganda and news machine still poured out magazines and books that delivered its own breathlessly positive vision of its achievements. Radio Peking still fought its corner of the international airwaves. The Nixon delegation flew with over 100 journalists and broadcast technicians in a second jet, who then used a specially imported satellite relay station that was set up at Beijing's airport to report on the visit. On this occasion Nixon traveled light. 450 had accompanied him to Romania in 1969. 25 Douglas Home flew with a VC-10 full of reporters. Tanaka's trip was extensively covered. But this was only the start. Visas for journalists, exhibitions and animal exchanges, language teaching and filmmaking, music, drama and art, all formed the subjects of a new phase of cultural diplomacy. And everybody wanted pandas. In return Nixon gave musk ox, Douglas Home offered Pear David's deer, Tanaka offered red-crowned cranes. Animal diplomacy had a rich history in the People's Republic, even if a British diplomat cynically jested in 1959 that the Chinese would in fact be really happy to have some caged imperialists, capitalists, and foreign missionaries. 368. In Beijing's zoo. Now Britain's Royal Shakespeare Company hoped to dispatch Peter Brook's production of The Tempest to China, and hoped to host a Peking Opera Company in return. Perhaps the London Philharmonic Orchestra might visit. After all, there was more to British musical life than the Eton boating song. They did, and so did the Philadelphia Orchestra, but they were rarely heard by any but a chosen few. And the hopes of China's musicians that this heralded a relaxation in cultural policy were quashed by a new campaign in 1974 against European music. 26. The most significant initiative was the one that seemed least connected to the communist era, a globe-circling exhibition of breathtaking new archaeological discoveries. After his appointment as British ambassador to China in 1972, Sir John Addis, himself a collector and connoisseur, pursued the Palace Museum for an exhibition, highlighting the great effect of the 1935-6 Burlington House Show 27. Addis had his eye on the collection of post-1949 archaeological finds on show in Beijing in May 1972. This exhibition would eventually spend 2 years circumnavigating the globe, appearing in Paris in the summer of 1973, then moving via the Royal Academy in London to Vienna and Stockholm, and on to Toronto, Washington, D.C., Kansas City, and San Francisco. Elements of it then went on to Australia, the Philippines, and Hong Kong, where examples of terracotta army figures from the 1974 uncovering of the tomb of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huangdi, gained their first unveiling. In London the show's attendance outstripped its famous predecessor. Over 770,000 people visited the Royal Academy, which had been hired for the show, and where China's national flag and the Union Jack flew together. Books and television documentaries fed another China boom. The Han Dynasty bronze flying horse and jade funeral suit of Lady Do Wan instantly became iconic, standing out even within an exhibition that offered a revelatory view of China's deep past. This show matched the aspirations of each side. For the British it gave substance to the new relationship, and for the Chinese it showed that Beijing was in fact an attentive guardian of China's heritage. This was an intensely political initiative. The Chinese and British signed a bilateral treaty to underpin the exhibition. The show had its 369 debut in Paris to mark the fact that the French, not the British, had established full diplomatic relations first. There it was named Trésors d'Archinois, in London it was to be the genius of China. Here was the initial problem: neither of the adjectives linked to China in these titles had any connection to class politics. Although it was formally organized by a Chinese exhibition council, the Royal Academy show was shaped by Times newspapers, which sponsored it. The devil was partly in the treaty detail, where the exhibits were itemized and ordered in a Marxist chronological schema that the Chinese subsequently demanded be used in the display and catalogue. They wanted primitive society, slave society, and feudal society. They were instead presented with a simple chronological narrative, uninflected by Marx, and with text smoothed by the Times journalists. "You are not people from whom I take orders,"
declared the newspaper's chairman when the Chinese embassy threatened to abandon the exhibition at the last moment unless the apolitical title was dropped. 28. The politics of the title, commentary, and periodization, as well as the exhibition's relations with other Chinese materials on display in museums such as Kansas City's Nelson Atkins, which had a fine Tang Dynasty Buddhist relief, hacked from its site in Henan's Longmen Caves in the 1930s, and the guest list at the press reception, would dog the show. By the time it reached Washington, D.C., the Chinese had produced their own catalog, and secured a veto even over other materials that might be sold in the museum gift store. There was to be no treasure and no genius on show. Memories of Burlington House worked both ways. Xianai, the leading archaeologist on the Chinese side, had visited the 1935-6 show when studying for his doctorate in London, and still had his ticket. He also still had memories of the controversy over presentation and interpretation. This was not simply the politics of the Cultural Revolution, but came from the longer history of conflict over who spoke for China. 29. The cultural politics of modern drama and art also remained unforgiving. Even seemingly minor details such as the specific Beethoven symphony that China's Central Philharmonic Orchestra should play on Kissinger's second visit in 1971 was discussed by Mao's wife Jiang Qing and Zhou Enlai. So was the question of how this concession to styles that were politically condemned would be. 370. Balanced by the staging for Kissinger of a revolutionary opera, and which one? The Central Philharmonic Orchestra had not played Beethoven for over 5 years. Kissinger found the opera a work of truly stupefying boredom. 30. Nonetheless, this was revolutionary China's culture. Britain's Pro-PRC Society for Anglo-Chinese Understanding organized a festival of contemporary films from China in the autumn of 1971 in London, providing the first British outings of filmed stagings of Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy, and Red Detachment of Women, as well as documentaries. The politically committed may have appreciated them, but they were exotic rather than aesthetically compelling, thought one reviewer, and a little goes a very long way. 31. They were very poorly attended. A later touring exhibition of peasant paintings from Huixian was more successful, for this was a less overtly didactic genre, but it was still based on an iconography limited to tractors, pigs, and mounds of cabbages. No single cultural project evoked as much controversy as Michelangelo Antonioni's television film Chongguo, China, which was subjected from January 30, 1974 onwards to a full-scale campaign of virulent political criticism. As a well-known anti-fascist, Antonioni might have seemed a safe bet for the Italian state broadcaster, RAI, when it proposed a documentary after the two countries had established diplomatic relations in November 1970. Filmed in China in the spring of 1972, a version was shown in the United States in December that year, and the final 3-hour version was unveiled in February 1973. Through a series of staged and impromptu episodes, Antonioni had no choice over the itinerary, and with an occasional and laconic commentary, the film provided an atmospheric series of visual impressions of the country and its people. Antonioni did not fulfill his brief in Chinese eyes. His color palette was too muted, there were no strident revolutionary reds, the film's gaze was too obtrusive, its commentary was seemingly too offhand and negative, its camera angles belittled great revolutionary construction achievements, and the team had snatched several scenes without permission, while others were filmed with hidden cameras. The judgment was comprehensive. The film was deemed a serious anti-China provocation. Instead of a heroic, sharply colored portrait of a peasant achievement. 371. Antonioni showed a pig urinating in a scruffy village street, a woman with bound feet, people drying clothes, girls queuing to have their photographs taken. A puppet show sequence seemed to comment purposefully on staged scenes of school children performing revolutionary skits. This was grave contempt, and showed disrespect. Any Chinese with any national pride cannot but be greatly angered on seeing this film, announced the People's Daily. 32 Chinese diplomats launched a concerted effort to have the film suppressed in countries across Western Europe.
threatening to break off cultural relations if it was broadcast. As Antonioni Riley noted, the only government to conform to the demand was the military junta in Greece, strange bedfellows for Maoist China. The bewildered Italian was partly the pawn in the late moves of Jiang Qing and the Cultural Revolution leftists to attack Zhou Enlai and secure the succession of power after the ailing Mao's death. Foreign students who began to arrive in China in the early 1970s were confronted when they took photographs of scenes that might reflect negatively on the country, and forced to destroy their films. 33 But the politics of representation and the determination to shape or control it had that much longer history stretching back to Theodore II's sojourn in Hollywood on the set of The Good Earth, and Chinese student protests in Europe and America over films and plays. And Pearl Buck herself, whose career had revolved around trying to bring America to a more real understanding of China and its people, was sharply rebuffed, at Zhou's direction, when, buoyed up by the U.S. China rapprochement, she asked in 1972 for permission to revisit the country of her birth. This was refused because of her attitude of distortion, smear, and vilification towards the people of New China and its leaders. 34 Zhou did, however, authorize an old friend, the Dutch filmmaker Joris Ivens, who had first worked with the Chinese Communists in 1936, to film what would become a 12-hour documentary, How Yukong Moved the Mountains. In this instance the Chinese got what they wanted, an unmediated and uncritical, but no less remarkable, presentation of cultural revolution China and its people. Even though 130,000 patiently sat through it in Paris after its release in March 1976, the film had a short political life. With Mao's 372 death in September that year, and the arrest of Jiang Qing and those soon to be labeled the Gang of Four, the culture that Ivens portrayed would start to be broken up. So the sense of history pervaded the new relations being established in the early 1970s. But it lingered elsewhere too, it seemed. One issue that pervaded all these meetings was that of the nationalist government on Taiwan, where the entire state structure that had been supplanted on October 1, 1949 still existed. Half of the legislators elected in 1948 to the Legislative Yuan moved with it to the island redoubt, and most of the 750 members of the National Assembly, and there they formally represented constituencies across China until 1991, unless death, senility or boredom had taken them earlier. This was surreal, but logical. The constitution was still in effect, even the calendar used was that initiated in 1912, dating the years since the establishment of the Republic of China. 35 The only prominent element of its former network of power that it left behind were the gangster auxiliaries of Du Yuzheng, who himself died in Hong Kong in 1951. 36 The refugee state of Taiwan was at the same time the PRC's competitor for international recognition, a military threat dominating its southeast, and a sharp rebuke to its poverty and underdevelopment. Taiwan came to offer an alternative Chinese modernity, and a safe haven for China's culture and traditions, its literature, arts, and language. Its own substantial propaganda efforts made sure that this was known to the world. So the Republic of China posed an existential threat, and it also represented the past, alive and kicking, and for much of its early history it hungered for a crisis in China that it could exploit to re-establish itself. In the 1950s, Taiwan, the Penghu Island Group and the other 25 small islands the Kuomintang controlled, some within artillery range of the mainland, had been a temporary fix. The Republic of China reorganized its military forces, conducted a bloody purge of communist and other suspects, and prepared itself to defend the province from attack and to reoccupy the mainland. The Kuomintang was 373. Thoroughly reformed and remodeled as an effective, disciplined Leninist party organization. New bodies for social mobilization were created, and political commissars were placed in the reformed army. In fact, the Kuomintang consciously remodeled itself closely on its triumphant opponent and, ironies aside, this was a reminder of the common historical ancestry of the two parties, and their shared nationalist agenda. But in January 1950, In the midst of this reform and revitalization of the demoralized party, President Truman stated clearly that the United States would not defend the island against invasion, and his analysts had concluded that the nationalist forces could at that stage not defend it themselves. The Communists prepared their forces for an assault, rapidly developing an air force with Soviet aid and assistance. In April 1950 they captured Hainan Island from nationalist forces with relative ease. The onset of the Korean War altered this strategy completely. It was probably the single biggest piece of luck that Chiang Kai-shek ever had, and certainly did him far more good than any amount of lobbying. Jiang's offers to send troops were declined, despite General Douglas MacArthur's attempts to bounce Truman into authorizing acceptance. But there was substantial involvement of nationalist personnel in the Korea conflict after the intervention of the PLA nonetheless, in psychological warfare operations and in dealing with PLA prisoners of war. And the American right was able to emphasize, as Nixon had, the ROK's role in what U.S. defense planners came to see as a defense chain stretching south from Japan. The United States signed a mutual defense treaty with the ROK in 1954, and dispatched what would become one of its largest overseas military assistance advisory groups, along with a package of military aid that provided aircraft, weapons, and training, and that would help the island develop its own defense industries. For 30 years the U.S. Navy patrolled the turbulent waters of the Straits. 37 The nationalists were able to complete the overhaul of their military forces, drawing increasingly on the conscripted manpower of the people of Taiwan. On 2 occasions by 1958 the United States considered using nuclear weapons against China in defense of the island. Meanwhile, it served as a base for U-2 aircraft espionage operations in East Asia and covered operations across the region including into Tibet. 374. Guerrillas from rock-held islands harried the Chinese coast, conducting assaults into the mid-1960s. The CIA and other U.S. organs supported these and other nationalist military operations on the mainland, and launched attacks from northern Burma until the heroin trade that nationalist forces controlled there became too grave an international scandal and they were evacuated to Taiwan. ROK agencies also worked out of Macau and Hong Kong, nearly claiming Zhou Enlai's life in 1955, at the height of his peace offensive when it seemed possible that the plausible face of Chinese diplomacy might be nudging America towards considering recognition of the People's Republic 38. Although the institutions of the Republic of China were relocated to Taiwan, they were kept in suspended animation, for it was placed under a martial law regime that lasted 38 years until it was lifted in 1987. As well as facing an active threat from PRC infiltration and espionage, an estimated 1,500 agents were sent into the island, 1,100 of whom were captured and executed. The Taiwan Garrison Command implemented martial law enforcing a zealous censorship policy, suppressing political activity, and in particular stifling indigenous Taiwanese opinion. 39. The island felt like an armed camp, it was meant to. The party launched a total mobilization program to prepare for war. 40 military police guarded highways and city streets and buildings. Into the mid-1980s Taiwan's built environment, its schools, barracks, government offices, was plastered with slogans promoting its revanchist principles. The province was the island bastion of the Republic of China, and the springboard for recovery of the mainland from the communist bandits. The militarization of society was comprehensive. School and university students underwent compulsory military training, and the armed forces developed an extensive network of media organizations. Stories from China's deep past of national salvation after bitter defeat were drawn on and widely disseminated in army ideological training and in the highly politicized education system. One popular figure was Kok Singa, the Ming loyalist general who had resisted the Manchu invaders from Taiwan, having seized it from the Dutch in 1661, and who was, as the story told it, aiming to restore Ming rule on the mainland. 41 The mainland was a place of no sun, the state approved. 375. Primary school textbooks told pupils into the early 1980s, and its students 9 million compatriots lacked freedom, food, and shelter.
Relieving their suffering was everybody's duty. 42 Chiang Kai-shek regularly bombarded his unreceptive and at times disbelieving American allies with new plans for invasion that were nonetheless puffed up in more sympathetic newspapers. 43 Under Japanese colonial rule, Taiwan had undergone an economic transformation that left it with an infrastructure for development, including a highly literate and well-educated population, that weathered great destruction from American bombing during the war, and the depredations of the Kuomintang takeover of the island after 1945. 44 A successful program of agrarian reform, investment in education, and a 15-year program of economic aid from the United States built on this success, and assisted the construction of a successful and from the late 1950s onwards an export-led economy that brought growth and prosperity to the island. What the Kuomintang had preached on the mainland, its American-trained technocrats finally had the opportunity to deliver in Taiwan: radical land reform, stability, and economic development. But it was also a state born in terror. An estimated 10,000 Taiwanese were killed during and after the February 1947 uprising, and another 1,000 in 1949. Officially there were almost 30,000 arrests for political offenses during the decades of martial law, and an estimated 1,500 to 5,000 executions. It was a police state. Even the provincial governor, the Princeton graduate and former Shanghai mayor K.C. Wu, fled in fear in 1953. 45 Although it retained its weapons of force and terror, after the crisis of the early 1950s its deployment of them proved an exception rather than a rule. Despite maintaining martial law and a ban on the formation of political parties, the Kuomintang allowed forms of local elections from early on that helped it slowly start to co-opt into its island state the Taiwanese who had been bruised, battered and terrorized by the transition to Chinese rule. The Republic of China on Taiwan increasingly exemplified a powerful model of a successful authoritarian development state, whose success it broadcast through an extensive program of overseas technical assistance and aid that it used to compete for influence in 376. Africa and the Americas. It also invested heavily in projects to showcase itself as a bastion providing a respite for China's cultural heritage. The fleets that shipped 800,000 demoralized soldiers and the bullion reserves of the Bank of China to Taiwan in 1949 also brought intellectuals, artists, and scholars, 3,000 crates containing the finest items of the already much-traveled National Palace Museum collection, Ming and Qing State Archives, a great cache of rare books and manuscripts from the National Central Library and other treasures. The National Palace collections were displayed in a new National Palace Museum built north of Taipei. The research institutes of Academia Sinica were re-established east of the city. In Free China, despite a heavy-handed political censorship, Chinese were able to pursue cultural and religious practices and traditions and engage in scholarship. The history of peasant revolution did not disturb research agendas. Cultural diplomacy programs brought language students and overseas Chinese to the island. The Chinese written script survived there unreformed. On the mainland it was officially simplified in the 1950s and 1960s as part of a literacy drive. The rhetoric of this deliberate political project was made manifestly more and more real as the Communists reformed, revised, and ravaged Chinese society and culture in the 1950s and 1960s. But these initiatives also came at the cost of the systematic suppression of research from a Taiwanese, rather than a Chinese, perspective, namely research into the island's language, history, and cultures. The ROC was no less attentive to its perceived duty of protecting China's territorial sovereignty. It was not afraid to test the patience of even its anti-communist ally South Korea, in outlining its claims on territories now within the borders of North Korea. It laid claim to the Senkaku/Diaoyutai Islands and vigorously protested when the United States passed these to Japan in 1972 when it ended the occupation of Okinawa, and to reefs and islands in the South China Sea. Closer to home, the Kuomintang vigorously suppressed the Taiwan independence movement until the mid-1980s and was still using sedition laws against independence activists until 1992. In its language policies it even discriminated against Minanhua, the majority language on the island, and yet more stringently against the Japanese that most islanders spoke who had grown up under colonial rule. The 377 nationalists never pursued anything but a one China policy, basing their hopes for a triumphant return on a collapse of the mainland regime, a strategy that seemed to be given new life by the cataclysm of the Great Leap famine, which prompted an upsurge in coastal operations by ROC forces. It seems clear that continuing contacts between Chiang and Zhou Enlai, passed through an intermediary in Hong Kong, focused in the main on coordination of a strategy to prevent any one China, one Taiwan option being engineered by the Americans. 46 At the same time, the assertion of sovereignty and dignity characterized the often tense relationship with the United States. The 1949 China White Paper and related American statements blaming Jiang's leadership for the nationalist collapse long rankled. That Truman had ignored our sovereignty and treated the Republic worse than a colonial nation were characteristic entries in the Generalissimo's diaries. But Chiang would console himself with the belief that British influence generally lay behind his American disappointments. 47 However, like the Soviet advisors in the PRC, American personnel in Taiwan, whose numbers peaked at close to 10,000 in the late 1960s, enjoyed full diplomatic immunity. In effect, they had extraterritorial rights that reminded many observers of older times and struggles. The pay and accommodation of the Americans were vastly superior to those of their ROC peers. They lived in foreign-style housing compounds, accessed their own stores, drove imported cars and generally led segregated lives. Sex was often a flashpoint. Single men had resources that allowed them to outcompete their Chinese colleagues, and created a service industry of bars and sex workers. "Let me check your wallet," runs one pointed phrase in a Chinese handbook of helpfully transliterated American. "We cohabit, how much you pay me, don't break my heart." 48 This was entirely of the pattern of the impact across the globe of the 500,000 American personnel and their dependents stationed overseas, but its salience in Taiwan was heightened by its prehistory as extraterritoriality, and the nationalist project to eradicate colonialism. The acquittal by a court-martial of an American advisor charged with manslaughter in a shooting incident provoked a riot on May 24, 1957 in Taipei, and the ransacking of the American embassy and the headquarters of other agencies. 378. Huang Jinliu, the city's garrison commander, was not swift to act that day, and he was the man who had killed John Thorburn back in 1931. "Kick out the American devils," read one slogan painted on the embassy wall. "When anybody kills Chinese he's not guilty," complained another, and "don't act like Russians," stated a third. 49 What was in practice a two-China policy came under greater and greater strains from the People's Republic as the 1970s progressed, and on December 15, 1978, over 3 years after the death of Chiang Kai-shek, and 2 years after that of Mao, President Jimmy Carter gave the ROC 2 weeks' notice of a final switch to recognition of the PRC. 50 Shortly afterwards, Deng Xiaoping made a strikingly successful visit to the United States that prompted a love feast far greater than any witnessed in the days of ping pong and the Nixon visit. The sight of diminutive Deng in a 10-gallon Stetson at a rodeo in Simonton, Texas, seemed to offer a whole new politics, if not a new way of conceiving the world. Gone, it seemed for good, were the Chi-Coms and Reds of U.S. establishment speech. But the United States Congress had reacted by enacting a Taiwan Relations Act that substantially ameliorated the practical consequences of what many saw as a betrayal, including Ronald Reagan, Carter's successor. Old politics stayed put. The United States continued to supply weapons and technology to its ally, although the remaining American official presence was withdrawn. Reagan only abandoned his attempt to reinstate relations with the nationalists in 1984. Despite the shock, the Republic of China's economy continued to grow, and under the pragmatic presidency of Chiang Ching-kuo the ROC would move to end martial law and legalize the creation of new parties. His successor as Kuomintang leader and president, the Taiwanese Li Tenghui, would oversee what became a highly successful transition to democracy. Having lost the presidency in 2000, the Kuomintang would even be voted back into power in 2008. Given its track record of repression and violence, this was a significant moment. The continuing challenge presented by Taiwan to the PRC lay not only in the persistence of partition, but in this transition into a genuinely Chinese model democracy, and a plural society that developed on China's border. This hardly pleased everybody in the nationalist camp. It was mob rule, announced Chiang Kai-shek's adopted son, Chiang. 379. Waikuo, Madame Chiang moved permanently to Long Island in disgust. She was not much missed. Chiang Kai-shek's body would lie moldering in exile far from the family's preferred burial place in his hometown of Zhuhai, in Zhejiang. Interment there would have been a fine symbol of China's indivisibility, but there was solace to be had from the fact that the Generalissimo's ultimate strategic objective remained visible. Having been regained from the Japanese, Taiwan was not again formally detached, neither as a result of American policy nor by the independence movement, despite the strategic or nationalistic imperative behind arguments that it should be. True, it was not formally joined either, but in practical terms its status remained in abeyance. The long project of holding together China's territorial integrity, and of perpetuating the borders of the Qing Empire, was maintained. In 1981 the People's Republic definitively shifted its policy and announced the first version of what became its 9-point proposal for reunification, articulating what would become its one country, two systems policy. Under this, Taiwan could keep its political and economic system, even its armed forces, but it needed to acknowledge the necessity and inevitability of reunification and recognize the PRC as the central government of China. The flag of the People's Republic would fly in Taipei. These were substantial concessions made by the communist leaders to their old friends and former classmates who led the Kuomintang. Even Deng Xiaoping and Chiang Ching-kuo had studied together back in Moscow in 1926. Nonetheless, Beijing reserved the right to use force, clarifying later that it would only consider doing so if there was a declaration of independence or foreign intervention. But Taiwan did not bite. By 1949, of the territories lost as colonies only two remained, Macau and Hong Kong. 51 Nobody liked the word colony, however, not even the British, and by 1984 it had virtually disappeared from official use there, but Hong Kong was still a British colony nonetheless. This was a technical description of its formal legal status in British and in international law, although this was not recognized by the Chinese, who saw it simply as illegally occupied territory. Beijing had swiftly used its new UN membership to demand the removal of Macau and Hong Kong from the organization's list of colonial 380 territories. The British evaded a confrontation about this, reserving all rights, by simply ceasing to send annual reports on the colony to the UN, as it was obliged to do. There was, thereafter, no cause for discussion of the colony's status. 52 Hong Kong had been administered through the Colonial Office, and then the Foreign and Colonial Office, later the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, as British government departments were reorganized to make sense of a dwindling colonial empire. Its administrators and officials were Britons, who often circulated through the wider network of British colonies as they secured promotion in the colonial services. Sir David Trench, Governor of Hong Kong between 1964 and 1971, had come from the Solomon Islands, which provided in every respect a surreal experience to qualify a man to govern Hong Kong, but it was a perfectly valid one, for one colony was much like any other. Governors were primarily responsible to their territories, and had considerable autonomy. They were not puppets of the London government. They were not beholden to it for funds, nor did they contribute any, and they were increasingly attuned to local public opinion. What could be more colonial in style and ethos than the great pantomime of the arrival of a governor in the territory? Sir David Wilson was the last career civil servant to govern Hong Kong. His arrival on April 9, 1987 by plane was one of the few concessions to modernity of the ceremonial that marked his installation. But then it was back in time to the high noon of empire. Kitted out in his official uniform, sword at his side, Wilson boarded the gubernatorial launch and crossed the traffic-stilled harbor,
accompanied by Royal Navy and police vessels, cocked hat on his head, its ostrich feathers in place, to follow most of his 26 predecessors in formally landing at Queen's Pier on Hong Kong Island. Nepali soldiers of the Gurkha Regiment provided a guard of honor for their new commander-in-chief. The British had been stationing South Asian troops in the colony since 1841, aircraft flew past in formation and a 17-gun salute was fired. At the ceremonial swearing-in, Wilson undertook 381. To well and truly serve our Sovereign Lady Queen Elizabeth in the office of Governor, and I will do right to all manner of people after the laws and usages of this colony, without fear, or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God. This text dated back to 1869, and was delivered, as was the entire ceremony, in English. The commitment to the responsibility apart, this was a performance of a type that few Britons ever actually took entirely seriously, but equally few actually ever seriously questioned. It took place in Hong Kong, on a Chinese stage, and it was anchored in the 1842 Treaty of Nanjing. 53. The governor had an authority that was constitutionally tempered by advisory executive and legislative councils that included officials and appointees from outside the administration. He could be as sensitive to their advice as he chose, but on the whole by the 1980s was far more receptive to the opinion of the business and other interests represented there. Like other colonies, Hong Kong had its own specialist cadre of officials, the Hong Kong Cadets, from which Chinese were barred until 1946, and its distinctive legal tradition. 54. But like all colonies, the greater part of its staff was indigenous. They had had to show that they knew English, which they used at work, and through which they communicated officially with their fellow Cantonese speakers. At school they learned any history but Hong Kong's, and they learned very little of modern China's. The British official establishment had actually grown after the riots in 1967, when there were an estimated 61,000 British officials and their dependants, as the military presence was increased to provide a better internal security capacity. 55. In 1950, local, Chinese, staff were a minority, often a tiny one, in most parts of the civil service. By 1977 this had substantially been reversed, but still only 32% of directorate appointments were held by local men and women, and less than half of senior police positions. Expatriate Britons held the rest, and 550 new recruits came from Britain that same year. 56. There were still 3,200 British civil servants in 1982. Despite a localization policy in staff recruitment and progression, men and women continued to be recruited from London until 1994, when the last 5 British recruits flew out to join the Royal Hong Kong Police. 57. 382. Lesser functionaries arrived with far less fanfare than the governor, but were inducted rapidly into the certainties and psychological and other trappings of British colonial life, not least the functional, if not explicit, racism that shaped its social and cultural interactions, or more accurately in most cases, its lack of them. 58. A non-commissioned officer in the armed forces, for example, was generally provided with subsidized accommodation, could afford a live-in servant, and a lifestyle and status generally more comfortable than those which could be secured in Britain, let alone by most of Hong Kong's residents. And this was without the expatriate allowances enjoyed by civil servants. This was not enough for some, however. Until the late 1970s, Hong Kong was also permeated by systemic corruption at all levels throughout the administration, a factor that provided the single biggest threat to the legitimacy of British control. After the high-profile case of the British police officer Peter Godber, a new independent commission against corruption went to war with such singular success that the force mutinied, and an amnesty for historical crimes was agreed. 59. There were high-profile cases of corruption even in the colony's earliest days, but it was exacerbated after the Second World War by Hong Kong's demographic history, its population exploding as refugees poured across the border in the late 1940s, and then steadily through the 1950s and 1960s. It was also aided by language. English was the sole official language of government until 1974, when barely a quarter of the population spoke or read it. But even when the administration had committed itself to bilingualism, utility companies routinely billed customers in English. Until the end of British rule, jurors were required to know English. 60 racist zoning laws restricting residents on the Peak and parts of Chungcheou Island to non-Chinese were repealed in 1946. Yet in the 1960s, the cricket club ground in the heart of the city centre served as a continuing proxy for a history of racist exclusion of the majority of the population that had existed in one form or another from the earliest days of the colony. For how many Chinese played cricket? And the ground was not otherwise open to the public, even though it was held on a government lease. This revived unpleasant memories, one local paper commented, of a notice prohibiting Chinese and dogs from entering a park in Shanghai. 61 In 1978 the cricket ground became a public park. 383. From the 1960s onwards a quite unique local identity began to coalesce in Hong Kong. It was outward-looking, urban and Cantonese. Although the colony's borders remained porous, and many of its people retained ties to their places of origin, rising levels of education and relative prosperity, a successful local film industry and later Cantonese pop music drove the process. A baby boom in the late 1950s and early 1960s meant that half of the population was less than 20 years old in the 1961 and 1971 census. 62 Hong Kong was young, and it spoke Cantonese. Television, radio, and a large and vibrant press nurtured a confident new popular culture and its local icons, and assimilated elements from the diverse worlds of its multinational resident foreign communities, the fast-developing tourist industry, and the territory's openness to global fashions and cultural currents. The colonial government worked to foster this, but it had its own dynamic. Hong Kong fashion, film, and music had a long reach and influenced diaspora Chinese communities across the globe, and in China itself. This quite distinct identity increasingly set Hong Kong residents further and further apart from their mainland roots. Would you like to go to China? Paul McCartney was asked when the Beatles visited Hong Kong in June 1964. I thought this was China, he replied. But increasingly it wasn't. The 1967 riots demonstrated quite dramatically that the great majority of Hong Kong people identified with a set of values that distinguished them from those of their roots. The greater part of the colony's population by far was formed of immigrants and their locally born children. Unlike most colonies, Hong Kong was a runaway economic success. Its outward-looking character was vital to its export-led economy. By 1967 it had the fifth busiest port in the world, and if it had been a country it would have ranked 25th globally amongst trading economies. Britain benefited substantially from this. Orders were placed by the Hong Kong government or local companies with British suppliers, for example, but there was no revenue transfer to London. On balance, the British themselves concluded that the overall economic effect in 1982 was about even for the 384. United Kingdom. Hong Kong increasingly attracted a non-British foreign presence from the 1960s onwards, and in the 1980s this grew as its role as an international instead of a mostly regional financial hub rapidly developed. But it remained in form and legal fact a colonial society. 63 The colony had gained in value too, as a springboard from which the British might get in on the ground floor of modernization in China itself, as the then ambassador Percy Craddock put it in 1979, with the reform policy of the Deng Xiaoping leadership beginning to be developed after 1978-64. Margaret Thatcher, who became British Prime Minister in 1979, was smitten with Hong Kong. She had first visited it 2 years earlier and it was obviously all she ever wanted Britain to be. Thatcher saw it as a model low regulation, low tax economic success, secured by the rule of law and, belatedly, honest and efficient British administration. 65 Hong Kong's oligarchs beat a path to the welcoming door of 10 Downing Street. Lord Cato Ori, Sir Y.K. Pao, Eric Hotung and Henry Keswick all proffered schemes, advice and offers of assistance in discussions with China. She could not always quite grasp what YK was actually proposing, Thatcher would say, but she helped launch his ships and her files are full of his letters. Hong Kong's reality was much more complex and qualified than the picture that so appealed to the Prime Minister, but the vision mattered more. The social consequences of this form of governance were largely discounted in this understanding of its strengths and successes. Income inequality was the highest in Asia, and high by general global standards. 66 buoyed up by British victory in June 1982 in the conflict with Argentina over the Falkland Islands, Thatcher was in no mood to accept any surrender of the colony and its people to a Marxist regime when she visited Beijing in September of that year. But the Iron Lady failed. The younger generation of Chinese leaders whose historic role, Mao had said, would be to deal with this problem that was left over from history was led by Deng Xiaoping, the great survivor. Deng was a pragmatist, but over Hong Kong he was first and foremost an anti-imperialist nationalist for whom the historic task of the Civil War was yet unfinished. The British had been warned. In 1979 they had attempted to propose a technical legal fix to the looming problem of the impact on property leases of the 385 termination date on the 99-year 1898 lease on the new territories. These could only run until 1997 unless measures of some sort were taken. The Hong Kong government was concerned about what would become with each passing year an increasingly difficult problem that, it was believed, would steadily undermine business confidence and drive investors to Singapore or Japan. In a landmark visit to Beijing in March 1979, the then Governor Sir Murray MacLehose was given a curt rebuff, his term, when he raised the issue and sprang a potential solution on Deng Xiaoping. In the aftermath various attempts to clarify the situation were parried as unnecessary and inappropriate. It was barely discussed during the then Premier Hua Qiabeng's visit to Britain in November 1979, with Hua simply stating that Hong Kong was Chinese territory. However, both the British and the Chinese began planning for the future. 67 So Margaret Thatcher set out in September 1982 to enlighten the Chinese leadership on just what it was that made Hong Kong so prosperous, and the key to that, in her eyes, was British administration. In the interim the Chinese had developed the one country, two systems principle, which, while aimed at the greater prize of Taiwan, they applied equally to Hong Kong, which would become a special administrative zone and so a pilot for the grander scheme of reunification. But at the Great Hall of the People on the morning of September 23 the Prime Minister told Premier Zhao Ziyang that this proposal would be disastrous, the economy would collapse, and that would bring discredit to both Britain and China. Moreover, the British had a moral obligation to the people of Hong Kong, which we must honor. She felt deeply about this, underscoring her words firmly in her own copy of the minutes 68 for her listeners. It was an abrasive and insulting message. Here was the ghost of Victorian gunboat warmonger Sir Harry Parkes, or the muscular proconsul Sir Miles Lampson reading the Riot Act, lecturing the Qing and the warlords. So Zhao made himself equally clear, China would not maintain the prosperity of Hong Kong and develop it at the expense of recovering sovereignty, a principle it would place above prosperity and stability. 69 Deng Xiaoping, the following day, was no less firm. The British appeared to be proposing an extension to their control of 386 Hong Kong, which they were, in the form of what they called a management contract to secure administrative control. 70 But if sovereignty were not recovered, Deng replied, it would mean that the new China was like the China of the Qing dynasty and the present leaders were like Li Hongzhang, the senior Qing official, reviled by nationalists for allegedly selling out China to a foreign power in the 1895 Treaty of Shimonoseki with Japan, and the 1898 treaty with the British. Deng, like Zhao, stated that the government's credibility was at stake, and that they were beholden to a popular nationalism that expected retrocession. And it will do you good, too, he said, in a remark that needled the British Prime Minister. It would mean that Britain's colonial era had been brought to an end. This would rebound to British credit. Deng spoke for the imperatives of history. Thatcher barely understood them,
and she was hardly well briefed. The Prime Minister had to hand in her FCO briefing papers, a hasty guide to the history of China, which passed over in silence the British role in the assault on China. Here there was no Opium or Arrow War, no Boxer Uprising, no May 30th, no Shaky Massacre. Sir Francis Aglen did not control the Republic's finances. The great sway that Britain held in China until the 1930s was ignored. There were no gunboats at Wangxian. HMS Amethyst had never fired on the PLA. The history of Sino-British relations had been described by Douglas Home as uneven in 1972, in her brief historical survey of relations at the welcoming banquet in the Great Hall of the People. Thatcher commented euphemistically that the record of political relations between Britain and China was more varied than the rich history of cultural interaction she also laid claim to and placed greatest emphasis on. But had not the British helped Sun Yat-sen escape from his Qing captors at the legation in London in 1896, and had not the two countries stood side by side and alone against fascism for 12 months in 1940–41? How swiftly the British forgot their history in China. That same dark period was made acutely worse for Chongqing when Churchill's government shut the Burma Road, the only supply route to Jiang's regime, and then when its imperial forces collapsed in the face of the Japanese assault. 71 For many this was the moment of Britain's greatest betrayal of China, not its finest hour of embattled solidarity. And Thatcher's request to Zhao. 387. For the return of the old Shanghai consulate building on the Bund hardly demonstrated a sensitive understanding of the power and meaning of the past. Deeply suspicious about British intentions, the Chinese promptly refused to open negotiations unless the British first conceded that they did not have sovereignty over any part of Hong Kong. And you do not speak for Hong Kong's people, the Chinese said. We do. They are Chinese people, they know their history. Margaret Thatcher lambasted the initial solutions to the impasse proposed by the FCO as pathetic on the grounds that we have the treaties. The Chinese launched a barrage of strident propaganda highlighting not least of all the historical inequities in Britain's acquisition of Hong Kong. The colony's stock market and currency tumbled, supermarkets were cleared out by panicked residents. 72 At the same time Hong Kong audiences were treated to local film director Li Hanchang's sumptuously styled epic The Burning of the Summer Palace. This was a pungently nationalistic account of the 1860 North China campaign and the single act that was becoming talismanic of Anglo-French vandalism, just in case not all Hong Kong people quite knew their history. Still the British clung on, hoping to find a way to give them the outer form of what they wanted but to fill that form with the substance of our requirements. That old song again, Yu Ming Wu Shi 73 from July 1983, having all but conceded the point, as the Chinese saw it, formal negotiations began that led to the abandonment of the attempt to secure any sort of formal British administrative link, in the Sino-British Joint Declaration of September 26, 1984. This was explicitly not a treaty, a rose by any other name, noted one leading Chinese negotiator, well primed with Shakespeare, would smell as sweet. He loathed the word and assumed he did not need to explain why 74, but he did, because the British and Chinese still spoke different political languages, and worked with different understandings of the potency of the past, or even of its facts. But the British hardly listened to the ponderous repetitions, usual tedious repetitions and monologues to which they were treated on the subject. The Chinese, complained Ambassador Percy Craddock, used emotive language, like imperialism, but it was a meaningful and technical description. 388. And in Beijing's eyes a source of historical trauma, and a living threat. 75 We are not playing cards, Craddock would say at one point, nor do we think you are playing cards or ping-pong. Well, Chinese officials answered, you are daydreaming, trying to replace the old unequal treaties with a new one. 76 The Joint Declaration proved to be the start, not the end, of controversy, and in Chinese eyes it marked the immediate end of any British free hand in the colony. This took the British by surprise. But the Chinese worked with such a rigid caricature of British colonialism that it had already proved a substantial obstacle and would continue to do so during the negotiations that also followed. These lurched from crisis to crisis, over infrastructure projects, the alleged favoring of British companies in tender decisions, Hong Kong government finance policies, and, under the last governor, the Conservative Party politician Chris Patten, over democratic reform. 77 While part of Hong Kong's purported value lay in the fact that it was deemed to be a free world enclave on the Chinese mainland, its people were colonial subjects who may have had economic freedom, and were subject to a stable and fair legal system, but had no political rights. The plans for genuine constitutional development in Hong Kong, developed by colonial administrators back in London and in captivity in the colony during the dark months following its catastrophic defeat by Japanese forces in December 1941, had by 1952 been abandoned. 78 The administration had evolved by the 1980s an effective ability to respond to public opinion without conceding anything by way of formal democratic representation. Governors had largely consulted the oligarchs, although they had become increasingly sensitive to the press. But a new generation of Hong Kong residents pushed instead for the dignity of a democracy that would complement Hong Kong's free press and society. This would not be achieved. Governor Patten and Jardine Matheson grew resigned to serving as punchbags for Chinese anger over Hong Kong. Macau had an easier time of it. As news arrived of Portugal's Carnation Revolution in April 1974, the territory seemed as sleepy as ever. The dogs ran that night at the colony's canodrome, and the casinos remained open around the 389 clock. 79 The new government in Portugal was committed to divesting itself of the country's colonial empire, or, technically, of its overseas provinces, for Portugal, unlike the United Kingdom, formally denied that it held colonies. It was also intent on formally recognizing the government in Beijing, for, despite its long-standing modus vivendi with the People's Republic over the governance of Macau, Portugal still held to its recognition of the Republic of China in Taiwan. Whilst the territory itself prepared to commemorate the bicentenary of the birth of the great China coast artist George Chinui in May 1974, by renaming a street, issuing stamps, holding a church service and placing a memorial plaque on his tomb, the Portuguese authorities now looked forward, and looked to secure a resolution to the Macau anomaly. A secret clause in the 1975 recognition agreement surrendered any claim to sovereignty and pledged Portugal to retrocession, but this would take longer to negotiate, and there was no terminal date to concentrate mines. The return of the colony that was not in fact a colony, according to its governor in a statement in 1981, but Chinese territory under Portuguese administration, became subordinate to the bigger prize at Hong Kong. Formal talks opened in 1986 and the Chinese began negotiations by simply presenting the British Hong Kong Joint Declaration text. 80 The Macau government slept on after an agreement on Hong Kong was reached in 1987. Macau failed to localize its civil service or deal effectively with a wave of gangster violence, or to generally subordinate its powers, despite constitutional developments, to pro-Beijing groups, and the interests running the casinos that largely drove its tourism-reliant economy. Dealing with the past legacies of Portugal's 4 centuries in China, and Britain's 2 centuries, caused occasional shrill outbursts from Beijing, but the level of disquiet and invective over the PRC's newly established relationship with Japan was of a different order. In 1971 and 1972, Kissinger and Nixon had encountered a strong vein of suspicion about Japanese ambitions. Not only did Zhou Enlai articulate a fear of Japan moving to turn Taiwan into a client state of some sort, but he also argued that the Japanese aimed to reassert themselves more widely back in China. The Chinese would not let go. 390 of the war, and as they found themselves in 1972 dealing with Japanese leaders who had served that wartime state, and served it in China, there were some grounds for hesitancy, even if, initially, only emotional ones. In the chaotic aftermath of surrender and during the American-led occupation, more than 5 million soldiers and settlers had returned to Japan bringing home stories of atrocity, cruelty, and corruption. The Tokyo War Crimes Tribunal reinforced these,
providing ample documentary evidence of military violence and barbarity that was officially sanctioned by commanders at all levels, or casually inflicted by soldiers operating within a colonialist war machine. Historians and activists, including Okinawans murdered by the Japanese military, had been engaged ever since in making sure that this was recorded appropriately in the country's education ministry-approved school textbooks. From 1953 onwards, the Japanese historian Inaga Saburo had battled through the Japanese legal system to force the ministry to acknowledge the country's wartime record. 81 But as Japan grew in economic strength, so memories faded, and older justifications for the war began to re-emerge in conservative circles. Neo-nationalists claimed again that the Japanese had been fighting a war to liberate Asia from European colonialism and American hegemony, and to protect it from communism. The Japanese were victims too, others argued, in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and in all the cities firebombed by the United States Air Force, and they did not look far beyond these catastrophes to the wider war. It was a public sensation, then, when a prominent crusading journalist, Honda Katsuichi, started filing a series of reports from China in 1971 in the mass circulation Asahi Shimbun newspaper, which recorded in detail his interviews with survivors of Japanese atrocities. Honda's approach and style highlighted and humanized the personal stories of the experiences of Chinese men and women at the hands of individual Japanese. It rescued atrocity from anonymity, formed a devastating indictment of the Imperial Army's war crimes, and was published in book form in the months before Prime Minister Tanaka's journey to China. Other journalists accompanying the visit reported back from symbolic sites of the conflict, such as the Marco Polo Bridge just outside Beijing, confronting the past as Tanaka. 19 Waiting for a Trick, and for the Communists, Diamond Bar, Shanghai, May 1949. 20 Macau's Economy in Action, Casino, 1949. 21 Erasing the Shame of the Past, Shanghai Municipal Policeman's Tombstone, 1954. 22 Soon to Play a Different Tune, Overseas Chinese from Vietnam in Xiamen, 1950. 24 Chinese Cosmopolitan Abroad, Pianist Fu Tizong, 1960. 23 General Douglas MacArthur Butchering Civilians, Anti-American Poster, Suling, 1950. The text reads, "The Chinese people absolutely cannot condone the encroachment of other countries, and cannot listen to whatever imperialist who thinks that it can wantonly encroach its own neighbors without acting." 25 American Embassy, Taipei, under attack, May 1957. 26 Overtake Britain in 15 years. Great Leap Forward Poster, 1958. 27. Land Reform and Political Terror as Radical Theater, 1975. 28 Seduced by Fantasy, Hong Kong on Film, 1960. 29 Radical Chic, Jean-Luc Godard's La Chinoise. 30 The Seductions of Maoism, Louis Magazine Spread, 1967. 31 Fashioning Socialism, Women's Wear Feature from China Reconstructs, June 1956. 32 Modern China Humiliated, Wang Guangmei and Tsinghua University Red Guards, April 10, 1967. 33 Decorating the British Mission, Beijing 1967, effigies of U.S. President Lyndon Johnson, British Prime Minister Harold Wilson and Moshe Dayan. 34 Ping Pong Diplomat, Glenn Cowan in China, 1971. 35 China Opens Up, to Wham, 1985. 36 Down with Her Majesty as the Handover Nears, Hong Kong, June 16, 1997. 37 Never Forget National Humiliation, National Museum of China, 2011. 391. Himself clumsily attempted to, in his remarks at the state banquet. The final joint statement in 1972 acknowledged that Japan was keenly conscious of the responsibility for the serious damage that Japan caused in the past to the Chinese people through war, and deeply reproaches itself. 82 But this was only the start of exchanges between the two governments on the issue of their recent history. In its sanctioning of areas and themes for historical research after 1949, the Chinese state had not generally emphasized the Japanese invasion of China after 1931. Mao Zedong often teased visitors by expressing his gratitude to the Japanese for invading China, saving his party from almost certain destruction at the hands of Chiang Kai-shek, and galvanizing the nation to fight. China had been defiant, had been roused and had emerged victorious. The war was certainly taught and discussed and remembered and commemorated by the state at all levels, and by veterans, victims, and their families. 83 wartime experience provided the matter, too, of films, novels and memoirs. People's diplomacy initiatives involving visits by Japanese delegations had time and again to plan and manage popular responses to the reappearance of the former invader and potential protest. Anger persisted. But the broadsides fired at the Japanese government in the summer of 1982 over its handling of a controversy over school textbook descriptions of the invasion were startling. 84 An ongoing domestic political campaign led by Japanese conservatives critical of what they saw as entrenched leftist bias in state-approved textbooks became a full-scale diplomatic incident that affected Japan's relations with a host of nations. This only subsided when the Japanese provided sufficient commitments to revise problematic terms whereby the Japanese invasion of China had become, for example, the Japanese advance. These revisions long predated 1982 and the revisionist textbooks were used in a small minority of schools, but concerns at home, and elsewhere in Asia, about Japan's more assertive international profile fueled the crisis. So the war was far from over. It was fought and refought. There were more battles over the textbooks, over the form of official Japanese government statements, and over official and private remembrance of Japan's war dead by ministers and leading politicians at the 392 Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo. There was controversy over the extent or even historical veracity of accounts of specific episodes, such as the extensive massacres in the winter of 1937-8 that had quickly become known as the Rape of Nanjing. There were disputes over the record of Japanese biological and chemical warfare in China, over medical atrocities committed against Chinese, and over the forced conscription into sex slavery of Asian comfort women by the Imperial Army. Nanjing massacre denialists proved that only 6,000 or perhaps 40,000 soldiers had been killed at Nanjing. Honda Katsuichi provided additional telling testimony from interviews with survivors from the city and its vicinity. In a best-selling polemic, a Chinese-American writer, Iris Chang, proved that a Holocaust had taken place. Academics, veterans, journalists, and politicians joined the fray. The popular nationalism to which Deng Xiaoping had held himself to account in 1982 was inflamed by these controversies. 85 There has never been any reasonable doubt that the soldiers of the armies of Japan perpetrated a war of bestial violence in China, as they did elsewhere in the many theaters of the conflict, and that its wider occupation establishment was responsible for further war crimes. The documentary evidence is incontrovertible. But finding a common language to describe what happened, why and when, over the decades of Sino-Japanese conflict, proved an intractable problem. Even when the Chinese and Japanese governments established an official joint history research committee to try to compose a shared narrative, it failed to bridge the gap. Dismay at Japanese neo-nationalist rewriting of the history of the war was not confined to China, nor was denial of the complexity of the horrors of the war a uniquely Japanese phenomenon. 86 But in the aftermath of the 1982 textbook incident, the Chinese government encouraged a systematic program to upgrade history museums and sites of remembrance, or construct new ones. A Nanjing Massacre Memorial Hall was opened in 1985 on the site of a mass grave that had recently been uncovered. Museums to showcase the medical atrocities perpetrated by the Japanese Army's Unit 731, and to mark the outbreak of war in 1931, were opened in 1985 and 1991. A War of Resistance Museum was established in 1987. 87 Chinese scholars. 393. Combed archives around the world searching for overlooked documentary evidence, publishing the results in a voluminous compendium. A feature of this drive was the incorporation of the wartime role of the national government into the narrative presented, and a re-evaluation of the role of the nationalists and of Chiang Kai-shek. The prime focus in communist narratives, and in analysis amongst scholars overseas, had always been on the wartime resistance of the Red Army. The Kuomintang barely featured, or they did so as traitors and cowards, still damned by Theodore White and their other wartime critics. Now, as part of the process of opening the door to Taiwan, they were placed back in the story of China's struggle. As China continued to become more accessible to foreign visitors, the novelty started to wear off, but a deeper engagement could also start to be explored. There were more and more exchanges of language and other students, and some bizarre initiatives. The American comedian Bob Hope visited and filmed a television special in 1979, the French electronic musician Jean-Michel Jarre performed in China in 1981, Sesame Street's Big Bird came in 1983, and the British pop group Wham! Played 2 concerts in 1985. This last visit was an expensive publicity stunt that achieved its aim of securing extensive publicity for the group in the United States. By this point the strictures on what music was permissible were unraveling, and senior leaders no longer vetted programs piece by piece, although Foreign Minister Zhou Nan, once heard quoting Shakespeare, hosted a banquet and attended the Wham! Concert. Vice Minister of Culture Zhou Weizi, known for his Korean War-era patriotic anthems, hosted a visit of the duo to the ministry, and reminisced about hearing Paul Robeson sing in Prague. Robeson was well known in China for his version, in Chinese, of what became the national anthem, March of the Volunteers. "I'm afraid we're out of touch with that," replied the musicians. "We don't actually know who Robeson is." Wham! Began their concert in Guangzhou with Love Machine. Their manager, who had dreamed up the venture had, like many Britons, a link to the old world of the treaty ports. As a salesman for Asiatic Petroleum, his father had lived in Guangzhou and Hong Kong for 2 years after 1929. Overall, remarked one British diplomat in the aftermath of the concerts, there 394 was a certain lack of mutual understanding. More in the tradition of exchanges from the era of Sino-Soviet interaction was the arrival in 1983 of American playwright Arthur Miller to direct Death of a Salesman with a Chinese cast at the Beijing People's Art Theater. Its star, and Miller's collaborator on the project, was Ying Ruokan, another vice minister for culture, and formerly, amongst other roles, a spy engaged in battle with British diplomats. 88 This was clearly a different phase in the normalization of relations. By the time the British-produced television documentary Heart of the Dragon came to air internationally in 12 one-hour parts in 1984, 4 Chinese critics could never complain that the country was not given enough screen time. Explicit reference to politics was largely absent. The program's object was to portray some of the truth about Chinese culture, and the essential timelessness of its cultural core, not revolutionary or new China, but the culture that had weathered the storm. 89 Politics was never absent, of course. During the filming of one scene amongst patients in a Harbin asylum, an inmate who might or might not have had good reason to be there was caught pronouncing on the changes starting to develop in Reformera China. Playing with words and with current slogans, he shouted out his own 4 modernizations: meals would be state banquetized, clothes westernized, the whole country mansionized, transport limousinized. He would not prove to be far wrong. If the right understanding of the past needed to be established over the Nanjing Massacre, or Unit 731, and if the historic task of closing the open wounds of history, such as Hong Kong and Macau, needed to be achieved, China's reform and opening up was fraught with this deeper peril. The political reverse course might unlock confusion and corruption, capitalist and colonialist demons and monsters from the black history of national humiliation might move straight back in. As China embarked on its reform policies after 1978, every development was attended by this danger. One key vehicle was its establishment of special economic zones,
starting with 4 in Guangdong province in 1979-90. These were export-oriented manufacturing zones that were designed to draw in foreign currency and capital, expertise, and technology, to assist in China's post-Mao economic modernization and development. They would 395. Also provide employment, training in foreign practices and exposure to foreign ideas. The first such enterprise, a Hong Kong registered shipbreaking facility, was authorized in January 1979. Its raw material was China's antiquated shipping stock, and the market for the scrap metal was Hong Kong. So products of China's socialist state enterprise were quite literally to be torn apart in the new era. 8 months later the 4 zones were established just north of Hong Kong at Shenzhen, at Zhuhai, just north of Macau at Shantou, and in Fujian. These were all areas formerly deemed strategically too insecure to warrant state investment. Shanghai, historically the obvious choice for such a venture, was still deemed too untrustworthy, for its comprador past was too strong. Critics of the CESAs believed that they heralded the reintroduction of capitalism, and that money incentives, let alone the corruption and crime which inevitably followed, threatened to demoralize if not destroy the Communist Party in Guangdong province. Their supporters saw a profound transformation take place. The small town of Shenzhen swiftly became a city of high-rise blocks, new factories were built at a breakneck pace and, despite setbacks and difficulties, Hong Kong and overseas investors came calling. Another 14 CESAs were announced in 1984, and all of them were former treaty ports. Shanghai was among these but would not be let off its leash until 1992. The impact of the reforms on China's economy and society was spectacular, but suspicion of the consequences was also profound. Crackdowns on crime and corruption, and on spiritual pollution, were launched to keep a balance between ideological orthodoxy and reform. The routine theater of public show trials, the parading of groups of those condemned through city streets, and then their immediate execution, accounted for over 5,000 lives in 1983. But after a relatively short period, the campaign lapsed. After all, time is money, as one contemporary slogan decorating the Sichuan countryside had it. History became a rallying point and a tool of reform. As their contribution to the country's 7th five-year plan of 1986-90, researchers undertook systematic studies of the history of China's treaty ports. Urban historians found themselves suddenly in demand. 396. Officials wanted to know how these prototype special economic zones had developed. What had gone right, what had gone wrong? How might an understanding of the achievements of the past serve economic development in the present? What did planners and administrators need to watch out for? The Shanghai capitalists were let back out of their cage. But part of the answer was carefully complemented by a new rash of books published at the same time narrating and cataloging China's national humiliation. These research projects were not designed to rehash the critiques of the past, but to support what Deng Xiaoping called China's Second Revolution. 91 History mattered still, but the history that now mattered more was that of the once vilified, freewheeling open culture of the treaty ports. This about turn was strongly checked in 1989. Over 2 months from April 15 of that year, Tiananmen Square in Beijing became the symbolic center of a nationwide upsurge of protest that found support from those angry at corruption, at the effects of the steep inflation that followed the abolition of price controls, and of continuing rigid restraints on freedom of expression and choice. Students at Beijing's universities led the way, acutely conscious of their historic role in political protest movements. They were joined by people from all walks of life and from across China in a challenge to the status quo that prompted the violent crackdown of June 4 and after on what was officially labeled a counter-revolutionary rebellion. Unprecedentedly, events unfolded in real time across foreign television and radio networks. China had never before secured such exposure to foreign audiences, and it could not have looked worse. This time the state simply did not care. Anyway, Westerners will forget, said Deng Xiaoping in advance of the violence. 92 The country's historic rapprochement with the Soviet Union in May,
heralded by Mikhail Gorbachev's visit to Beijing, was overshadowed by the protests, angering and humiliating senior leaders. In the aftermath of the crackdown, the state punished those it claimed had directed events. But it also formally embarked in 1991 on a new program of patriotic education. 93 The Tiananmen postmortem concluded that the bigger problem actually lay in the fact that in the rush towards reform the horrors of the past had been 397 obscured. The achievements of the Communist Party in rescuing China from its dismembered, emasculated, and degraded state had been forgotten. So all China was to receive this history lesson, at school, at work, and at leisure. Television channels poured out historical dramas and documentaries. New books rolled off the presses. Up sprouted new museums and official sites of memory through which these lessons were to be taught. 94 History had always been central in the creation of New China, as we have seen, but the generations coming of age after 1980 had no direct experience from which to draw the essential comparisons with the old society, and with what a weak China had suffered at the hands of its stronger enemies. They needed instruction. The state now invested heavily in sites of party congresses, treaty signings and massacres. It built new memorials recording landmark strikes, and at prisons and Red Army headquarters, and to commemorate resistance fighting. Memorials at cemeteries, the old communist base areas and hilltop Soviets, homes of former leaders, sites of enemy surrender, and of atrocity, were established, upgraded or refreshed. Kuomintang leaders and stories of anti-Japanese resistance were not forgotten, and there was even a Linyutang Memorial Hall, but they were placed in the ideological context of the United Front with the Communists, and they were also balanced with monuments at former national government prison camps. These were places for pilgrimage and for commemoration, by school groups, teams from party and state organizations, and a rapidly growing constituency of Chinese tourists. Prices were kept low. New roads and hotels were built, and guidebooks prepared. Promotion was undertaken on television, and through trade fairs, expositions, and red tourism festivals. Tourist receipts helped offset the costs. It helped that pieces of the true cross had seemed to multiply in great number when needed. Mao's birthplace, Shaoshan, employed 110 people by 2010, guarding 40,000 cultural relics, including 6,000 personal items from the chairman's later years. Mao was now remembered through at least 14 memorial sites across the nation, including at least 3 former homes, and the chairman himself still lay in state, embalmed, in a memorial hall in the middle of Tiananmen Square. A bed he once slept in is displayed in the 398 former official residence of the German governor of Qingdao. 100 of these places were designated national bases for patriotic education in 1996, and these would later overlap with another 100 officially designated classic red tourism sites. Textbooks and teaching were reinvigorated with an avowedly nationalist agenda in which China as victim was given as much emphasis as China the eventual victor. The prime Maoist injunction had been never forget class struggle, in reform China it was never forget national humiliation, and never forget the leading role of the Chinese Communist Party in righting the wrongs of history. Through normalization in the 1970s, and reform in the 1980s, it had seemed that the wounds of the past might start to be healed. But by the 1990s it was apparent that they were to be kept open and raw, carefully tended by the extensive machinery of a modern propaganda state. 399. 12. What did 1997 mean? On July 1 that year the People's Republic of China resumed the exercise of sovereignty over Hong Kong. China's senior leadership and British government ministers and officials took part in a punctiliously choreographed midnight handover ceremony. Rain poured down, and tears were shed for all the reasons that tears might be shed: sadness, joy, fear, confusion, or relief. The departing governor stepped aboard the British Royal Yacht Britannia just after midnight and sailed away. The Union Jack had been pulled down at midnight, the 5 stars of China's flag raised in its stead, and the colony's own standard was at the same time surmounted by that of the new special administrative region. Other symbols of colonial rule were being removed as midnight passed, and many had already been superseded by 1997. In Beijing there were fireworks in Tiananmen Square. A digital clock that had been placed in front of the Museum of Revolutionary History, and which had been counting down the days and seconds since 1994, reached zero. Crowds chanted as the seconds ticked down. A century of humiliation had been washed away as the rain fell in Hong Kong. There had been other ways of looking forward to this moment than the clock. One that had stuck with me was a music video that seemed to be endlessly repeated in 1994 on a satellite music channel, itself a phenomenon that was bewildering for a visitor to China, and that I had watched in a Shanghai hotel room. A young woman faced the camera, strumming a guitar. Her name, 400, was Ai Jing, and at the age of 24 she had a hit across and beyond the Chinese-speaking world with a catchy song, My 1997. It takes the form of a jaunty folk riff periodically interrupted by passages in a Chinese opera style, in which she narrates her journey from Shenyang in the far northeast, through Beijing, to Shanghai's Bund and down south to the border with Hong Kong. Visually the film makes the same shifts from past to present. But the song is about the future. When will I be able to visit Hong Kong, she asks from Guangzhou. It is a cheeky song, lamenting at once a Hong Kong lover, but Hong Kong itself as a lover, perhaps, certainly as a future for the Chinese. The song and video's celebratory climax presents a sensual longing for urban freedom and modernity. On the cover of the CD itself Ai Jing was photographed in Hong Kong's Lan Kwai Fong Bar district. What is it like? What are Hong Kong people like? Ai asks. In the years before the handover of the last significantly sized British colony, the Chinese government was sponsoring academic research and filmmakers. In these endeavors it was making Hong Kong the focus for a celebration of China's new strength, and a reminder of past weakness and humiliation. Culture still mattered. It was no less a political sphere than it had been in the most hectic days of the Maoist era, or even during the more cosmopolitan republic. One So Ai Jing's song deftly struck the right political notes, and subverted them. Her 1997 was not about national humiliation, but about personal liberation. Late colonial Hong Kong had boomed as a British imperial city was transformed into a global capitalist hub. The disputes between the British and the Chinese diplomats continued almost up to the last moment. Signs of that old treaty port world remained in abundance after the formal symbols of British power were removed, but many of the new expatriates of the 1990s and after were looking north, waiting for China, diving in whenever opportunity was opened up, finding partners, and chasing ancient fantasies of unlimited China markets. For the Chinese government the question was how to manage it all, and how to bring the foreign back in without recreating the past, and without surrendering sovereignty and dignity. Reclaiming Hong Kong was a grand affirmation of its triumph over history. The handover was a substantial exercise in political theater, but it was also a 401 landmark in the growing economic freedoms enjoyed by Chinese. After 1949 the city had inherited Shanghai's modernity. High-rise Hong Kong provided an alternative vision of China's present, and its soon-to-be-realized future. The return of Macau in 1999 was also accompanied by much fanfare, but the earlier return in 1997 was made significantly more important as a symbol, as its roots lay not in the Ming dynasty but in the 19th century British assault on China's sovereignty. Ai Jing's video lingers in the mind, but there were orthodox cultural projects launched before 1997 that were intended to resonate widely as well. In one way the most mainstream of these was a big-budget film, The Opium War, which premiered with a showing for senior government leaders in the Great Hall of the People in Beijing on June 9, 1997, and which was described by its director, the veteran Chinese filmmaker Xie Jin, as a special gift for the motherland and the people. To ensure we and our descendants forever remember the humiliation the nation once suffered. Hong Kong's Shanghai-born incoming senior leaders,
Chief Executive Tung Chee-hwa and Legislative Council President Rita Fan, attended the Hong Kong premiere 3 days later. The film had already been endorsed by no less a figure than Deng Xiaoping's successor, the Communist Party leader Jiang Zemin, and patriotically minded backers had put up the funds. Group bookings by government and other official and party units produced a good deal of the receipts. Hong Kong's origins in the conflict over the opium trade and in the British bid to seize the entire East. The 19th century mattered most in this retelling. The film was by some measure the most expensive then yet made in China. Its script delivered a more nuanced understanding of the British position than might have been expected. However, the significant point is that ultimately the project was not rooted in Hong Kong's present but in China's past. Hong Kong was not what its people had made it by 1997, and what they might make it afterwards, but was to be remembered as an historical act of theft, with its origins in a squalid criminal enterprise and the weakness and chauvinism of the Qing. 3. It was not in fact the first time in modern Chinese history that a retrocession had been commemorated with a film about the opium. 402. War. The earlier occasion had been the premiere of the 1943 Japanese-sponsored Chinese movie Wanchao Liufang, screened in Nanjing for the benefit of collaborationist President Wang Jingwei. That, too, had been an officially directed project, and it was released to mark the handover of the international settlement to the Quisling Shanghai Special Municipality on August 1, 1943. At the very least, this coincidence of rituals demonstrates the centrality of nationalism and anti-imperialism to all 20th century political projects in China. The Chinese Communist Party and Wang Jingwei, once allies, later the bitterest of opponents, played tunes from the same narrow repertoire. For this is not to suggest any equation between the CCP and Wang Jingwei's regime, but to highlight the centrality of these issues of humiliation in understanding the competing forms of nationalism that have emerged in modern China. Over the next 30 years the world that Ai Jingsong laid claim to was brought to China. The state enterprises that her lyrics mention her father working in have folded, and have been broken up for scrap like those ships that were the fuel for the first foreign business established in China. These enterprises were swept aside by the massive program of renewal and economic development that began with those contentious reforms in Guangdong province in 1979. Economic growth brought profound social and cultural transformation that is still unfolding, and there are now bar districts like Lan Kwai Fong all over China. 5. Hong Kong is still very different, providing a distinctive modern Chinese culture with different values, but like Macau it is also partly irrelevant to the story of change in China itself. 250,000 foreign nationals live in Shanghai, for example, which has hungrily embraced all the trappings of its ambitions to be a world-class city, and all the greater and darker ones too. 6. Only the rickshaws are missing from the streets. There are plenty of those in the museums, however, for the past is bigger business than ever in China. An estimated 10,000 red tourism sites and 500 million visits to them in 2011 accounted for 1/5 of all Chinese domestic tourism. 7 Heritage initiatives with little political flavoring have also made progress in the generally unequal battle with the bulldozer and property speculation. Some of this apparent political elision is striking. Tianjin's former Italian. 403. Concession was revamped as the Italian-style scenic district after 2004. In this case an Italian colonial enterprise now serves as an example of cosmopolitan heritage style. 8. The repackaging of the colonial as the cosmopolitan is now quite common. It serves the purpose too of stressing continuities over time despite China's shutdown during the Maoist era. The iconic modern skyline in China is still Shanghai's. Its high-rises were the stuff of the movies viewed across the nation in the 1930s and 1940s, and this persisted. But now the vista representing Shanghai in its room at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing is of the Pudong skyline, across the river from the Bund. To appreciate this, which thousands of tourists from all over China do every day, one needs to turn one's back on the old Bund and its buildings, on the British consulate, the headquarters of Jardine Matheson & Co., the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, Sir Victor Sassoon's Cathay Hotel, the North China Daily News Building, Yokohama Specie Bank and the Shanghai Club. But even when backs are turned, the memory is kept alive. On October 1st every year, China's National Day, city officials in Shanghai gather on the north end of the Bund at what is still called a park, although little trace of anything much like one remains. What dominates the site now is a monument to the people's heroes that was unveiled in 1993. 3 granite pillars lean together at the top to form a three-sided obelisk reaching 60 meters into the air. They represent the eternal glory of the people's heroes who died in the Liberation War, in revolutionary movements more widely since the 1919 May 4th movement and since the Opium War. In a sunken area around its base are 7 bas-relief friezes depicting key incidents in the revolutionary history of the city down to 1949, culminating with students dancing the Yanga in Shanghai's streets in May 1949. For some decades prior to 1943, another much less imposing obelisk stood close to this very same spot, a memorial erected in 1866 to the foreign officers of the ever-victorious army, the unit led by General Gordon that supported Qing forces in the battles around Shanghai against the Taiping. The city's histories, like all of China's, overlay and echo one another. And not far away you can read the 20th century's changes on what was formerly the China headquarters of the British company Imperial Chemical Industries. Shorn now of 404. The allegorical reliefs with which it was adorned on its unveiling in 1923, its own name is just still visible, and so are huge sets of Cultural Revolution slogans running down the building, wishing long life to the great helmsman Chairman Mao. It now houses a securities firm. The annual ceremony at the memorial on the Bund is of fresh vintage. Recently the event commenced early in the morning with the playing of the national anthem by a military band, while the participants stood in contemplative silence. Then, without a word, the Shanghai Party secretary, the mayor, and representatives from other official organizations stepped forward to lay wreaths in front of the obelisk. So the ceremony itself echoes another, the one that took place annually from 1924 to 1941, and then again from 1945 to 1948, on November 11th, Remembrance Day for the Allied dead of the World Wars. That took place at the other end of the former International Settlement Bund, in front of Shanghai's Tall War Memorial. This is a powerful testament to the reach of imported practices and forms, and their acculturation, including the ceremonial silence, and the playing by a military band using European instruments, of a national anthem indebted to Western musical forms, and indeed to the very idea of a national anthem. The concrete forms of memorialization, those obelisks, are linked in a similar way. But none of these are any less authentic facets of modern China and modern Chinese culture. Most of Shanghai's tourists do not pay any homage at the memorial, despite the fact that it is a patriotic education base. Most do not even really visit that end of the promenade. The blindingly neon-lit Pudong skyline at night is the draw instead. Such is the pervasiveness still of the humiliation narrative that they hardly need to, for the stories it tells remain at the heart of the nationwide system of patriotic education. Reactions to bilateral and other disputes that unfold or erupt today are still nearly always addressed through the prism of the past, or they are about that past. There were violent street and online protests during the Chinese-Japanese dispute over the Senkaku/Diaoyutai Islands in 2012, which were inflamed by its coincidental timing with the anniversary of the Japanese Kwantung Army's attack on Manchuria on September 18. The islands themselves are another legacy issue from the longer history of territorial 405. Disintegration in the 19th century, no longer learned from Li Hongjiang, shouted demonstrators in Nanchang, echoing Deng Xiaoping's curt rejoinder to Margaret Thatcher over Hong Kong. 10. Never forget national humiliation, remember 9.18, recover the Diaoyu Islands, ran another slogan. Since 2000, controversy over demands for the repatriation of artifacts looted from the Yuan in 1860 has also gathered tremendous momentum. And over 40 years after Prime Minister Tanaka's incompetent first apology, and the 1972 Sino-Japanese Joint Declaration,
Japanese Prime Minister Abe's official statement in 2015 to mark the 70th anniversary of the end of the Sino-Japanese War was closely read, and sharply criticized for its perceived inadequacies in Chinese and others' eyes. The sullen and resentful language of the text was a mark not only of Abe's own conservative politics and revisionist leanings, but also of a wider exasperation in Japan with the never-ending war. For China, the past is becoming more important. And what's clear in all of this is that the Chinese state is now often playing catch-up, struggling to keep abreast of the popular nationalism that it has nurtured and encouraged, and which runs riot in social media, on foreign university campuses and sometimes in Chinese streets. The state needs to be agile, for its perceived inadequacies in defending China's honor have frequently diverted popular hostility towards it and away from Japan. The story of the world outlined in this book is on the whole not well enough known. It certainly lives on in saga, romance, or thriller, or through cinema. J.G. Ballard's autobiographical Empire of the Sun, mediated through Hollywood, for example. As we have seen, it was portrayed as romance back in the 1920s and especially in the 1930s, and this persists. But it is still too easily thought of as a sideshow, far away and involving people with whom there is little connection. In most cases there was always a profound asymmetry in relations. The West was always far more important in China than China seemed to be at home. As we have seen, this was not always in fact actually true, although it generally holds good. What it does mean is that a significant imbalance in knowledge and understanding persists. In 2011 I was invited to give a talk about the scramble for China at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in London. It seemed wise to signal in advance that I could not provide much by 406 way of enlightenment on contemporary policy. I did not know what the then CCP leader Hu Jintao thought, or much about climate change or healthcare initiatives. I was not to worry, was the response, leave policy to us, but we really need to know more about the history. Our recruits have learned little of it before they join us, yet the Chinese still talk about it all the time. Given how profoundly modern China has been shaped by its relationship with the United Kingdom, this was a telling admission. They know this well in China, of course. And in which other state does a new leadership team, on the day that it is unveiled, change into more somber clothing, and make a pilgrimage to a history museum? 11. This is what Xi Jinping and the members of the Standing Committee of the Politburo did on November 29, 2012. The most powerful leaders in the land paid homage to the past through this visit to the National Museum of China, and its permanent display The Road to Rejuvenation. The design aesthetic in the first galleries is darkness. Artworks and artifacts illustrate a stridently captioned narrative of China's story of humiliation and weakness from 1840 onwards. But then comes the light, and in the second set of galleries a different aesthetic decorates a record of events and triumphs since 1949. The exhibition concludes, or at least did on my own last visit, when it was thronged with school groups assiduously taking notes, by paying homage to China's space program, and then with a display of mobile phones. The promise of a project that generates intense national pride, and the history of China's economic growth and individual prosperity, are both framed in a story of release from the shame of the past. The promise at the end of the black tunnel of history is a smartphone. The story of the foreign presence in China in the 20th century, as much as in the 19th century or in any part of China's modern history, is too important today to be left in the hands of the Chinese party state and this approved script. Its sanctioned narrative is partial, self-serving, and ultimately incendiary. A new nationalism in which angry demonstrators have been heard many times clamoring for war and for killing Japanese is pregnant with the potential for calamity. But this is not a Japanese problem alone. No nation. 407. Complicit in the degradation of China after the 1830s, which includes most European states as well as the United States, is ultimately secure. Being effectively equipped with the facts might help us understand the roots of that rage. In this book I have aimed to show that world in all its complexity and all its contexts, and that word complexity is no coy cover for nostalgia or an apologetics. The foreign presence in China in the 20th century had more than its fair share of bigotry, racism, violence, greed, or simple callous indifference. This is on display in profusion in the National Museum of China. In that world, too, you can find collaboration, cohabitation, alliance, and coalition. Many other voices also spoke for China and stood up for it against its enemies and against ignorance and prejudice overseas, and on China's streets. This is all but absent in the displays in Beijing. There was also self-delusion and self-conceit, as well as genuine humanitarian concern and disinterested technical interest. This was a world in which the imperatives or norms of a world in which colonial power was exercised overlapped with new forms of globalization and the movement of people, goods, and ideas. It was a world in which people in China incorporated into their lives all sorts of innovations that came from overseas, and equally made their own new culture, promiscuously mixing all sorts of foreign ingredients and indigenous ones too. Chinese of all political hues and none worked with and against the unequal and unjust exercise of foreign political power in China and the treatment of China in international forums and organizations. The Chinese Communist Party holds no monopoly of nationalistic virtue, and it was itself complicit in the continued degradation of Chinese sovereignty in the 1950s. The Chinese nation has suffered unusual hardship and sacrifice in the world's modern history, said Xi Jinping in November 2012 at the end of his museum visit. Its people have never given in, have struggled ceaselessly, and have finally taken hold of their own destiny. Xi's rhetoric then and since has promised a China dream, the great renewal of the Chinese nation and individual aspiration, subsuming along the way the hopes of Ai Jing's song My 1997. The China dream is grounded in the story of an unrelenting Chinese nightmare. We need to acknowledge that, and understand it, but we do not need to believe it. 409. Further reading, watching and listening. One of the questions I was asked when I interviewed for my job at the University of Bristol in 1997 was about how I could teach the history of China to students who had no Chinese. What could they read? I was momentarily speechless, for in fact the volume of accessible English language material on modern China was even then almost unmanageably large. Look for it, and you will find a surfeit of collections of primary documents, books, memoirs, travel writing and reportage, fiction, film, comics, and magazines, and yet more. To be fair, my interlocutor's area of specialization was such that he had never felt the need to look. But this book argues that we all need to. And since then vast amounts of additional material have been made available for easy public access, and of course more advanced scholarly tools have yielded significant new collections of material. Since 1997 also, there has been a great growth in the number of scholars working on China in universities overseas, and in particular historians specializing in the modern era. I have learned much from their work.